super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day of Overwatch League Action APAC Edition. I am Achilleos, kicking things off yet again alongside Avril, and we are here moving into the second day of the second week of the tournament thus far. We have the kickoff clash on the horizon. These teams are vying for a top spot in that tournament. We're still a ways away from determining who is top dog, who's going to be missing out. Kicking things off, we're going to have the Chengdu Hunters versus the Philly Fusion, two teams that did suffer losses yesterday. Now one of them will be walking away victorious.
And, it's really shaking things up in the Eastern Division here as well, because what you have is the Seoul win yesterday means every single team has won a game, every single team has lost a game. Seoul currently lead the standings 3-1. They've also played an extra game compared to 5 other teams. I think only Hangzhou and Seoul have actually played 4 games at this stage, but they're looking like the top teams at the moment in terms of their scoreline. Chengdu lagging behind a little bit, 1-2. They've gone negative now. They were 1-1, now they're 1-2. Fusion started things out strong at 2-0, but they're now 2-1. So things are still okay there, but need a few more wins here, I think, to secure the top positions.
Yeah, I mean, Fusion having a bit of a rough go there versus the Seoul Dynasty. We got the Spaghetti Bowl. We get really excited, but Dynasty just kind of showed up, and Fusion didn't look like their previous selves from those matches that we have seen thus far. Very much struggled versus the veteran lineup on the side of the Seoul Dynasty. We'll see how they fare today versus the Chengdu Hunters, who are also going to be looking to get a win. They've got that first one under their belts versus, I believe, it's the Guangzhou Charge. Looked very solid in that matchup, but they haven't quite hit those same peaks. They haven't looked as clean since that first opening series.
Yeah, I think Guangzhou Charge had been struggling, right, but then we also did see in yesterday's game they've managed to bounce back as well, so things are getting really competitive here in APAC. Hunters, they ran Gaga all throughout yesterday to, I would say, reasonable success. It seemed like Hunters had kind of made their mark in terms of, okay, this is the tank player we want to rely on, but Daisy has now rejoined the roster for at least our opening map. So the Hunter squad are still kind of trying to figure things out here. I wonder what Daisy's going to be playing, because I assume it will have to be the Zarya for a map like, I think we have Colosseo first, but Gaga's also been playing the Zarya, so things are a little confusing on the Hunters front as far as how they're handling this roster and who's starting.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit back and forth, some internal conversations happening there with the team you would have to expect about, do we just run Gaga and have him play everything? Is there still going to be these valuable times where Daisy can come in? Because, again, in that first series, it looked like he came out, really held his own, got bullied a little bit by Choice A1, but for the most part was able to really hold his ground. Then we just didn't get to see him at all yesterday. He is starting, though, and here is the starting 5 on the side of the Philly Fusion. Nothing too shocking here. So we got Carpe, Zest in the DPS lineup. Belisria will be starting in the tank position, and then we've got Fixa and Aimdot.
Carpe usually starting out in the first map as well. We've had a few, I think mix-ups here as we've seen Fury a decent amount now. Belisari has played a decent amount as well, usually coming through for that Winston. It does say that these teams have kind of gone for not necessarily opposite strategies, but certainly in the tank positions, going in different directions. Hunter's looking for more of a Zarya, Fusion looking for more of that Winston, and, it's going to be Carpe, Soldier, Zest, Genji, right? Best of what you expect of the Fusion for this.
Yeah, and I'm looking for Leave. I don't know what happened to his camera. Looks like he might have knocked it off the top of his monitor.
It's in the name, Seth. It's in the name.
Yeah.
He left.
Yeah, he has. He's left. He's left. Also, I thought that there was something wrong with Daisy's camera for a second, but he actually is just using a desktop microphone rather than a headset mic, so a little bit of a different strat there from him.
Okay.
Changing it up. I guess, doesn't like to have the mic sat right close to his face. He wants it directly in front of him. Maybe he was feeling like his shot calls weren't coming through clean enough, so he said, get me a desktop microphone instead, so I can speak directly into this thing.
You got to do the thing that Fitz does on Sol, where he wears his headset around his neck with his microphone pointing up into his face, and then he wears earbuds as well for the ultimate gamer look. I appreciate it. I respect it.
Well, let's see what happens here. You can see last time these guys squared off, Week 13, 2021. It's a 3-2 victory for the side of Chengdu. So Fusion going to be wanting to get a bit of revenge. We'll see if we can get to that same 3-2 scoreline, though, at the very end. Kicking things off on Colosseo. See Jinmu going to be coming out the gates with that Reaper Zest back onto the Genji.
I think that's a stable composition. You know, we have seen Jinmu play a lot of Genji, but the sort of Reaper Soldier Zarya combination on this particular patch, which is the opening day beta patch, is, you know, the favored of the NA teams as well. So this has been producing some very solid results there. Jinmu's been pretty hot and cold as a player so far this season, so maybe the Reaper will give him a bit more, again, consistency in that role.
Well, he's trying to TP forward, get right into the thick of the roster here on the side of the Fusion, but immediately has to exit as the Focus Fire comes down. Has managed to leap with his life intact. Huge damage out, though, as Zesko's diving in. Manages to get that execution. Jinmu taken out. Now the bot going to start moving forward here for the side of the Fusion. As they look to just clear out this point a little bit more. Belastria going low, tries to leap in, tries to get that stomp damage through. Can't make it happen. Now Nisha finds that kill. Cartbay's gone. Zest eliminated. It's just the supports left alive on the side of the Fusion. They do not last very long. Just like that, off the back of one pick. Fusion end up dropping the spaghetti. The food, you know, it goes right on the floor. And the bot's now going to start moving for the Chengdu Hunters, who will happily take the bot.
I mean, it's not even Hell's Kitchen recording day. That was yesterday. We had Red Kitchen versus Blue Kitchen. Now we're, you know, I don't know what we're doing. We're closing the restaurant for today. But, you know, Fusion keeping the doors open. Spaghetti's still boiling in the background. That was a 5v4, like you said. Brilliant anti-nade coming through from Monk as well to really help things out. And Fusion, I mean, they had the lead, drop it very quickly, but what they will have is, you know, their first Nano online. So will Chengdu Hunters. It'll be Nano Visor versus, at this point, just a dry Nano. Should be barely staying alive.
Bubble, but it's not enough. Yeah, needed to get some Focus Fire healing there. Doesn't receive it. Nano now going to go out onto Zest just to try to farm up for this blade, and he's getting it very rapidly. Spamming these right clicks right into Dicey, who has nanoed himself, narrowly staying alive because of it. Sound Barrier now going to be pulled. The Sleep Dart connects onto the Zarya, though. Dicey out of the fight for the time being, but he cannot use that Sound Barrier to get up on top of the Fusion, cannot build up for that grab. Now he's going to fall. Carpe pops Attack Visor, got the kill on to leave, a cleanup Helix Rocket there for Monk, and now they will continue to push and look to equalize.
I mean, Philly won that with a worse ultimate bank than Chengdu did, and there was no visor from Leave at all that fight. Nano got popped into Daisy, probably to keep him alive, but at that stage, you lack a lot of offensive power. Daisy gets slept anyway. Leave just doesn't use Nano at all. I think a Nano visor would have pushed back Fusion for sure, but didn't end up happening. Now Fusion on their push-up. Take the lead now, barely.
Okay, Blade and the Primal coming through. Zest immediately going to be antied out. Needs to get some space, but they cannot stop Dicey from getting on top of the Genji. That being said, Belastria still doing wonders. Comes up with 2 kills for his squad as they very firmly take the lead now, about to be up 20 meters. Bot making its way through the underpass, and we'll start wrapping around towards the final ramp.
I mean, that's a huge fight win because now you have a situation where they can cap Fusion, are very close to doing so. Chengdu arrived just in time, and this is where the ultimates actually have to start getting used. Again, we're waiting for that visor from Leave. Daisy holding on towards the Scrav as well. Not looking for a huge Scrav, just something that can get them across the line. Fixer will have the beat to counter this one. For Philadelphia Fusion, reset. They actually don't want to push any further. Straight back to neutral territory. Philly are going to have to win like another 2 fights to actually get there because now we've got all the way back to mid.
Belastria just going to be pillar hugging for now. Attack Visor going to be popped. You can see Zest making his exit, dashing over to the side. Sound Barrier comes in, catches everyone other than God for the side of the Fusion. Grab, however, is absolutely massive. They get the ante on top of him, and that is the cleanup onto 3. God slept dead, and that will be another team kill. Feels like deja vu, pretty much the same exact spot the last one occurred in. Now the bot's going to be moving forward for the Chengdu Hunters. They should be able to get it pretty darn close to where the Fusion landed.
And what's great about that play from Chengdu is that they had 2 threats, right? They had the grab and the visor, and the beat only counted one of them. So Leave walks in first, gets Fixer to drop that Sound Barrier, then Daisy collects with a huge grab. And everyone just walked into him as well. Jinmu now looking for the Death Lawson. No kills just yet.
He is. They push him away. Nano now going to be thrown down onto him. Carpe does get picked off, finished there by Nisha. Belastria for the troubles as well. So while the Death Blossom might not be the most flashy one, doesn't fill the kill feed, it still causes a hell of a distraction and allows them to pick off a couple members. Bot moving forward as they get ready to take the lead and potentially find the second checkpoint. Fusion still a ways away from contesting.
There it is. That's the cap now going over. Or just about anyway. Certainly Chengdu have taken the lead. That was the Nano used on Carpe, by the way, to help him survive against the Death Blossom of Jinmu. Nisha with that sound barrier available. Zest still looking for entry, and that should be countered by the sound barrier when Nisha drops that one down. Fusion's still waiting, though.
They've got nothing else to motivate this out with, and somehow Leave just barely manages to escape.
What's going on?
Tagging Zest over and over again. Kills him off. Now Carpe's out of the fight. The DPS broken down here on the side of the Fusion, as the rest of the Chengdu Hunters just charge up in front of the spawn rooms. Some nice little staggers there, as Fix is the only one who manages to slink away.
This is going to be 90 plus. We're nearing 100 meters here with less than 3 minutes. I mean, Hunters might have just unlocked the win condition, and they still have ultimates. Fusion played that so slowly. What were they doing? They were like looking for damage on Lee, but no one was really committing. Hunters were free pushing the whole time, and then Monk just kills Zest and Philly loses the fight.
Still, so many ults built up here as well. Leave a sliver of HP. The sound barrier does get forced. Zest now has a bit of a window of opportunity to try to use this blade, but Leave is charging forward. Nano Visor out at the ready. Flips 180, takes down Carpe. Does eventually fall as Zest finds the kill. He's now going to pull the blade. Bubble's going to be used. Very high energy here onto Daisy, and they manage to focus fire him down. The blade gets absolutely no value. Fixa was slept. Monk gets the finish. Belos Rhea taken out of the fight. Aim God just like, I've got a nano boost, but I've got nothing to use it on.
Yeah, well, he died first. Aim God died at 97. Leave took him down, and now they've all respawned, but the blade is gone, so this is just going to have to be a nano boost onto Belasria or somebody. Carpe help him. He needs this visor right now, and there's still a grab. Fixer desperately looking for that sound barrier to counter.
Just trying to keep him alive. Carpe falls low. That's going to force the nano early. He does manage to get in on top of Monk. Now grab out from Daisy. Looking to lock a couple people in. The support's going to be cleaned up. Jinmu taken down. Looks like the cleanup will be there for the side of the Fusion. They don't lose anybody crucially in the fight, but now they've got a minute and a half remaining to try to ship this bot all the way across to the opposite side of the map. They need to double their current score if they want to tie this up and get the lead.
My goodness, I mean, it's just, they need to push unimpeded here. I mean, we're starting to open the doors now for the capability of teams to maybe get an OT win on a map, on any of the push maps, right? But 117 kilos, it's just so far. They need to win like 3 or 4 fights in a row.
It's quite monstrous. They're looking for it now. Sound barrier's there. Bio out onto 3 on the side of Fusion. Belasria taking a nap. Looks like he will get eliminated there by Leave. Carpe tucking back around the corner of the bot for now. Going to be held in place. They're looking for Monk. He throws the bio down onto himself to get that boosted healing. But the Helix rockets from Carpe will find the finishing shot. That being said, the bot now going to be controlled, pushed in the opposite direction by Jinmu. We've got 45 seconds remaining here. Fusion, they need to collect back up as a 5-man unit, but they're on the opposite side of the map, and Lee catches Carpe trying to make his way out.
Too many dead. I mean, you have to wait for Zest to come back from spawn. Now you have to wait for Carpe, who, by the way, is holding your ultimate. Chengdu are pushing the bot backwards, and now that's distance that Fusion once again have to take control of once they win a fight. So we've gone back to square one, and it's about to be the OT. So once the OT kicks off, the spawns become really scuffed. That's going to be a bad look for Fusion, even if they do win this fight, and they desperately need to win this fight.
Yep, Anti goes out on the 2. Nisha going to be cut down. Zest just dashing all the way through. Manages to help get these eliminations. Finishes off Leave here at the very end, as it is a team kill. Luckily the bot didn't go quite as far this time. They will get it back into pushing position here relatively soon, but all 5 members of the Chengdu Hunters have now respawned. 4 ults versus nearly 4. As Monk and Nisha are very close to having those.
If Belasria going in deep, I mean, this is going to have to be ultimate territory almost immediately. Potentially looking for Primal. The longer that Fusion actually hold these ultimates, the better. But they've got a nano visor now.
Yeah, they're going to go for it because they have to wait at the bot. The bot is currently waiting. He's taking this little break as he gets ready to continue pushing. Counter visor comes in from Lee. Crucially, the sleep dart connects from Aim God, shuts it down, gets rid of the nano as well. Now, though, they turn their sights back over the bot. The Dragon Blade's being pulled. Jinmu pops the Death Blossom. Aim God, Belasria going down. Fixa, no HP. He is dead. And it's just Carpe left standing. He is nowhere nearby. Chengdu Hunters, I don't know what it is about this map, but they pick up another win on Colosseo in dominant fashion. Philly Fusion trying to make it work at the very end, but could not go far enough.
And I have to go back to that fight many moons ago now, up the ramp of the Fusion spawn, right? The one where they kind of looked a little bit lost, chasing Leave around the map and didn't quite, initiate when it was kind of the onus was on them to make the first move, right? You know, they're the white team on the chessboard. They have to kind of go first, and if they fail to do that, Monk or somebody on the Chengdu Hunter side just gets these opening picks, and from there, the snowball was far too much. You cannot allow the other team to go beyond, I would say, like 70 meters. If you want a reasonable chance at a comeback, 117, you can forget about it, because you're at a stage with Philadelphia, 58 versus 117 in the OT. By the time they touch their own marker, their own distance marker, they have to push double that distance. in OT to even have a chance. So it's more than a mountain to climb. We're going up Everest with no climbing gear on that one.
Well, Chengdu Hunters set themselves up for success and set up the Fusion to fail. That they do. First map of Colosseo goes over to the Chengdu Hunters. Now coming up, we're going to have Escort. We'll see if the Fusion can fare a bit better on Watchpoint. Gibraltar tie it up 1-1. We'll find out when we come back from the break. And we are back. One map out of the way. Colosseo going the way of the Chengdu Hunters in very dominant fashion. A absolutely massive push set up for themselves. Fusion cannot match it in overtime. Now they find themselves down a map here at the start of the series. We've got Watchpoint Gibraltar coming up next. And see if they can tie this up, or if the Chengdu Hunters will be very much back in form and see if they can take a 2-0 lead here, Avril.
And, you know, it did look good. It looked very good what we saw on our opening map of Colosseo. Daisy on that Zarya was actually performing quite well. I do have to question a little bit, you know, is it the right call for Ballesteria to be run there on the Winston on a map that I think a lot of teams have now very much focused on towards Zarya. That question, you know, will have to be answered another day as we head over to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Changes coming through as Gaga coming back in over Dicey to play the Winston. Obviously now is a great time to bring out the Winston for Watchpoint, right? And then on the other end, MN3 coming in for Carpe as he usually does. Carpe plays the first map. MN3 plays most of the other maps, especially ones where snipers are important, and MN3 would definitely be sniping. Leave will also be picking up the sniper rifle on the opposite end. We've seen a little bit of a quiet performance out of Leave on that sniper. Yesterday, he got out-dueled by Shy. To be fair, Shy's probably one of the best that we have here. MN3 has had some really good moments, has had some quiet moments. We'll have to see who wins that sniper duel once we get into map.
Yeah, it feels like kind of just based on the eye test that we've had so far, this should be somewhat equal. Equal footing here between Leave and MN3. We'll just have to see who gets the better of the other and which team can really help enable their Widowmakers on either side. We'll jump into this and see how it goes. Philly not beating Chengdu since the second week of last season. Let's see if they can get in the get another one here in the second week of this season.
They've only played 4 times. Did that all take place last year? Did these two teams ever play each other in previous seasons? I do wonder. Because both Philly and Chengdu were obviously in the same region last year, but I have no idea whether they actually play beyond that. So it could just be like all the results from these two teams actually happened very recently.
Hard to say from recollection. Would have thought that at some point in 2019 they would have met.
I'll look it up in my spare time. But what we do have here, Seth, is, I don't know, do you call this one the Orange Bowl? The orange team wins. That's all I can say. No matter what, I can say that an orange team will definitely win today.
The Orange Chicken Bowl?
Somehow Gaga's already dead.
Yeah. He tried to just dive the high ground. It looks like Fusion very much knew that he likes to try to go for walkway early on. Everybody was gathered up there and they get a full punish. So, a good read there by the Fusion. It's a first step.
So, Philly and Chengdu did actually play each other one time in 2019 Stage 4, but beyond that, the other 3 were all last year. So, they'd only met one time before the most recent season, which is really interesting to say. Monk getting a fragment of Zesta, that'll be really putting some pressure on the defense now as Chengdu want to walk forward.
Okay, dive coming in, MN3 getting jumped on, Gaga finding that elimination. A nice little pick off there for him, but we'll trade it out. They get the punish onto the enemy Winston. Cart, in the meantime, being brought up through the underpass by a Leaf. They'll leave it right there at the top of the ramp, and now go back up top to try to find some snipes.
I mean, it's a good, decent amount of progression. Not quite up the ramp, but it's enough so that you can start focusing on server now. You take high ground, you take server from there, then you translate that into free cart push, or as whatever kind of cart push you can moving up. But with Leave down, that'll now have to force Chengdu back a little bit, unless they want to commit with 4.
Shots flying, MN3. Just pumping damage out. So far, just minor skirmishing, but not really resulting in kills as of yet. Leave again, working his way through the underpass. Spots Zest, instantly pops the deflect there to make sure that he keeps himself safe.
Slowing down quite significantly now. We've got 2 minutes left to go. I mean, Ultimates is only just starting to come online. Bellastria has that Primal ready to go. Nano has to be kind of the first port of call here for either team to engage. But, I mean, the Blaze is so far away, so it'll just be dry Blaze other way.
Primal here from Bellastria. He's juggling Leave into the corner. He's looking for that elimination. Hasn't managed to finish him off yet. In the meantime, Jinmu, recipient of a nano boost, will manage to get 1, 2, 3. Both supports and Zest now out of the fight. The Dragon Blade has been built up, and that is a very successful ult there out from Monk. Poison Trap thrown down in desperation. MN3 with a nice little body tap onto Jinmu. Can't get him in the head, can't get the finish onto the Genji, and in the meantime, Bellastria is left out all by himself. Yep, gets picked off. The cap will be coming in.
Well, Bellastria, primaled in the very first fight. Well, not the first fight, but the one just preceding this one. And forced out, obviously, Philadelphia Fusion, speaking of forcing, they're trying to get this fight in. Maybe they can actually win this fight with a triple nano, the triple Bionade rather, landing from Aim God, but the numbers are still just not going the way of Philly in this fight, despite the nano being used.
Yeah, no, it's absolute catastrophe there. I mean, they throw the nano onto Zest to try to recontest, but they can't touch the cart in time. It's far too late, and they end up just giving the ultimate over for free. Now you look at the ult economy here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. They've got 4 ready to go. It's absolutely massive. Oh me, oh my. This is looking like a bit of a catastrophe here, Avril.
Still free pushing. I mean, we're still just moving up. We're trying to look for space from Philly right now. Hunters have all the ultimates. Infrasite's kind of locked up Fusion. They're not willing to push into it. And now look, they're just stuck in a small room. Zest uses blade. He's dead.
Yeah, they both use the blades. They both end up dying, but it's still going to be a trade-up for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, who make it a 3-for-1 exchange. Jinmu, the only one dead. Now 4 minutes and 17 seconds remaining as they just steamrolled their way through this hangar. They're on to the final stretch, and the Philly Fusion just cannot find any ground to stand on.
What is it with teams over-respecting Leave's Infrasight? Do they think the Infrasight does damage or something? They're all scared of it. Hangzhou, yesterday, they completely backed out of the second phase when Leave popped Infrasight. Here, Fusion is stuck. They just completely froze it. They were petrified. Couldn't move out. Then they just got collapsed on in the small room. Both the Genjis died with blades. But Philly was still stuck in the bad place while Rally was being popped.
Oh, Jinmu. They're going for the dive. They both get in on top of the supports, and Fixa will fall. Jinmu does end up dying. Somehow Aim God staying alive for a little bit longer, but Gaga eventually just leaps his way into the back, gets that elimination. Now pops the Primal Rage to keep himself alive, and he's just gating MN3 out of the spawn room. He wants to escape, he wants to live, but Gaga says absolutely not on my watch. They get the kills. The cart has just been pushing completely unimpeded this entire time. They finally will stop it for just a moment as Bellisria tries to play around it. A nice snipe from him in 3 results in Monk hitting the ground. The Nano Boost now going to be taken out of the equation. Looks for a little bit more as he moves up right into open territory, trying to duke it out against Leave. Jumps up over the top, spots Jinmu for just a moment. Call will come in, Zest will move to contest, and finally, they have stopped the cart, but at what cost? And look how far it's gone.
And there's still plenty of time left. I mean, Hunters, they are forcing resources out from the Fusion. They lose the fight in many ways, but at the same time, there's still plenty of opportunities to push forward. Monk had a tiny bit of an alt lead onto Aim God, but both will have the Nano available now. MN3 get taken down. That's probably going to be Chengdu's moment to start walking in. Bellisria instantly primals off that.
There goes Zest as well, now eliminated. There's no DPS to speak of. Leave falling low, 8 HP will get eliminated here by Bellisria at the end. Now turns his sights over to protecting the rest of his team, the supports that need to survive. That's going to be the Nano going out on the Victor just to make sure that he does go ahead, swing away, get that passive healing rolling around him, as well as build up towards the rally. Looking for a little bit more here as they continue to pursue deep. Gaga falling low, but has the Primal to rely on should he need it, and he will pop it as the rally goes out from Nisha as well. Infrasight now up from Leave. MN3 going to be matching. Aim God being juggled way out into Narnia. They isolate him. They get the kill. Fixa now with no extra healing. The rally is not going to be good enough. Gets cut down as Jinmu looks for a little bit more.
Down to Zest.
Blade swipe will find MN3. Leave the only casualty on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. And the cart in the meantime pushes through. Gaga just sat there grinning as he rides himself into victory. A minute and 48 remains here for the Chengdu Hunters as they complete the map.
Insane last whip shot boop there by Nature as well, just to make sure Zest can't get that second slash, enable the dash, go on a killing spree, and you have to kind of credit the sort of decision making by the Chengdu Hunters there in the last couple of fights, because let me run it back for you in terms of what happens here. Leave gets a headshot kill onto MN3, starts the 5v4 push into the C point for the Philadelphia Fusion, who instantly respond with Primal. They nano as well. I think there might have been a third ultimate in there, if I'm not mistaken. Even the rally was popped, so Philly, credit to them. They want to defend. They're obviously desperate to defend. They can't let the point go, so they're going to spend a lot of ultimates, but they are in a position where they're forced to overspend. Chengdu Hunters knowing, okay, well, Leave's going to get solo primaled here. We've got 3 other ultimates, not going to pop a single one of them. We're happy to lose this fight because we know Fusion are going to overspend, and then the subsequent fight. That's when Hunters have everything to work through. As you called it, Aim God booped into the back line, Jinmu gets rid of Fixa, and there's no more supports. Once the supports are gone, the only way that Philly can bring this one back is Zest has to pop off. He doesn't. Look at that boop again.
Beautiful stuff there. Jinmu especially, who has been somewhat shrouded in doubt as far as, the impact that he's been finding in these losses that we've seen. Immaculate performance so far on the Genji there. Looks like now on the defense, though, will be trying his hand at the Echo once more. Leaf, of course, going to be sticking through with the Widowmaker. As the TP comes down, they jump across.
We'll see if defensive Widowmaker helps Leave out more, although to be fair, Leave has had a much better time today versus MN3. He did versus Shy yesterday. Both of them will exchange shots, losing past each other's heads. And as you said, it's going to be Zarya plus the Echo for the opening defense. Now, this isn't going to help Chengdu a lot on B, but for A, I think it's reasonable. The only issue is that Gaga's going to have to find a good place to drop this grab. Otherwise, he's going to be stuck on Zarya for B, which is not ideal.
It's all the outline there of Zest just crouched behind the cart, trying to inch it forward here, get it to the top of the ramp through the underpass. Has managed to do so successfully thus far. Jinmu pushing the corner. A bold move here from him, given that MN3 is just sitting there with sight lines, but Leave just jump peeks the corner. Manages to tap him in the head. Nice opening kill. Now looks for a little bit more. Zest dashing away just at the right second, but God revealed behind Fix's shield. Gets punished. The sticky bombs will finish off Bellisria. The rest of the team now needs to reset.
And the other thing here is as well that Hunters having control of the high ground, you know, they need that because it's very difficult for Gaga on the Zarya to regain it if they do lose. So Philly, kind of their first step has to be to push Gaga off first, and then the only way that Chengdu Hunters can actually play this point properly is to fight for server. So you need to start removing positions that the Hunters can safely use, and you know, they've taken even more high ground here. Gaga's now on, what, that top left position. He's going to have to back out soon, but Leave is still pumping and plenty of damage that finally he's going to get taken down.
Does get a nice little kill there, but can they do anything off the back of it is the question. They need a bit more. Try to force the positions here of the Chengdu Hunters. Get them off this high ground, shift them around the server to continue bringing the cart forward. But now Bellisria is on that duty, and Jinmu is completely just stuck in the corner. Nothing that he could do. Ends up going down to the pulse bomb there from Zest. And now looks for another target, knows that Leave has returned, finds him, scoped in, dashes across to the opposite side, looking to get the elimination, but loses track of him, actually. So Leave will live to fight another day.
Chengdu is split. Chengdu is split between 3 and 2. Look, 2 people spawn 3 in server, and right now Philly can collapse.
Oh, yeah, and MN3, he manages to get that shot off. It's like he might have just poked his head into server room, takes down Nisha. Now he's duking it out here on the high ground with this duplicate Ana. Jinmu will get broken out of it. It's melted down to the end. As the healing will sustain MN3. Now looks for Monk. Shots flying. Not quite connecting, but turns his sights to Gaga. Gets the quick little shot there onto Monk's head. And that will finally be the cap coming in for the Philly Fusion. Just shy of 4 minutes remaining now as split spawn onto Jinmu. Means that he ends up getting picked off. Some extra little stagger to help them get this cart moving.
So much of that came down to Zest getting that initial pick-off onto Jinmu, right, who, by the way, didn't have the duplicate at that time. He then transfers that on towards Leave. He doesn't kill Leave, but puts the pressure, forcing Leave into spawn. That's how we got the 2-3 split, because Jinmu's respawning, Leave's pushed back to spawn. The rest of the Hunters still playing A in the safest position, which is server room. And after that point, Philly just have to pick their fight, 5v3 or 5v2. They kind of win both sides. They don't even really have to use ultimates. I mean, look at this, 4 in the bank for Philly Fusion. That's huge for their now campaign progress on towards B.
Yeah, I mean, it's very reminiscent of what the Chengdu Hunters had when they started their stretch moving through the hangar as well. It was also 4 ults. Leave, well, into the back lines. Or rather, into the back lines goes Bellisria looking for Leave. Now has him stuck in the corner, in the dropship itself. Minipack not going to save him. Looks like Nisha will manage to pull over. Comes to his aid, gives his life for the cause. Leave now stuck down here on the low ground with nothing to do. Will just end up dying. Cart can continue rolling forward as Imgod will get a nice little sleep set up for the kill on the Gaga. Get that energy reset, but he will have to run back in and rejoin with the squad.
Payload is really pushed up now. The problem is Gaga dies so late. He needs to grab, then die very quickly to go to Winston. He'll come back on Winston now, but how can they contest this one properly? Nisha can just pop rally, I guess. Leave getting an opening pick on M3 will do them some good. Philly Fusion now down to 1 ultimate, and they got to give up space for this one. They don't want to fight 5v4 anymore. This is a lot of breathing space for Chengdu to reset.
Yeah, I mean, we're hitting the point now where Fusion, even if they get this cap on a B and they can make their way to C, even if they were able to just coast the whole way there, it's going to be with less time than the Chengdu Hunters have banked already. MN3 returns, manages to get some revenge, takes out Leave. High priority target, now looks for another one. As Bellisria going to be taking a nap as soon as the Nano goes out onto the Winston. He'll step up, goes back, looks for another target, receives a bit of damage, continues to contest the cart as they try to get in on top of Monk. They're looking to take him low, they get the bubble, they try to cut off the healing. It manages to come up with the kill, the pulse bomb goes out, Nisha is eliminated. That's the support's gone here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Leave still sat up the back left. Zap taken down, Zest there for the alley-oop kill. They do lose out on fix-up. Low HP here for Bellisria, just trying to play forward. They're trying to pump heals into him. He's got to leap away. Only 24 HP remaining. Same can be said for Gaga, who goes lower and lower, but they cannot get the elimination. The supports return. They keep him in the fight. Bellisria re-engaging. Now has the Primal Rage available for the extended fight, but They're dwindling right now in the time bank. Just a minute and 10 seconds remaining. Primal goes out. He's looking for the corner juggle here. On to leave. Has to exit yet again, though, as he falls low. Needs to receive some healing. The support's still playing quite far back around the corner.
I mean, Zest is nearly onto a second pulse bomb, by the way, and this is kind of still the same fight. Had 3 kills in that previous one, but Hunters still managed to come back with their respawns, leave onto a soldier now, a little bit more stable for this final point, or rather, what could be the final fight if this time runs out. M3 dives into the back line, just flanking as a Widow, but he gets killed.
Yep. He's trying to go for the hero play. He does manage to find Monk that yet again takes the nano boost out of the equation, but can they get the cap in the meantime? The cart right now, free rolling. They manage to contest it. 0.39 meters left to go. There are 33 seconds left in the time bank. Nisha, however, falls, so they are just swapping back and forth between these supports. The Primal is there. Gaga managing to pop it in time. Monk now returns, throws out that nano boost. It goes on to Jinmu as he looks for some targets. He looks for some kills. The cart still not yet moved in. It's closer and closer, but Gaga continues to contest this cart. And now Nisha has returned. The cap does come through. Just a very small margin there, a very slim amount of time that it actually could move on. It wasn't being contested.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Gaga stepped away for millimeters, it felt. He actually saw that he went away. I thought he was still contesting. He probably thought he was still contesting. It was very close, but he did technically to step away, and that gave enough space just for the Philadelphia Fusion to push on through, but time is still a factor. There's 148 for Hunters. There was less than 130 for Fusion. Just beginning this point. Leave has Visor now. The rally's been popped. Chengdu want to fight here.
Yep, they're just right back over to the same comp that we saw on their attack. MN3, though, gotten himself into a nice position. Does find leave. Good headshot to try to open things up. The cart being contested. Nisha the shield bash to try to exit as Belisria goes into the back line with the Primal Rage. MN3 finds yet another kill. A headshot on a Jinmu. Takes out the Genji. It's going to further delay a Dragon Blade, which will take a considerable amount of time to build up. He may not have one unless this goes into a wild OT push. MN3, though, is not going to give him the opportunity. Gets yet another elimination. Instantly pops. That Visor now. Just go ahead for the infrasight, rather. Looks for another target. They just continue to contest him at every twist and turn. Gaga trying to stay glued to this Widowmaker as best as he possibly can. He falls low, drops down to the cart, pops the bubble. Leap under fire with attack Visor. The nade goes out from Monk. They manage to sustain him. Now they'll charge the corner. The Helix rockets going in. And every kill here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters is a step in the right direction. A massive step at that, as there's just 5 seconds remaining. Someone's got to contest. Swap over from Belisria over to the Doomfist. It's going to have to be Zest. He moves up. He gets the touch onto the cart. Instantly receives that anti-nade. Jinmu dives into the back. Gets the deflection onto MN3. The DPS is out of the equation. One of the supports joins them in the grave. Belisria, left to his own devices, will not be able to do anything whatsoever. The OT will bleed away. And they get damn close, but it's not close enough. Chengdu Hunters take this map, and now they move up to match point 2-0 with this win on Gibraltar.
And Philadelphia Fusion, I mean, a 6-0 start in their opening 2 matches. Now they're 5 maps down, and their most recent 2 matches here. Jinmu coming out with some heroics towards the end on the Genji. I think he was a big factor in capping C as well, but at the end of the day, Gaga holding his ground. He might have died in that second to last fight, but still respawns before the OT hits, so isn't impacted by respawns taking longer in the OT. Has a Primal available. There is still a Nano from Monk as well. Monk, who, by the way, I think he got... Last I checked, and there was still at least 30 seconds remaining, he had 10 overall sleeps on that map, and more than half of them, I'd say 7 or 8 of them felt like they were on Belisria alone, and even Jinmu, when he duplicates Ana as well, he landed a couple of nasty sleeps onto Belisria, so Belisria got caught napping for most of that map, unfortunately, for the Fusion side of things, but Chengdu, 148 in the time bank. They forced the OT on B when they were defending, which means Fusion only had 130 to push through C anyway. They needed to basically had to have a flawless game. They couldn't do that on C, despite MN3 hitting so many shots on that C point. 3 DPS kills in a row. It wasn't enough.
No, it was not. Now Midtown is all that stands between Chengdu Hunters and a 3-0 victory over the Philly Fusion. Fusion need to reverse sweep if they want to move up 3-1 rather than down to 2-2. Otherwise, looks like these two teams may be having the same overall score line at the end of this map. The Chengdu Hunters continue to pop off the way that they are right now. We'll see if the Fusion can get themselves together, but I think back to yesterday on this very map where they were completely held by the Dynasty. It was a very rough going for them. We'll see if they've improved it when we come back from the break. We are back. Chengdu Hunters continuing to assert dominance. We were talking about it at the beginning of Gibraltar. They have the match win record, over the Philly Fusion. Fusion have not been able to best them since week 2 of last year. And it might not happen yet. They might have to wait and go again in a future stage, because right now it is looking like a 3-0 sweep is on the horizon here for the side of the Chengdu Hunters, who look very much reinvigorated after their last 2 match losses. Fusion looking like they may still be in that slight slump that we saw from them yesterday versus the Dynasty.
And we're back on the map. Yesterday, that Fusion I'm talking about here, unfortunately lacked the most. They were completely exposed versus Seoul yesterday. The Smurf profit dived, dismantled them. Now we are playing against a different team here. We have Daisy coming in for Gaga, which means it's going to be Zarya time. They won't be diving into your backline with the Winston anymore. Leave could still play Tracer, but it's unlikely to see a Tracer played with a Zarya, so opportunity here for Fusion to maybe run back Midtown, but versus a different playstyle / composition. Fury coming in to play the Zarya as well, so here's a point of belief, here's some hopium for Fusion. Fury versus Daisy, veteran Zarya player versus rookie Zarya player. That could be a point of difference that Fusion can lean on, because right now, you need something in your books that you can say, we can win in this area, because if you don't have that, Fusion, it's not looking good for a comeback here. So, Midtown, opportunity to make the run back from yesterday and redeem themselves.
We'll see if they can do it. I mean, we do have MN3 sticking in for the Fusion as well. Carpe not going to be returning, so we'll see if MN3 just widely going to be sticking with snipers as well coming into Midtown. Because we're seeing a hell of a lot of, Tracer, Soldier 76 and whatnot on this map. We'll see what they have spruce up for us here as we get ready to go into it, but everything to play for now here for the side of the Fusion. Need to get this reverse sweep. Go ahead and rectify the mistakes from yesterday.
And we had Carpe on the Reaper yesterday for Fusion on this exact map. Fury also did play. It was Zarya versus Winston Smurfs. Winston specifically made plenty of comments about how Creative in particular really shut down Zest, did not allow him to play. Monk has been having a pretty good performance today on his own Ana. He had been mostly, I would say, putting pressure on the Balisria, but with Fury coming in now, it might just be different. Obviously, the entire sort of game plan and how you approach these 2 matchups, this matchup in particular, is going to be different to yesterday. Fusion starting out on the Ashe for the defense. So not a Soldier, to me, a little bit more volatile. Ashe has to be a confidence pick. This is one of those situations where Ashe might not be optimal, but even a slightly suboptimal pick can work for you if that specific player is having a great day, knows exactly what they're doing, and is playing with a lot of confidence and hitting those shots.
Well, here we go. The gates have opened. The Chengdu Hunters making their way over towards the point. First on the attack. Daisy looking really, really strong in that first map of Colosseo. We'll see if he can have another repeat performance like that, but already first blood is going to be drawn by the hands of Aim God, taking down Jinmu. Shots from him, finding that pick, alleviating pressure, and very much I think the big thing is just delaying that Dragon Blade as long as humanly possible.
Yeah, shades of Monk doing the same to Zest on our opening map, but this time with less stakes involved as Chengdu just get to kind of back out, Blade a little bit. It does cost them 40 or so seconds, which I think is decent as far as time goes. MN3 taking quite a few shots. You notice none of the Philadelphia Fusion actually playing out of the fire station on that left side from Leaf's POV, so Chengdu Hunters kind of know everybody on the Fusion is on the ground, so they're going to play a very ground-focused game.
Yep, just playing around the fire truck here, trying to keep
they're flanking.
protected. Dive into the back, Aim God going to be picked off. Got the Bionade out into the niche, but there's no one there to capitalize. Good sleep. Though I believe actually onto Monk's Zest, I believe actually deflected that back onto him and then was able to find the elimination from there. Very solid little micro play from him, but they are giving up the point a bit. First tick going to be coming down as Aim God will be rejoining with the team here shortly. Jinmu now falling. Fury finds the opening to get right in on top of Leaf. The eliminations will continue to flow. Daisy just going to be stuck in the corner, gets killed. The reset goes in for his energy, and the Fusion will manage to stave off the Chengdu Hunters at least for now.
I mean, that was probably Philadelphia, well, rather Hunters on borrowed time there because they went for the ultra-long flank right. They went towards the spawn of the Philadelphia Fusion. Cool, they caught Aim God. However, they lose Monk in the process. Their team is now split just like on Gibraltar A between spawn and a couple players playing all the way behind enemy lines. No way to successfully regroup, and, well, Fusion just need to come back and actually win that fight. But they gave up a tick, which is not ideal for the Fusion, and ultimately Hunters can be happy with getting that tick.
Monk's nearly with the nano. Aim God has outpaced him toward it. I'll just have that ready to roll. Grabs darn close between both of these Zaryas as well. See who could just pull the trigger first. Zest, having done so much work, now has the blade up, dashes and instantly finds 3 kills. Make it a 4th. He's looking for the wipe, and he will have it. 1 blade pull, 1 team kill. Thank you very much, Mr. Fusion. That is what we want to see. Zest putting the team on his back in that moment.
From Ace. An ace for Zest. Call that an A to Z play for Genji playing the Philadelphia Fusion there. Brilliant 5k to remove all the time and remove a lot of that opening pressure from the Chengdu Hunters. Okay, they still have a lot of ultimates, but pretty clean team-wide. Philadelphia Fusion now have to defend against the major gamut of ultimates, so they don't have the Nano Blade this time. They still have a bomb to buy time, rally plus a grab as well. Dicey also has a grab. There's a lot more Hunters to play through, and this is going to be their final good attempt.
Where's the visor? The deflect comes out, but Zest, while he stays alive for a little bit longer there, does end up falling to it. Leaf just cutting around the corner, grabs that mini pack. Helix Rocket straight into Aim God, tries to get the finisher. They play a little bit of ring around the Rosie, and Aim God will actually capitalize. That's both of the DPS dead on the side of the Chengdu Hunters.
That's
Granted,
huge.
they have that faster run back, but they might be able to recontest here. The second tick coming through. Aim God inching forward. They're thinking about it. He's going to start moving up. Oh, the Sleep Dart not going to connect. There was no bubble or anything, but Zest does dive in to continue the contest. Now backed up by Fixa. And MN3, they get themselves positioned forward. Jinmu dashing in, looking for the elimination. The blade now going to be pulled. Does find 2. Seems like this should be the beginning of the end here on this point, as Aim God from beyond the grave will get that last little tap in to get the finishing blow. But overall, I think for Fusion, you're not too concerned about that. You managed to force the blade just to get the cap.
Yep.
And now it's only less than 3 minutes remaining for this push.
That's one of those things that happens when just because Aim God got a 2-piece there, including a very nice kill into Leave, and then sadly misses an easy sleep on a Dicey. That's how it is, right? You get those very difficult plays, but then sometimes you whip the easy ones. In any case, that forced out the extra blade because Chengdu didn't get a clean cap. That allowed Fusion to walk back in because Aim God got picks, and then Chengdu had to spend extra to get that cap. So from an economical standpoint, Philly probably lose the point anyway, but they make it very expensive for the Hunters.
Nicely done. Could feel decent about that one at the very end. As MN3 now going into the street space has shifted back over to the Widowmaker. So this shows why we very much have him staying in over Carpe. See if he can continue to find some dominance that we did see from him near the end of that Watchpoint Gibraltar.
And the push is stalled out here.
Slow.
Quite significantly, as you said, slow right Hunters. They prioritize high ground. Now they're just going to go for the play. Fury grab onto just 1, and Leaf didn't even take damage off that. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, bubbles and everything used. No one really able to get on top of him. He does stay safe. Get the sleep as he gives a nice little wave to get the push back up the whip shot onto Dicey, sending him into no man's land. They get that finisher. Good pickoffs coming through here from the side of the Fusion, who can go ahead and leave this cart stuck in the underpass.
And Zest looking for the final bits of damage to get this next blade up as well. It's going to be a pretty unsupported blade with no nano available. Fury slipped. Is that an opportunity maybe for the Chengdu Hunters start walking on forward? Fury not in a very dangerous spot, still supported by team on this high ground. And it looks like Hunters, I mean, it's Zarya versus Zarya, right? So the only way they can fight for the high ground is to just kind of run Fury versus Dicey. They have to go head to head here, like 2 Ryans battling, but it's going to be the Zarya version.
Instant whip shot out, pushes Leaf back, tries to force him inside, deny those sight lines, so Attack Visor not going to find too much here. Does force a couple members of Fusion back away, so they are trying desperately to get this cart to finally exit out of the underpass, get it to the top of the ramp. And the rollback is coming
Fury
through.
Here we go.
Waiting for it, Zest pulls the blade. Not going to happen, doesn't get caught, but Leaf finds 1, and Zest says, yeah, I can't do much with this one. Everybody's just so split apart, we lose a member. Aim God out of the fight. Fury as well going to be dead. Seems like Chengdu should be able to keep the map going. As the cart is about to roll forward, they have it. There's the cap. MN3 only coming up with 1 as they chase forward looking for the Widowmaker, and they will get him. Now it's for the final stretch. Only a minute and a half, though, for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Can very much get slowed down and have that clock drained.
I mean, this is a decent amount of distance, though, right? I think probably not expecting them to finish the map anymore, but any sort of distance through C is going to be good. Have to really credit the play from Dicey. I thought he was going to go for a solo grab into Fury. Fusion probably thought it was going to be a solo grab into Fury. He runs past, grabs Aim God, Leave gets the kill on Aim God, and then they have a support advantage. Not even the sound barrier ended up saving people in Fusion, which is wild. And Zest couldn't find those kills via the blade. He's getting them now, just in the neutral.
Well, the support's dead. God does get traded, but Vix is still here for the side of the Fusion. Dicey, it's like right-click kill coming through onto himself as Jinwoo does get on top of MN3. Good elimination, but widely the fight is won here by Fusion, and they will be able to control this cart for now. 40 seconds remaining for Chengdu.
Yeah, not ideal for the rest of the Hunter squad there. You know, kind of, they did get staggered quite significantly. Leave even staggering himself by trying to sprint away. Shouldn't be doing that. But all 5 alive now. Last 30 seconds. Goal for Hunters here is just to make it around the next corner. If they can get one fight win here and, you know, get another, I would say, 15-ish meters to 20 meters on board, they'd be pretty happy with that.
Keeping Jinwoo topped up. Nano Blade very much going to be the play here. Fury trying to get the grab online. Jinwoo pops the blade and they can isolate him. That's massive, but there goes the Nano. Great shot from MN3. Gets the elimination. Nisha as well under fire. MN3 finds that kill as well. And God continues to be bloodthirsty and everybody is zoned back away from the cart. And that's where it will finish. 63 meters on the final stretch. Fusion certainly still do have their work cut out for them given that we didn't get to see them cap A yesterday. But this is a much better look. The team playing together a lot more so than we were seeing on the first 2 maps.
Yeah, it's a 24-meter gain from where they were stuck at for actually losing a fight. So Chengdu Hunters do okay in that regard, just to squeeze a bit more out. We won't expect them to get too much further, although we'll never really know because when you look back at it, they did have Nanoblade. A lot could have happened with the Nanoblade. Have to look back at MN3. Really huge shots to get those kills. Importantly onto Monk, right, who, like we sort of sitting there, the Nano so required in that fight, and everyone just falling to MN3 who had the angles to work through. Fusion, look at the defense they were looking for without having to really struggle for it. As get the replay here just to see how MN3 did. He was actually on the back angle. My goodness, This is a Pine level play. This is a Pine on Junkertown level of just like, let me just go all the way into the back line, fellas, and get these kills.
Yeah, I initially assumed that he was, up on that high ground right, dead in front of them.
Yeah.
Saw Jinwoo contesting up top, but he was actually tussling around a little bit with zest in that moment. Now, 10 seconds for the doors to open. Looks like MN3 might be coming out the gates yet again with the Ash. See if he can have similar impact here on this attack, but massive flank from him. Utterly incredible positioning there.
He would have had to have gone through the top, so, because the way you get there via a flank is that you have to have access to high ground to kind of walk down the stairs on that right side from attacker's POV, so very sneaky play from MN3 to get there unspotted completely. That's one of those tactical shooter type plays you completely to the back lines that completely destroys you, so now Fusion looking for it, as I'm sure both of us are very aware of that. MN3 now, he'll be looking for what is this, attacking Ash, so it's not going to be quite the Widow. To be fair, Widow sightlines on A, probably not as good. Good sleep.
Good sleep looking for the finish. Monk playing with fire still, and Zest will just dash through, up over the top of the train car. Keeps himself alive. A little bit of healing coming through. The deflection going to be popped. Just duking out, looking for leave now. Dashes in, right click just needs to connect, but he grabs the health pack, keeps himself in the fray. Zest though, still being topped up.
Zest is caught.
Back in. Zest is just really playing on a high wire right now. Does manage to not lose his footing. He can't come up with too much else. Keeping pace though with Jinwoo for the blade.
Dash coming online, deflect like you said to save him. Looking pretty dire though. Hunters were all around surrounding, but Prey escapes this time. Chengdu Hunters, they still are working on ultimates. Vice is very close now, and we're in a sort of position where, despite the Nano being there for Fusion, when Leave gets this, I mean, the next time Fusion want to really walk forward, Leave can do quite a decent amount of just a solo Vice, and he's going to have to pop it very soon. As soon as he's got it, he has to use it now.
That he is. No, Nisha gone. There's the opener that they're looking for. Start making their way over towards the point, try to get this ticked up. Jinwoo on the high ground, the dash in from Zest. He's looking for the finish, forces him back over to the point. Hills coming
they're waiting
through.
for Nano,
Jinwoo.
I think.
Sustained, yeah. Looking for it. It's going to be Blade v Blade. Draws it out, looking for Monk to deflect pop first. Gets one swipe, but train on the Ana so far. Jinwoo managed to find Aim God as well. The Nano, however, is onto Jinwoo. He's able to follow up for a second kill. This time, Fury falling. Zest stuck in an awkward spot. Jinwoo just slicing and dicing, dashing his way to success. Comes up with those kills. That is more than half of the time bank drained away from the Fusion. They haven't gotten a tick yet.
I mean, that's the sort of situation where Fusion go up 5v4, they start pushing on in. Hunters can either hold their ground via the visor, but they choose to just back out. I was going to say all back out, but they usually when you back out, you're going to lose ticks for it. You're going to lose a lot of, objective control for that. They actually don't lose that much. They kind of back out, but Fusion are very cautious about moving forward. Monk comes back in. I mean, whoever died just comes back in. And at that stage, Chengdu Hunters, their back is 5. They even have time to build a nano, and they get to nano the place. So when Zest pulls blade, so does Jinmu.
Double dinks here for MN3, but unable to find the eliminations to really open the point. He's looking for Nisha yet again. Just stay tucked away underneath the staircase. Bob going to be sent out, looking to apply some pressure, but the sleep, of course, is there from Monk. Has that ready to go. Takes him out of the equation rather quickly. Monk a little bit under fire. Has to throw down that Bionade for himself. And I was saying the Bob was out of the equation, but he woke back up and he manages to find Daisy. MN3 getting this kill on the leave has finally broken open the point. The Fusion will get this cap. Not going to be full held. Can start moving the cart, but with limited time. Just 3 minutes for them now to get this thing going.
Yeah, the Bob will outlast the sleep, so you have to still kind of deal with it in some ways, even when the sleep is over. Zest getting the kills, Bob contributing, and the Philadelphia Fusion walking up with a solo grab onto the leave. It's enough. It stops the visor from really getting any major effect. Grab time will now be in the hands of Daisy. He's gone for that one.
He just lobs it in there, finds Fury. Focus fire is good. They get the kill. Aim God taken down at the back end, and this will just be the cleanup now, as they will get a team kill. One ult used. One team fight one. Not bad there for the side of the Chengdu Hunters. It's the kind of economic swing you want to have.
So this is the really contentious area now. If Hunters are going to win this map in any fashion, has to happen on B. What they need to do is be able to bleed down this timer exactly, well, ideally 2 OT, so that when Fusion, if they do cap B, are in the same 130 position as the Hunters were going on to C. Anything more than that, it's going to be rough.
Well, there's the Nano Blade yet again, and Jinmu is continuing to find an immense amount of value. Cleaning him up now, looks for Zest, can't get him. Will be the last one left standing as he slinks his way back into the spawn room. Nice cleanup there off the coupled ultimates, and now Nisha still holds onto the sound barrier, ready to try to counteract Zest's own Nano Blade, which is going to be coming up here rather shortly.
It's a minute gone now, so another one of those fights, and Hunters will be in a very good position, but now they are disadvantaged in ults. As you've said, Blade for Zest, Nano Blade specifically. Fusion should be able to get a decent amount. Now, Fusion probably have to win 2-ish to 3 fights to actually get a cap here with MN3 dead. Fusion resets, so now they're seriously running out of time because the payload distance is not good for Fusion at all.
Yeah, it's not even in the underpass yet, which is going to be one of the most critical spots to try to move it through. But Jinmu, I mean, good lord. They just dropped the sound barrier. They say, yeah, Nano Blade be damned. The Nano does get used, but Zest is not going to pull it. He sees that this is already over, holds on to it, but Jinmu, just with the natural kit of the Genji, absolutely destroys the Fusion.
My goodness, I sent out a tweet yesterday saying, here are the 4 best Genjis in APAC. It didn't have Jinmu in it, and Jinmu's just, hold my sword for just a moment here, fellas. Let me break on into that club. As he's performing super well today, in some cases, even outplaying Zest in a lot of cases here as well. Philadelphia Fusion, nearly into final fight here, another solo grab and Fury, and he's dead. The Bionade combination so deadly.
Yeah, just, I don't know. Bubbles maybe on CD, wasn't able to pop that to keep himself safe. Now Zest going to be taken down by Nisha. Leaf has continued to just flank. He's just playing over by the train car. It does finally fall to MN3, who quickly then is cleaned up, and with only 20 seconds remaining, Chengdu Hunters, you take this every day of the week.
What is that?
Grab going out. What? Oh my gosh, okay, Fury finding absolutely nothing with the grab. Sure, he's got a hell of a lot of energy. He would have killed somebody had he gotten the catch, but it completely whiffs. Fusion, if they can make an overtime push happen off the back of this, it will be a miracle. Sleep there on Dicey for just a moment, but does get woken up. The cart now moving. Chengdu Hunters, they give space over. They say, it's okay. We have a massive advantage. Don't overextend, just pull back. They recollect.
Oh my god, they were touching spawn, and then Fusion had to use ultimates to get out of spawn. Now we're looking for the blade from Zest, but he's just been buffeted away. He's only got 1 kill.
Gets Monk, still going to be a high-value target, but at the same time, Dicey managed to get Fixa. The Bob is out, it's chipping away at Nisha, takes him down to about half HP. The cart's still rolling through the underpass, but now Leaf, set here on the high ground, plops down a heel, drops, goes aggro. Fury will finish him off with the beam, manages to stay alive. The cart continuing to move forward. Fusion might be able to make this happen. Jinmu now going to be picked off. The staggers are massive. Dicey disconnected. Fixa managing to find Nisha. They may actually manage to get this push through to the end. 3.5 meters left to go. They try to push Dicey away, they will just focus fire him down, Monk eliminated, and somehow, some way, the Fusion find the miracle. A minute and a half added to the time bank.
That looked over. That looked over. Fixer got a couple kills. I don't understand. Fusion, they clutch it through. They've clutched it through, but it is only an opportunity. They still have to push through C on the same 130 that Hunters had on their attack. So I guess technically speaking for Hunters, objective, tick that one off the list. They needed to drag it into OT, they did. It's not over for either team though. Fusion can absolutely finish this one. Zest dying here, it's a slowdown. They're still going to be further push attempts, but this does give Hunters the ability to charge ultimates.
Leaf just waiting, looking for a target. Already solid opening kill. Fury nearly with another grab. We go again, we'll see if he can nail somebody this time around. Good opening kill though, as Jinmu will fall. The grab goes out, and this time, yes, they will find Dicey. MN3 aggressively peeks, gets the headshot elimination, but Leaf ends up trading that one right back. However, he's revealed his position, and everybody piles in. They get that kill. 24 seconds remaining. The box is right here. Somebody's going to touch it. Anybody touches it at all, it's going to have to be Jinmu. He's going to have to dash in. He barely manages to make it in time. 0.93 meters left to go. And they pull off of it for just a moment. They have a massive grab. They catch all of them, but it doesn't matter.
God.
It doesn't matter at all. The Fusion. They will glide through. You can see, Fury just like, yeah, I can't believe it. Zest is trying to clap. He's trying to rally them back. But what in the ever-loving hell happened on this map, Avril? This was so
none of it makes sense.
Yeah.
None of it makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, what? I mean, that's, by the way, this is one of those maps that Fusion winning, you can't even feel good about. You're just like, oh, well, I guess Hunters didn't touch the payload, and I don't know. It feels, it's like, I don't want to take away the win, but it's like, it's such an empty win in some ways, because what the hell, Hunters? Like, Jinmu touches, and then their whole team is there. It's like 5 people looking at the payload, each of them less than a meter away. I think I was looking at Nisha, I was like, surely Nisha's actually on there. They grab the whole thing and they're just not on it. What is going on?
We will. This is the Cloud9 Police. This is the C9 Police. We're here to respond to a report.
That's a legitimate C9.
Unbelievable.
All-American beef. GMO-free. Farm to table C9, that one.
Yeah. Okay.
FDA approved.
I know that the players need a moment to recover from that one. We certainly do as well. So we're going to take a quick little break, and we'll see if these teams can get their stuff together for the next map. Fusion trying to get the reverse sweep. Lijiang Tower is what they need to win to take us to a 5th and final. We'll see if they can do it when we return. I'll come back. I still haven't really recovered fully from the things that we just witnessed, but it's okay. Fusion win the map. I almost used air quotes on that one. And they keep themselves alive in this
Technically
series.
win the map.
Yeah, they technically win the map, whether it was a gift, whether that, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on it any further. We're just going to move on with our lives. Lijiang Tower is coming up now. All I know is the Spaghetti Bowl is dead. The rivalry between Fusion and the Seoul Dynasty, it's done. No more Spaghetti Bowl. This is the Orange Chicken Bowl. This is what I'm looking forward to every single time these two teams clash. Yeah. Fusion are looking for a reverse sweep. They are coming into Lijiang Tower with a couple substitutions. We see that Belzria is coming back in, likely to play the Winston and whatever else they may need. If we go Command Center, maybe there's some Reinhardt play. And then Carpe as well, stepping back in for MN3. On the opposite side of things, Chengdu Hunters just flipping Gaga, flipping Daisy.
Okay, to be fair, the Seoul Fusion rivalry is still very much alive because they're like still two teams that have entertaining games, 6-4 overall record. But I don't think that's the game where the spaghetti gets dropped the most anymore. Right now, like you said,
yes,
this is the official name of this rivalry now. I don't want to hear any of this noodle crap people are saying. It's the Orange Chicken Bowl. It's the two orange teams. The orange teams.
Yep.
With that damn orange chicken, that damn tasty orange chicken, Achilles, that you're about to get straight after this game.
I would love that to have some
map,
right now, actually.
That last map is the flagship game of the entire rivalry. Was that Midtown? Right? If anyone wants to know, what's the origin of the Orange Chicken Bowl? That Midtown is the origin of that rivalry. Oh my goodness.
That's where it all began.
It certainly is. And you were here. Where were you when we created a new rivalry? Carpe is certainly going to be here because he's been subbed in for, just to talk over the substitutions a little bit, you kind of touched up on some of them. Carpe usually does come in for both control and push game modes. There's not going to be Zarya played here, but Belzria. So usually what happens if you play main tank instead of an off tank on this map is you have the opportunity to go Ryan on the control center, but otherwise you'll be playing the Winston. At the same time, because Gaga is also coming on in as a main tank player, Fusion and Hunters can sort of handshake this one and say, maybe we could just both play the Winston on control center, maybe we'll both play Ryan. That'll be interesting. Hunters on a Ryan. Haven't seen that one in a hot minute, or maybe at all. Since Among was last year, maybe.
Yeah. It's been a good long while. Out the gates, though, see Jinmu going to be taking back to the skies with the Echo. Leave, of course, on the Soldier 76. Zest moves back over to the Tracer. Belzria, bit of an awkward spot there. Clipped on the corner for just a moment, but not going to be able to get the punish. Jinmu would have had to have flown down to try to beam him to death. Does not do so. Carpe just playing out around that coastal side, trying to get some shots in, get that Echo down onto the floor. Point is now unlocked. The contest comes through. Belzria playing forward. Carpe looking for a target. Widely, the Chengdu Hunters pull back away from the point. Zest, of all people, will actually find the opening kill. Jinmu taken down. Now the dive goes in. Zest as well. His way forward here alongside the Winston. And they will just go ahead and concede this point flip. And Jinmu says, you know what? I'm just going to play Reaper.
Yeah, Hunters back out entirely. I mean, Reaper makes sense, and this is where Hunters are going to be sneaky, because Gaga also plays Zarya, Belzria does not. And Chengdu say, yeah, okay, we'll play Zarya Reaper. What are you going to do about this one? This is going to pair quite well for Hunters to walk on up. Zest is going to have probably a little bit harder of a time now getting select targets because of the bubbles being available.
With the Helix Rocket's not going to connect, so he cannot get that elimination onto Carpe. Anti goes out onto Carpe all the same, though. He's still under fire. Belzria, in the meantime, is the target. Gaga finds that elimination with the two members gone on the side of the Fusion. Seems like the flip will be coming in. A third joins them as Zest goes down. 33% picked up here as the Chengdu Hunters gain control.
And the thing about actually losing the first skirmish for Hunters when Jinmu went down is that Monk has more to heal because his team took more damage. He was ahead in Nano Charge. Aim God is caught up now. Carpe on the flank as well, looking like a flanking Nano Visor. Hunters will pull back towards point and maybe force a front-to-back fight. Minus Zest, who will also still be on the flank.
There's a stick, huge dive in, but bubbles come through. Gaga able to keep them alive. Good reaction time there from him, putting them in the fight. Thrown forward, Belzria taking down Carpe, receiving the Nano Visor. Leaf trying to match so far. They each get one apiece. Leaf doubles down though for another. Getting fix up, as well as the counterpart, Soldier 76. The fight quite handily being won here by the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Fusion gonna have to reset, go again. Chengdu Hunters in the meantime getting ready to surpass 50%.
And Zest going to Genji now. Yeah, that's a good read because, again, Zarya versus Tracer. Tracer, you're just not really going to get pulse bombs at all. So hard, double bubbles. What are you going to do against it? It's a very tough matchup for the Tracer to play in. So now Fusion are going to reset that entirely. They have some time to play with, but Zestal had to really expedite how fast he can get this Genji Dragon Blade up. Certainly the Nano's still waiting, as well as Gaga's looking towards their grab now.
Well, that's a good opening pick. Carpe finding leave. Jinmu now trying to shove them back. Grav goes in, gets a catch onto a couple. Zest going to end up falling. Sound barrier up now for Fixa. See if he can hold it for a little bit longer. Actually, it's going to be that layered in with the Primal Rage. Belisria going absolutely massive. Looking for the hit there onto Monk. Got him into the corner for just a moment, but he's able to break free. Stays alive for quite a while, but Carpe eventually gets the kill. But here's the turnaround from the Hunters. Jinmu pops the Death Blossom, cleans up 2. And now at 97%, I don't know if anybody can even touch this point. It may just go the way of Hunters, and it does. So 100-33, Chengdu starting things off very nicely.
And you actually see that insane zoning from Jinmu a little bit earlier as well. He was up, I believe, 70% ult charge. But the thing is, Fusion don't know it. They think he's got the Blossom. So Jinmu walks on forward. Gaga drops in this grab, which Jinmu just blocks because Jinmu zones the entire Fusion away from being able to save Belisria. Everyone thinks he's got the Death Blossom. He doesn't. He just walks up. And so Hunters off of that, leave then getting a bunch of kills. Jinmu then actually having the Death Blossom, clean it up at the end. We'll see that once again in this last play as well. Shift forward, press Q, everyone dies. Standard stuff. If you do that at 90%, yeah, like you said, no one can touch.
Leave. Okay. A little bit of Cassidy action as we move into command center.
Replay.
All right.
What is this? Is like old school Brawl here. They're just missing the Rhine. You know, they got all the different good pieces of Brawl. They just don't have the Rhine.
It's the one thing that they are missing. Belisria now trying his hands at the Doomfist as well. See if they can pilot that to success. Zest going to be taken down low. Anti still out into him. Looks like he will manage to stay alive here, as does Carpe. Belisria, though, knocked to the ground by a sleep dart. Gaga is in position to capitalize. Gets the kill. Deflect back onto the nade. Says, yep, this is the new Cassidy. You can't stun me anymore. Does end up dying to Gaga, but Carpe will find Monk, so it's going to be a 2-for-1. There's the point nearly taken here from the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Gaga trying to continue to play forward, trying to keep it contested. Falls low, has to pop the shield, but Fixa actually will get the finishing blow there. And with their main tank gone, well, their tank gone, I should say, that will just be the cap coming in for the Fusion. So yet again, establishing control first.
This is actually a game, I was going to say, I would like to see Jinmu go to the Sombra and then leave go towards the Reaper here. Because that way you really shut down Belisria. He could probably then just swap to Winston, but at least you want to bully Belisria, you want to bully Zest a little bit. This is one of the few times, I'm like probably the biggest critic of Sombra, but this is probably the one matchup where I think Sombra is valid.
I was going to say, you calling for a Sombra, what reality have I shifted into? They do get the kill instantly.
2021.
Picking that one up, yeah. Already a solid start there as they look for the flip back. Fusion holding it for a little bit longer. As they pull away from the point for the time being. Zest is going to be anti and has to make his exit. Attack visor going to be popped. Carpe looking for a target. Zest, the recipient of the nano. Not really in a position to get too much done, though. Allows him to get a little bit of extra percentage, I suppose, over towards the blade, which is just 6% off now.
They got a nano and use these ultimates here. I mean, they got a sound barrier as well. Ideally, you save that one for the Zest blade, which he's not going to pop anymore because the rest of his team is dead. The Zest was also bionated. Will be a huge cleanup for the Chengdu Hunters. They're very cheap as well. They only spent a nano for a full team wipe or just thereabouts. They finally stopped the cap progression from the Fusion, and they still save ultimates to counter this blade, which is going to be huge for Fusion, or it should be huge for Fusion. The Hunters have multiple ways to stop that now.
That they do. 3 ults ready to rock. Jinwoo's still going to be trying to build up towards the EMP. Just, again, finds Belisria, puts a hack onto him, just trying to make his time absolutely miserable. And so far, from what we've seen, I think it's been a relative success. 30% now as he dives in, gets anti and immediately has to exit with a Meteor Strike, and given his HP, can't use it super aggressively. Drops down right in front of Leave. Just get punched in the wall for just a moment. Belisria will find that kill. Good little combo play coming through is now they try to get the setup here onto Gaga after the sleep dart goes in, but Zest trying to get in a position. Gets sniped down by Monk. Take him out of the fight. It's one of the DPS eliminated. Belisria again going to be hacked, but Fusion are looking for the flip, and they will have it, so they will quickly take back control.
That was super well played by Belis Ria. I mean, he baits some utility out, then used the meteor strike to get away as that extra escape utility right comes back in with a power block, instantly gets that charged up because Hunters are shooting him, and then with that empowered punch, kills Leave using a combo. That's massive. Gaga as well isolated in that play. Brilliant stuff. Hack on his ass, but he can still go for the Nano Blade.
Yeah, trying to get that Deadeye through, doesn't find too much for it. Nano Blade now out on Necessity, they're just layering everything into this to make sure that he does not die during this Blade. The cleanup will come through, but that's Nano, Sound Barrier, and Blade all at once. Fusion,
now,
though,
not that EMP is particularly threatening, but there is going to be a lack of the sound barrier from Fixer now to safely counter it. So there should be an EMP engaged. Leave knows it's probably last fights. He's going to go towards the Tracer, which is a very good play up against Belis Ria anyway. I'm glad that he's actually off the Cassidy. Not a great pick anyway. So here we go. Where's this EMP going to come through from? Jimu's already revealed.
It's the hack. Belis Ria taken low. The EMP strikes, manages to find 4, but Leave going to be the first one to go down. Now the attack visor gets popped by Carpe off the back of that, but the sleep dart connects from Monk. They shut him down for a little bit longer. Monk in the meantime trying to build up, nearly has that Nano online. 10% or so away. Building up for it rapidly and desperately. Needs that online if they want to win out this fight. Gets it, throws it onto Gaga to try to keep him in the fight. Sleep connects, however, onto the enemy Zarya, and that's them off the point. Forced errors here from the side of the Philly Fusion. Good sleep from Aim God means that the tank cannot contest, and they will take this to a third and final round. Gardens will decide this map, and will decide if Fusion get one step closer to reverse sweeping.
I can see that Chengdu Hunters were looking for Gaga to touch there, but he got slept, so then the responsibility goes towards Nisha. Not too sure where he was standing, but likely too far away, so well played by the Philadelphia Fusion. A far too late swap onto the Tracers from Leave. That probably should have come in much sooner. I was expecting either a Reaper or a Tracer. Reaper works pretty well, Tracer works just as well, but staying on the Cassidy, I don't think was a good play for Leave at all. It's just not a high enough output hero on that particular map. Jimu also starting out with May. Again, I've got problems with May on this particular meta as well. Unless you're playing hard, Ryan Brawl, your backbone, backing up Hardy, that's a different story. But here, Reaper Zarya, no, I'm good. Keep that at home.
All right, Tracer Soldier into the Genji Soldier here on the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Jinwoo already striking first. The Genji has been rather clean from him today, and oh boy, everybody was caught out on the walkway alongside the court bond. They get melted down. Gaga as well, saying, you know what, I can play a pretty good Doomfist. Comes up with 2 kills in the back end, and the first cap will come in here for the Chengdu Hunters.
We saw that Gaga Doomfist coming out yesterday, I believe, so. And it looked good. It was one of his heroes that he got a lot of value on, even without a ton of support. So Hunters really shown their capabilities of turning the speed up to 11, which is kind of what you need to do with the Doomfist. You can't really pot and pro as you would with a Winston. You kind of just have to go in. So in a way, we're swapping a little bit here as Belis Ria is going to be the one of the Winston instead.
Trying to play out through White. Anti goes out, catches 3. Gaga, Nisha, and Jinmu all in danger, but successfully do pull back, but they're waiting for the healing output to come in. Nisha finds Vixen, sends him off the side of the map, but Carpe gets that punish at the same time. So an exchange on the Lucios. Aim God still here trying to keep everybody topped up. Zest looking it out, trying to take Leave a little bit lower here. Looks Rockets narrowly not connecting as Nana will be used. Powering Belis Ria. Playing forward here onto the point. Gaga already going to be taken down, but here comes the attack visor from Leave. He's charging in, manages to find 2, knows where the Tracer's at, pushes the corner, and Monk has got the anti-nade layered in on top of it for the alley-oop. That is a team wipe. And that was looking like a one fight for the Fusion, but Leave just turns it on its head.
Yeah, I mean, Hunters hold on to there. They got triple bio-nated, but they stabilize. They don't give up the cap, so this is still momentum for Hunters. They're on match point, by the way, and they're leading currently on the final round of Lijiang. I mean, if they win this, it's over. Fusion, they're out of here. They don't win this matchup, so desperation now. Fusion need to bring it back together. They don't have the Nano going for them, waiting for their advisor to have a primal to play through, and currently lacking by nearly 80% on the cap.
Zest into the back lines, looking for Monk. He's looking to maybe force a sleep dart his way. Pulse Bomb is available. Blade gonna be pulled. Jinmu already, it's massive. He comes up with 2. He gets a 3rd that supports out of the fight, as well as Carpe, who nearly had that tack visor available. Zest is the only one left alive. He is so far away from the point. They are zoning him out, and somebody needs a touch, but I don't know if anybody can. Belis Ria has not respawned yet. He's got the primal. No one can get there. Fixa is just a second too late. And while the hope was there for a while, it does not come to fruition. The reverse sweep cannot happen. We will not see the 5th map. We will not see Fusion take control of this point here on Gardens. They unfortunately just get swept under the rug by Leave, by Jinmu in these fights. Huge impact from them, just making sure that the Fusion don't get an opportunity to continue the comeback. They shut them down, and they take this series.
A second too late and a bridge too far, I'm afraid. I mean, we've seen plenty now between both Hunters, especially Hunters, and also the Philadelphia Fusion where, final moments, difficult to touch. I would hazard to think that they would have been able to really get too much done further than that. I mean, maybe because Bellastri is still at a primal, there was room to maybe get it down in the way, but really for me, it was done and dusted when that comeback happened from Leave after they got triple bionated, they were all purpled. Looking bad for the Hunters, and they still pulled it through. And the other person you really have to give credit for here, despite having some shaky Echo performances today, Jinmu's Genji was so damn clean, and deservedly, he's going to be the player of the match. His second player of the match this season, by the way. So Jinmu really showing his chops. I mean, he goes from kind of like hot performances to kind of cold performances, but today, my man was boiling that jug.
Yeah, he was really, really huge with the Genji. Like you said, missed me with the Echo plays from time to time, but this was just an immense amount of impact. And sometimes it was with the Dragon Blade, sometimes it was when he just didn't even have one. Maybe he didn't have an Nano Boost. He just went through and sliced and diced his way to victory, as we're seeing right here in that replay. Just incredible performance from him. Finds value as well on this Reaper here in the last map of Lijiang Tower. Overall, Jinmu just had an absolutely wonderful performance today, and that's what we have been lacking a little bit here from the side of the Chengdu Hunters. Not to put the blame all on him, obviously. It's kind of been a shared slump, I would say. But there has been a little bit more inconsistency from Jinmu, and today he absolutely shined.
And I think, when you look at Hunter's losing moments, I'm not talking about today, but more so, in previous matches where the Hunters have struggled. I think the hero pool situation for the Hunters have definitely made things difficult for them to operate. But today, when things click and everyone's playing heroes they're good at, for the most part, I mean, I kind of want to forget about Control Center a little bit here, but when you look at more so Gardens, Leaves back on the Soldier, Genji is being played by Jinmu again. You look at Midtown, despite the floundering that happened by Chengdu at the end of Midtown, it was pretty good, mostly from the Jinmu POV for the majority of that map. So when he played well, he really played well in a way that made him look, I think, even better than Zest today. And Zest for some time has been kind of looking for that title of best flex DPS / Genji in all of APAC. And certainly in the first week, I think he would have held that. But now, players like Alpha Yi are taken over, and Jinmu today as well, looking so damn good.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Alpha Yi in the mix. Of course, Prophet is still hovering around there as well. So there's a lot of people to try to contest against. Who Are You is also there from time to time, at least for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. But yeah, I mean, Jinmu really leveling up today and really at times putting the team on his back was gorgeous to see. Leave as well. Got to give him his shout-outs. Just that bringing that fight back from the brink with that attack visor at the very end on Gardens was absolutely immaculate from him. But that's our first match done and dusted. Myself and Avril will come back in a few minutes. We'll talk a little bit more about this 3-1 and maybe what it means for Chengdu Hunters as well as Fusion in the future moving forward. What with the kickoff clash on the horizon. We'll be back in just a bit for that, so you guys don't go anywhere. Don't you dare.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, we are back. It's time to break down the action of what happened there in that first series. Because there was a lot, I think, to unpack. Chengdu Hunters, though, the baseline, let's start with that. 3-1. They pick up our first map. They pick up our second one. Fairly close there on Watchpoint, Gibraltar. Then we get to Midtown. There's a whole lot of shenanigans going on there. Their other member of the team that, sometimes appears. He's like a bit of a mercenary. Charles the Ninth. He appeared at the very end of Midtown. And then we went into Lijiang Tower, and we ended up with a 2-1. So Chengdu Hunters looking, I think, overall, a lot more improved based on the previous two series that we have seen from them. They started off the season really, really well, kind of dropped the ball in the last two. They come back in here today, and despite the, very obvious stepping away from the cart part, everything else looked really good for them.
I think the overall storyline should be that, if we played this matchup in week one, you would have said easy win for Fusion. Chengdu, despite beating Guangzhou up until last night didn't look particularly impressive, right? So Chengdu looked like they had a lot of problems, but this was a very surprising match result. But when you really consider Chengdu, even yesterday, looked, I think, quite competitive against Hangzhou Spark. They lost, but I consider Hangzhou to be one of the top teams in Apex currently. And while Fusion having a bit of an off week, they got kind of destroyed by Seoul, to be honest. But again, Seoul looking like one of the best teams here. This could have been a comeback moment for the Fusion side. Hunters, first two maps, like we sort of talked about. First one in particular, super dominant. 117 meters, I think it was. Second map, a lot closer. We go to that third point, but that Hunters macro towards the end with the time difference and all that kind of stuff really making, I think, the huge difference with, Gaga kissing the spawn doors at various points. Midtown, we know this one was a big mess. This is a hard game to sort of go back on because a lot of great stuff happened, but a lot of wacky stuff happened as well. And then when you look at the fourth map, I still This one is a huge asterisk because of that control center. I think the two maps that Hunters won were really great, but Hunters play such a weird comp on that control center. You know, I don't think it's that's like an undeserved win for Fusion. They absolutely should be winning in a situation where Hunters are just kind of, let's call it experimenting, but yeah, Hunters look lost in that control center and just playing completely weird stuff like Cassie. It did not work out. Jinmu started on May, still not a big fan of that one, and both teams are now in a position where they've had, 3 wins each. We're sitting at the standings of a 2-2 for Fusion +1 and Hunters 2-2 and just with a 0. So there's only a 1 map difference now between these two teams. And looking at their future games, both have some hard games ahead with Shanghai and the Hangzhous. Both actually play Valiant, so we could end the first Kickoff Clash qualifiers Hunters 3-3, Fusion 3-3, and the map differential tiebreaker could determine which one of these two teams makes it to the Kickoff Clash, because I don't know that both will make it. I think only one will.
Could come down to slim margins, but yeah, you know, basically, like you mentioned, given the way that the season started, if you played this in week 1, I think you 100% say, yeah, Fusion's got to do it. But that loss yesterday, I think maybe has shaken them up a little bit, given how one-sided it was. They were starting to rally back a little bit here in this series, but unfortunately can't extend it into that 5th and final map, which, you know, we would be casting right now if they were able to do it. I don't think, because as much as I, you know, meme on Fusion from time to time, I had a little call out on them yesterday and whatnot, you know, I think that people should still temper their expectations a little bit and not panic, because this is a team that had a hell of a lot of flux in the offseason, obviously, because of, you know, the tragedy that did occur. And I think that it can take a little bit of time. There's a lot of pressure being put on these rookies. I think that they started off looking really incredible. I think that that's the hot start that they wanted. It just kind of simmered down a little bit from there. But knowing that team, knowing what they can do, and how far they can push their players, I actually have faith in them to be able to come back. And that's me talking about believing in a team based in Philadelphia, somebody who does not cheer for the Eagles, the Phillies, etc., despite being basically a native. I believe in the Philly Fusion, so I hope that the fans keep that in mind, and I think that they are going to have still a very successful season ahead of them. That being said, though, we are not done yet. That's just the first series out of the way. A little bit wacky, but we'll see if things stabilize. But who knows, because now we got the Guangzhou Charge coming up, who are pretty familiar with also not staying on cards from time to time. We'll see how they fare as they take on the current top dogs of the region, the Seoul Dynasty, currently 3-1, going up against a 1-3 squad. We'll see if the Guangzhou Charge can come up with the massive upset when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into our second series here of the evening. Now we've got, again, the Seoul Dynasty getting ready to go up against the Guangzhou Charge. Guangzhou certainly have their work cut out for them given the form that Dynasty have shown in their last few matches. But at the same time, we actually saw a very close game played there just yesterday by the hands of the Guangzhou Charge. So maybe they can make it happen again. We'll just have to wait and see.
They got... It was like the third reverse sweep we've had so far in the league this season. Two of them were the Glads losses now. Guangzhou as well getting reverse swept. Shanghai keeping their pearls clutched nice and firm. And for Guangzhou Charge, Defiant popped off, especially on those first two maps. Then he kind of tapered out. Choice of one wasn't carrying as hard either. It felt like Guangzhou Charge had so many opportunities to still keep things in line. But maybe I don't know if it's the inexperience of some of the players, if it's just the lack of cohesion. Guangzhou Charge trying to make a dive back in the final week of the qualifiers here before the tournament phase actually kicks off, and they're trying very hard, and that would have been a dynamite win. Can you imagine if Guangzhou beat Shanghai? That would have completely turned the standings up on its head. But
oh, absolutely. I mean, it would have been wild. I mean, very much like when we, had the near victory for the Dynasty versus the Valiant. It was one of those other things where it would have just been basically earth-shattering. The amount of effects that would have on the overall standings and the understanding the power rankings of these teams. Dynasty, though, have since shown that they absolutely can be the top dog after they very handedly won their last two matches. We'll see, though, if they can do it again. Can they maintain the form? It's really been on the back of, it's been a shared effort, honestly.
Right.
It's not been on anyone in particular's back. Your Smurf looking incredible in their last matchop.
Look at Creative's back.
Yeah,
well, look at his back. I mean, I think it is on the back of Creative's back. He's always the one getting the massages.
They're getting them ready to carry.
Break. Exactly. And you know what? It takes some strong back muscles, get those delts going to land those 6 sleep darts, which I think Creative has been one of the more consistent players, super high value. I mean, he somehow just always gets the right sleep on the exact right target at the right times as well. It really is, in my opinion, between Seoul and Hangzhou as the #1 team in APAC right now. They're in that kind of #1, #2 hovering, right? Both have just been absolutely sick. And yesterday, Seoul's 3-0 sweep over Philly kind of, for me, cemented their domination of this region, while Shanghai is still just kind of on the comeback. They struggled versus Guangzhou. So Shanghai are definitely not top dogs. Could be Seoul, though. If they sweep again, which I think should be the expectation, but don't sleep on the Charge. They had a good game versus Shanghai. Who knows?
Well, we will see. It's been a while since, of course, these guys have squared off against each other. Week 12 last year. And it was a close game. 3-2 on that scoreline. Charge looking a little bit weaker coming into this season, but rallying it back here. And that match just yesterday, we'll see if they can make it to that Game 5 scoreline yet again. No, I said that for Fusion versus Chengdu. We got pretty darn close, but no cigar. We'll see if the Charge can get it done, though.
And scorelines as well here. Seoul Dynasty sit 3-1 with the best map differential. Guangzhou are sitting at number 6 out of 7 here, 1 and 3 at -5, and Seoul's at +5. So we're looking at direct opposites as far as team results have gone. Opening composition, Smurf coming through on the Winston. Love that for this type of map. Krong, well, he is the off-tank player, so it's going to be Zarya for him to start things out with.
Push away from the high ground. Smurf was trying to dive up, so they wanted to just TP across, get on top of the Winston. Not able to do so. Now is pretty much without a target. Just sat here looking for something to do. Point going to be unlocking. Right now seems like Charge very much in a nice position to get this initial lockdown, but Smurf is forward contesting it. TP into the back. You can see the outline there on a choice they wants. He tries to get on top of some of these supports. Peel comes in. Creative throws down the bio grenade. Keeping it topped up. Now they look to recontest this and try to wrest control away from the Guangzhou Charge. So far, no kills being found by either side.
The cap is mostly there for Guangzhou right there. 3 quarters done. Seoul Dynasty here finding it somewhat difficult to stay on. Here's a dive we've been waiting for. That's the power of the Seoul Dynasty. Smurf in the back line. Prophet, not sure if he was there, but it doesn't matter. Far away is the first kill.
Yep, they find that pick, and that might just be enough here for them to flip this. And now with Choice A1 going down, as 2 members eliminated on the side of the Guangzhou Charge, unless they can make a bit of a miraculous turnaround here, should be seeing this conceded over to the Dynasty after not much time in control. We'll go ahead, play forward, keep it contested, try to accrue as much as they possibly can, but the flip comes in just before they hit 20%.
Vindame got really active on the kill feed yesterday versus Fusion. He's doing that straight away on Oasis City Center here. Seoul Dynasty playing that neutral situation super patient. And again, they're a dive team. They're not a brawl team. They're not running the Zarya just yet. They need to be looking for dive targets so that Smurf and Prophet can get on those together. I mean, we saw clips of their game yesterday of how much together this duo of the Smurf and Prophet really fit to nail these targets and give you these player advantages. They're nearly on 5 ultimates, by the way, so Charge need to do some catch-up.
Prophet getting tagged low, still holds on to the recall. So he's not under enough pressure to force out that major cooldown, so waits for it. Now wraps around the back, he's looking for far away yet again, but has been spotted. Dive in, fits there with attack visor, finds 2, the sleep comes in, but it's already way too late. Farway cannot hit him fast enough. Strong cleaned up, Choice A1, the only one left alive, just hiding around the corner. Fitz moving forward, going on the hunt for him, but haven't spotted him, but now he will make his presence known. Does manage to find one, and then will make his exit.
Developed also popped the visor there, but, you know, Creative had a nano. Farway didn't end up getting that nano over. Unique no sound barrier to try and counter it. Vindame would have been able to drop his as well. So the fact that Seoul kind of get away with just only a nano visor combo while still getting another ultimate out of Guangzhou is massive for the economy. A 1-player advantage now means Guangzhou cannot engage. You're going to have to wait for Choice at 1. They want to grab, but again, this is going to be a matchup where grabs will be hard to find. It will probably have to end up being sold on Smurf, and Smurf has a primal, so there's really nothing that Charge have that can work over the Seoul Dynasty unless Choi develops somebody can land on a player that should probably be dying.
Okay, well, Prophet.
Maybe this is it.
Find the connection there. Okay, the sleep comes in, but now the grab thrown down as well. Catches Smurf, and they will just devastate those 2 members at the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Setting themselves up nicely here for the flip. Creative as well, going to fall. Developers tracking him down off that high ground. The flip comes in, now in control for the Guangzhou Charge. See how long they can hold it right now. Still waiting on that Death Blossom to become available, but they find a nice stagger onto Fitz at the end.
I think, yeah, Fitz is looking for an angle that he can play through when the team comes back. I think the reason why, and I'll give Smurf the benefit of the doubt, because he could have stopped himself from dying there. He didn't pop Primal because Prophet is dead and they want to come back with more ultimates. So they're happy to give Guangzhou some cap. They know they're on 97 themselves as Seoul. So at this point, hold on to the Primal, come back and use it for another situation. As Guangzhou Charge do equalize on ultimates, so this is a lot more playable from Charge now.
Bionade flips on the 2. Prophet still plays through that, finds the kill on the far away. Sound barrier perfectly timed as the Death Blossom gets dropped in. Fitz, however, still going to die. There will be a trade out on the Soldier 76s, though. Still a trade up for the side of the Dynasty as it's now a 3-for-1. Jumping forward, they're looking for Unique. They take him low, they force him out of position, and now he needs to be the one to try to touch. He's going to be slept. He will manage to make this contest. Vindame quickly cleans up the kill, and now they look for Trong. Pinned into the corner. The body block from Smurf is absolutely massive. That forces the nano out from far away, trying to keep Trong alive and in the fight. Medium energy here for now, looking for a target, trying to make his exit, but Prophet will give his life for the Pulse Bomb kill. It's the elimination in the end as they look to clean up the rest of the members here on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Choice A1 taken out of the fight. Vindame going aggressive, lunging around the corners, looking for a target. Won't find one, but the Seoul Dynasty will find a round victory here on City Center, 165% to start it off.
And Fitz really, I think, had a pretty monstrous game there as well, because what you have is Smurf and Prophet kind of taking so much of the attention away from the Guangzhou Charge. I think a lot of Fitz kind of had a free game where I don't think he was really pressured that much, except for the one time, you know, he does die when he's looking for an angle and hiding and trying to lurk, right? But Prophet even getting himself killed via the Pulse Bomb ends up being pretty worth, because getting rid of Krong, especially on a Pulse Bomb, which should be rare. You're playing Tracer into Zarya, which I spent some time during our last matchup talking about how that is a difficult thing to do. The fact that he still finds this and, oh, okay, he recalls into it. I think Krong probably didn't do that on purpose. Krong looked like he was just moving If Krong actually knew where Prophet's recall location was, that would have been way too 9 here, but I'll call that one an accidental kill bit. A 1-for-1. Smurf comes out on a Rhine for this map.
He does, changing it up a bit. We've seen Smurf feeling a lot more comfortable as of late with some of these tank change-ups. A little bit rough at the beginning, but now he's definitely been able to steady out a bit more. Minor skirmishing so far, finding too many connections as development. Trying to find some heads to put some arrows through. Wall cutting off the vision there for far away, making sure that he can't push out any sleep darts, any heals to his teammates. They force the reposition. Now Prophet well out onto the flank. Wraps around that far left side, looks for a little bit more. Wall comes up, they look for the cutoff. Everybody just piling up over top of it as Smurf takes a little nap. Fitz will end up falling off screen. Choice A1 finding that elimination. They'll look for a little bit more, but they still don't control the point. It's still being capped for the moment by the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Another wall goes up, Prophet forced to ice block. Self-protected as Smurf loses out on the shield, tries to make his exit.
Wow, Choi.
Sliver of HP remaining though, and will get cleaned up as Choice A1. Yeah, he's going absolutely nuclear, comes up with 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the opening pick right to force the 5v4. Seoul Dynasty get no value off these May walls. The first wall that actually came up was pretty decent from Prophet, but you see the response from far away was, we're going to get the sleep onto Smurf. Saves the life of Krong, who I think actually got caught. Unique was fine because he could just go over that wall. Really, it was Krong that Smurf and Prophet were looking for. And Seoul Dynasty, they've given up the Rhine composition now. They've kind of said, okay, this is too hard to play. We're not shutting down Choi. Nano out from far away onto Krong now as they get Prophet down.
Yeah, Prophet is going to be eliminated. Krong building up, grab nearly online, has it available. Shouldn't need to use it in the fight, but he's going to do it all the same spot. Smurf by himself. The Nano comes out in response to Creative and try to keep him alive, and they successfully do so. In the meantime, cleanup kills come through onto the DPS members of the Guangzhou Charge. They lose out on both. Krong trying to play forward versus this high-energy Smurf. Just charging up around the corner, takes him low. Sound barrier going to be dropped in by Unique, shields up just about everybody. Answering barrier
Prophet.
now here from Vindin, but Prophet is eliminated first and foremost, so they do not have their Genji in the fight. He is not building up for a Dragon Blade, and that's already been moving very slowly. Still only at 30%. Attack Visor about to come up. The blade is there from Choice A1. Gets on top of Fitz yet again. Finds that elimination. Jumps right in on top of Creative's head. Will slice Vindheim for a kill. Prophet on the return. Will find Choice A1, but it's a little too late here for Seoul Dynasty in the fight.
I mean, Seoul Dynasty trying their best to save members there. Bubble, the boot from Vindheim as well, and still Choice of 1 converts on the secondary kill. He's actually going to go towards the Tracer now, which is really interesting because I think the Genji has been so good so far. Dragon Strike coming on through.
Grab from Smurf, didn't quite see where that one went, but Prophet dead to the Dragon Strike. Looked like he ends up coming up with 2 anyway. Fitz now popping the Attack Visor, getting melted down. It looks like this just might be 100-0 in response from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. 9% left to go. Smurf is swapping over to the ball.
Yep, it is legal, but I don't think it's very good. This is just going to be one of those moments where Smurf knows he's got to touch. He's not going to do another Doom. They've touched, so technically not C9, but they're not going to win.
Yeah, one after the other. They will manage to touch, and they will go down. That is 100% now to 0 in return. What a round from the Guangzhou Charge. Absolutely putting their foot down.
But I gotta say, Seoul coming through with a Rhine is just such a... I think it is totally valid on a map like University in this 3-round series for Oasis. Unfortunately, they couldn't find value on the ice walls. Prophet, initial wall, decent. Secondary wall, not great. While that's all happening, Choi Si-hwan dancing around the sides, jumping as Genji, looking for frags, gets one, converts further. Smurf is unable to get a brawl going against Krong at all. I mean, Seoul don't even fully, I think, invest into the brawl compositions because it's not like they're playing Lucio Bap or anything. So Seoul Dynasty swapping rather late on that Oasis, and Prophet never even got a blade, so Choi and the rest of Guangzhou Charge just had that momentum going all the way from 0 to 100.
Well, here we go. Last round to determine who's going to be walking away victorious on Oasis. Because they want over to the Reaper. Prophet matching. Perfectly mirrored compositions from both of these two teams. Already, Guangzhou Charge forcing Seoul Dynasty back off the flank angle as Prophet is on a bit of a walkabout by himself. Gets up to the high ground, puts some pressure there on to develop. Forcing his position. Choice A1 in the meantime going to be taking a nap with Creative. Goes down. Krong finding the elimination. First cap comes in for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, snatching that up, and now Fitz finds develop. He may just be able to hold this for an extended period of time. Prophet being pooped away, but Fitz finds yet another kill, and it seems like things are looking good for Dynasty. sleep here on to Fitz, but no one really, I was going to say no one to capitalize. It's going to be unique. Never mind. The man is just putting up numbers. 2 kills for him. He's looking for a little bit more. It's the right-click boot back here onto Prophet, trying to keep Faraway alive, but as the rest of the Dynasty do collapse, Unique is just run out of options, has to watch his fellow support die.
It's Combat Lucio Day on Oasis, both Vindame and Unique, putting up some frags in the kill feed. Good opening camp from the Seoul Dynasty, and they hold it as well, despite the heroics of Unique. It was Fitz and Prophet to get those opening 3 kills. Prophet looking to challenge that high ground as well. No ultimates to play through, but Smurf is absolutely outpacing Krong by a mile.
That he is. 75 towards, compared to 43% right now here for Krong. Smurf to build this up rather rapidly, throws a bubble down on a Prophet, trying to get some energy, but so far he's been fairly starved of it. Bubble's now on cooldown. Choice A1 down to half HP. Has to make his exit. Will be able to do so safely. Attack visor as well. Slight outpacing here as Fitz gets his first develop. Not too far off. Now has it. There's going to be the nano. Invested. He pops it. He's looking for a target. He's going to find Vindheim first and foremost. Now gets Prophet. The grab is there from Smurf, but with Prophet out of the fight, there's just not enough damage to try to turn this. Fitz now, though, does pop his own. The nano is going to be used on the Smurf to try to keep him alive. He finds an initial kill on the Choice A1. The Seoul Dynasty still hold the point. Creative, however, taken out. Now it's just all on Vindheim to try to offer up some healing. The Smurf desperately needs some of it. 88 HP remaining as he goes up to the high ground to try to contest. He gets to 100 energy. Threatens the soldier but cannot get the kill. Looks like it's just a matter of time now as Prophet tries to extend this to 99. Won't be able to do so. The flip will come through, but Dynasty with a massive lead here on the point.
A great healing from the Guangzhou Charge as well. The sound barrier coming on in. Faraway going for a defensive bio nade, keeping everyone alive. Most importantly, develop so you can get those frags using that nano visor. Seoul Dynasty fits his own visor, not enough to respond. Smurf had a lot of energy. We were watching him at nearly 100, but lacking supports and lacking healing, there's only so much he can do. Choi looking to farm up this Death Blossom. Death Blossom should be the next port of call, but Krong will do one of those grabs Fury did a little bit earlier. So 2 in the same day.
Little Nene maneuver right there. Sound barrier going to be dropped in by Vindheim, and Prophet says, okay, it's go time. Only going to find one with the Death Blossom, but stands back up, 18 HP. And he falls down to, gets the Wraith Walk off. Choi tries to answer, but it's way too overzealous. They are so disengaged to get some healing back through. And it finds absolutely nothing. Now the staggers are there, both supports eliminated. See Develop swapping over to the Tracer is going to have to be the one to touch. He does force out the overtime, but he ends up falling. Creative finding the kill. Now Krong dead. Unique is trying to get there, but just can't quite make it happen. And the Dynasty will respond in kind. A very dominant last round here on Garden to close out Oasis.
And that's that 94 lead that Seoul Dynasty had on that Gardens that they can really use through Charge. Have to win every single fight, hoping that after shutting down Prophet's Death Blossom, that Choi's own Death Blossom would be the answer. I don't know if I saw a bubble there or not, but Choi goes in. You said overzealous. I don't know if he had the right support. Maybe he was just overzealous. But in either case, doesn't find them the map win. And for the Guangzhou Charge, happy that they did pick up University, but I think Seoul Dynasty were maybe a little bit off meta, which sounds weird because, you know, Smurf is in main tank and Ryan should be good for him, but I just felt they didn't really play the full Ryan comp. Maybe they could have tried that. A little unsure there. Choice of one popped off on the Genji, and Guangzhou Charge got 1 out of 2 there, but won't get the map overall.
No, they will not. Well, there you go. A 1-0 start for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, who are trying to get another sweep. Clean 3-0 under their belts. This is the right foot forward for them. Guangzhou Charge, though, still looking fairly competitive, especially on that second round, but we'll see how they fare going into map number 2. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. I did it. I finally made the mistake. There we go. I'm muted. Welcome back, everybody. We're just one map into this series between the Seoul Dynasty and the Guangzhou Charge, as Dynasty were able to take the lead on Oasis 1-0. That also makes Avril and I 1-1 on mic mistakes. But yeah, I'm excited to go into the second map, see how they pile it. And hey, look what I found during the break. I've got a gray button-up shirt, just like you. I'm going to throw it on, and now we look like twins.
Good, because, you know, we were supposed to be matching today. You clearly didn't follow the memo. Now, if we only matched our lighting, we could really look like twins if we matched our lighting properly. This is our uniform for today before we go and fight whatever we fight in the Marvel universe. But in any case, that was a Doctor Strange and Wong reference for those that didn't get it. Circuit Royale is where we're headed. Obviously, no substitutions here because there's no other tank available for Seoul, and well, there is another tank available for Charge, but this is an off-tank map, so we're going to play more Zarya. Same as usual here. Don't expect too many different things in comps outside of Widowmakers. The Develop versus Fits will be the talking point as far as Widow battles will go. I'm pretty sure every team on this map is just running Widow now. You really can't not, as soon as one team does get a lot of value off of that one. And could be more Reaper play coming on through beyond that. Potential for Genji there as well. Prophet played a tiny bit of Genji. Prophet hasn't played that much Genji so far, I feel, compared to everyone else. He's played a lot of Tracer, though.
There he is. So they have pieced together for us here. As, yeah,
delicious.
I know Prophet, you know. Just keep teasing it. Not gonna happen. No one's gonna play the Sojourn. We only see it in overtime.
With leave. Only leave and only in overtime.
He's the only one.
He says he does it, by the way. He says he does it because it's OT and people might not notice that he swapped and he might be able to get sneaky with it. But I still don't buy that enough. No, that doesn't do it for me still.
I don't think that adds up, considering that every time we've seen him do it, he basically just has to rush the cart. So it's not like he's able to go on like any kind of flank mission or anything like that. He just
and it's not really faster than Tracer. It's not faster than Tracer. Doesn't have the survivability Tracer. I don't know. Really nice kind of bubble whip hookshot play by Develop there, but Fitch doesn't die. Nothing really happens. I think maybe Develop hits somebody. Develop's on 12 charges. He's definitely hitting something. Prophet's got to go for... Oh, they're playing double hit scan even. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so we've got double sniper with the Sigma here from Smurf. Try to cut off those sightlines from Develop.
This is like full poke. Yeah, there's a full poke composition, and it's even going to be pocketed Ash, I believe is what that is.
Okay, well, Prophet finds one. Far away, taken down. Creative out of the fight, but Midname quick on the res. Puts him right back into the mix, and Fitz will scope in. Takes the head off of Choice A1. Barrier removed for just a moment. Develop playing with long sight lines right up here through main, but the rest of the team is just dying, and he's got to hightail it the hell out of there.
That's why you got rubber shoulders, man. Creative. Get that damage on the back. Seoul Dynasty pushing on forward, not a lot of resistance from the charge. We'll be interested to see what Choice One wants to do here. Is he going to stay on the Tracer? The problem I have with Tracer on a map like this is there's not that many great angles to play. Especially on A, it's just one lane. There's nowhere to flank. You can't really get behind the team. Even Choice positioning now, he's on like a dive angle, but no one can really dive with him. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting for him. Smurf's just solo pushing, unimpeded.
Yep, just moving the cart forward. Krong finally swings out from indoors to contest him just a bit. Bubbles expiring as Fitz right up and close here with Unique, but Prophet comes to the rescue, spraying down unscoped. It's that elimination. Now they look to finish this first point with plenty of time remaining. Far away, taken down. Smurf finds that elimination. High energy here for the side of Krong, but the Discord Orb is in. Creative's got the headshots, and you know what? It's not what we expected, but I am loving this from the Dynasty right now.
And we don't see a lot of Zen. Again, this is not on the Zen kick patch, you can see, because Zen doesn't have 225 HP. So this isn't even the super buff Zen. This is like standard Zen that usually otherwise wouldn't get gameplay. You'd probably even question why you'd play it. But credit to the Seoul coaching staff who've kind of formulated and created this composition. It is demolishing the Charge, because Charge, their team needs to kind of brawl with the Zarya to overrun this Sigma, but Seoul have just got everything under lock, and they got all these angles to play through. You can't walk up. Choi needs to look for a boss bomb, gets one, that's good, but it could get rezzed.
And it will, but him putting him back into the fight very quickly. Choice A1 just tucking in behind on the stairway, trying to stay alive. And Viname pulls out his pistol, and he's going to headshot kill Develop. The Battle Mercy getting into the action. Choice1 tries to dive into the back, saw a low HP member there on the side of the
It's a
Dynasty,
wash.
could not get the kill. And yeah, this is just a steamroll right now. They are crushing the Charge.
I mean, you could argue this is kind of like a low healing comp as well, but they're not even taking damage. Like Seoul, all they got to do, if Charge look like they want to get aggressive, Seoul back out a little bit, they outpoke Charge entirely. Trance is available now, so at best, Charge will force out this Trance with a grab.
Stun there on to Krong, does hold the grab. Medium energy thus far, the Trance already going to be used. Smurf not going to be able to get the kinetic. Will go ahead, try to keep himself alive now, but ends up getting
Trance
melted down. Good anti out onto him. Forces the hand of the Dynasty, forces that kill to come through. The rest of the team now retreating back, Vinheim falling low, just trying to stay ever elusive, but can't quite escape here from Krong. Manages to pursue forward, find that elimination. The support's now out of the fight. Dynasty gonna have to reset. That being said, Krong still taking a hell of a lot of damage. Prophet gets it.
Yeah, it took a while, but you know, Prophet getting one on the way. I had a fun step before Prophet got that kill. My fun fact so far for this map was that Creative had more final blows, equal final blows compared to Prophet and Fitz together. So that's 6. Creative has still got 6 final blows. Prophet had 4, Fitz had 2. Now Prophet's got 5, so they combine now the Prophet duo has more than Creative, but previously that Zen was fragging out of this world. As the composition does change slightly.
We saw the man getting his massage before the game started. He was ready to carry as the Owl swapped over onto the Ana, obviously. And Choice they want it far away, both going to get picked. Nice little dink into the back of the head there onto Krong, just softening up the Zarya. Fitz going for the pop shot. Doesn't take much to kill develop off. Gets it all the same. There's the cleanup and the cap on B. A little bit of time bought, but still going to be 3.5 minutes now for the final stretch for the Dynasty.
And you're probably wondering, okay, why did they change compositions? Yeah, it seemed like the poke comp was working outside of losing the fight because I guess the Trance was popped a little early compared to where the Grav was. They're actually gearing up for C. They don't want to be playing Sigma poke on towards the C push, so they change early that they're already on their preferable C composition while not even having Cat B yet because they're confident that they can come back Cat B using this comp and then just transfer and scale directly into C. And Prophet might even consider switching a little bit later on because now that Smurf's on Zarya, you do actually want a Reaper there as well. So the Bob will come out to play for the next fight, then ideally Prophet dies and goes to Reaper.
See if he does. For now, just holding on. Just moving up the
Or
cart.
even a Genji or a Hanzo.
I mean, he's like, yeah, I can just contest the high ground, sends the Bob in, there's the sleep. Far away dealing with that for now. See if Bob finds any value once he does wake up. He's going to turn his sights over to Unique, whose shield is rather low. A little bit of chip damage. Bob will make his grand exit. The cart, however, has gained so much space that has already moved up just in front of the point. Prophet receiving the bubble. That's going to cleanse off the ante. And you can see Dynasty disengaging for just a moment.
Seems like the Bob was enough. I mean, you put in a Bob that gets slept, but then Charge fall asleep at the wheel with it. Choi now going deep, slept immediately.
Oh boy. Great sleep there from Creative. Throws out an Ana onto Vinheim as well just to keep him alive. Choice1 has to make his exit. Effectively just not getting to play the game at all there for about 6 seconds. Bubble out from Smurf. He's waiting for that to expire. Now starts throwing in the right clicks. Nade comes down. They're trying to keep Smurf sustained.
Oh,
Seems like they're doing a good treat of it. Now he's going to throw the grab. Bubbles expiring here. Choice1 the first focus target. They will find the elimination. They're looking for a little bit more. Counter grab and a bit of a panic. Krong trying to keep them contained, trying to keep himself alive. Cannot do so. Is backed into a corner. That will be the extended wipe coming through. Far away. Nothing that he can do. This has to let the cart roll in. And it's 1 minute and 38 seconds here as Seoul Dynasty complete Circuit Royale.
And Seoul just look indomitable. I mean, Seoul's performance, even with, you know, the hiccup on University, still look like the cleanest team, the highest caliber team, certainly look better than Shanghai. They, I think they lost to, actually, Hangzhou in the early games that we had, but regardless of that, I mean, they're looking
Yeah, they did.
damn on fire. Creative in particular, holy cow, what is going on? Insane final blows on that Zen, comes back on an Ana, just starts destroying that sleep dart onto a Nano Choi, which would have been, that's the comeback for Guangzhou Charge. And I said earlier in the pre-show, before we got into this, Creative somehow always lands the perfect sleep dart on the exact target that they need it on. Out of 5 targets, one of them is the highest priority, and Creative will always find that highest priority target somehow, some way. Then the pocket healing onto Smurf when he was in trouble. Smurf didn't go down, he was caught, Creative just keeps him up. Insane stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just pumping him with heals, and then the instant sleep as Choice1 tries to come out. You see the Nano
Saves
there,
Vinheim.
just to make sure that Unique can't get the kill on the Vinheim. Beautifully done by Creative, who is maybe trying to put himself up there for a player of the match. And right now, you know what?
It's that shoulder massage.
I'm buying it.
Shoulder massage, Def. Every player needs a 5-minute shoulder massage before we get on in, because it's making all the difference.
Yeah, time to hire some more, I don't know what the plural
Masseuses.
masseuse would be. Masseuses?
Masseuses.
Masseuse?
Unleash the heat. Masseuse. Unleash the masseuse.
Yeah, big masseuse on the Dynasty there. Now, on the attack, Guangzhou Charge. Let's see what they can get done. Choice A1. Not, not going to be feeling like going for a double sniper attack, just like we saw from the Dynasty. He goes to the skies with the Echo. Pocket is there from Unique. Help with the jump shot. He's looking for Fitz. He might have just spotted him there right as he hits the ground.
That would have been shot of the year if he lands that onto Prophet as he's falling down from the hook and Prophet's going up. We'll just play this one slowly. Again, no Sigma for Smurf. He's looking for a fight in the Zarya versus Zarya heads up. Main tank player on Zarya versus off-tank player on Zarya. It's a good time, and Smurf has been... Well, he's actually quite low at the moment.
Yeah, does get beamed down there.
He's been dominating, but he's dead.
Making use of that kit. Now Farway as well, finding Prophet. Gets the shots through. Let's develop. We'll get another piece of the puzzle, and the cart now has a considerable amount of space opened up for it. Krong just going to be taking a little bit of a nap. Still is being brought forward. And that's already over halfway to point A here for the side of the Charge.
It's a good amount of progress off the back of Choice F1. If they need to do something about this, they are kind of letting Choice F1 getting away with it when, you know, Widowmaker's kind of there to keep them in check. Prophet also can. Well, he's probably going to have a harder time because he's not being pocketed. I think that's also going to make a difference. The Unique pocket versus Vindame on the Brig. There it is. Fitz will trying to finally take on Choice F1, but it should get rezzed.
Unless quite see where it happened. It looks like, yeah, they're not going to be able to get that res. The rest of the Dynasty just rushing forward to make sure that they cannot bring him back into the fight. So, time bought. There'll be 2 minutes remaining in the time bank here. Not too much further to go, though, for the side of the Guangzhou Charge to go ahead and get that 2.5-minute top-up on the time bank.
This, by the way, is the most important part for Vindame to find success, because this is where they can brawl, right? The reason why they're playing Brig Zarya is because they're more focused on the ground game, whereas Unique pocketing on the Mercy is more focused on allowing guys like Choice F1 and Develop to get the kills. Now it's 5v4.
Yep, really great capitalization there. Choice A1 putting himself in the perfect spot to take down Fitz after that initial bit of damage. Now they're rushing up Krong, just zoning everybody back. There's the cap coming through. Time added to the time bank, and he's still 100 energy. Needs to be feared right now.
Smurf should die.
With the sliver of HP. I mean, where is he? They can't find him. The bubbles come back up, and he's narrowly surviving. Choice A1 really pursuing deep for it. We'll find that elimination. Looks like they might get Prophet as well, and they do. This is huge value here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge.
This kind of stagger is exactly what they need, because they're behind on time. They got slowed down considerably on A, and this free push is perfect. I mean, those super late kill Smurf running away on 1 HP, and they do that because Creative and Vindame were the two players that actually got taken down by the Charge. So all these other guys taking poke on their way out, those exit frags can't get healed up, so perfect opportunity to extend their lead as far as kills go.
Good bubble out on the pitch. We'll keep him alive. The Nano as well going to be invested onto the Widowmaker. Unideal
that
for
can't
sure
be
here
right.
for the side
that
of the Dynasty, but that's a bit of a panic. Saw him getting jumped on. They wanted to save him. Fortunately, they committed a hell of a lot of resources to it. Prophet now dead to a poison grab. Grab will come through. Counter grab going to be lobbed in a little bit too deep there, and Fitz. They might not have the Nano now, but he's still managing to find some value. It's been a choice A1. Rally rolling the grab right here. Does contest the cart, though. Bionade slapped down. Counter nade is in. Smurf goes out. Vindame will manage to survive. They're still going to try to contest this card right here. As Prophet goes in, gets the duplicate, says, yeah, you got rid of my Zarya. I will just become the Zarya. Builds up some energy, tries to get the grab online. Everybody's contained in that corner right now. If he could get it ready to go, it would be absolutely massive for him. He spots him. He's going to lob it in. Pulls together, Develop, and far away. So far the kill's not being found yet, but as he goes back into his Echo form, will be able to have it. Now Krong, the last one standing, stands no chance. And as the bubble expires, the beam will finish him off.
Good decision making there by Prophet. He understands not going to beat Krong in the 1 versus 1, because even though you duplicated Zarya, your max HP is 300. Krong's max HP is like 475, so go for that backline. Huge grab. The backline tries to split. They both get caught anyway. You clean that one up, you do win that fight. But remember, Charge did all of this and got that distance 4v5, because somebody was solo pushing the payload the whole time, and Charge started a fight inside the casino of that C point 4v5 and nearly won it still.
Narrow margins there. Not too much further to go. Need to get this cap onto B pretty soon here if they want to have a greater time bank finish than the Seoul Dynasty. Granted, they still need to, of course, push through the final stretch of the point. So work is definitely cut out for them right now. As Prophet takes back to the skies. He'll apply some pressure here. Just hoping that somebody will kind of walk into one of these left clicks.
Nano nearly available for creative here, so that's something that they need to walk up forward with very quickly. Depending on Smurf's energy, it probably will go on him.
Soul grab on
There
his
it is.
Smurf. The Nano comes out in
HP
response. Gets anti there for the moment, but then Prophet gets on top of him. Sicky Bobs finish off Throng far away out of the fight. Just like that, we'll dip below a minute remaining as these members of the Guangzhou Charge need to exit or they need to die. Get that fast reset. See them buying some time here. Hunting choice they want down on the low ground.
And this, by the way, will be the biggest difference maker in terms of the slowdown, because in this exact same scenario, Seoul have already capped, they're already on C, already pushing through C, making massive distances. We're going to head into the OT for the Guangzhou Charge, and if they do cap, they can't match time anymore, because it's 138 for Seoul.
Yeah.
And Charge, they'll be lucky to finish the map with this kind of pacing. They've kind of lost all momentum. They were doing such a great job exiting A, going on B, but since Seoul kind of, you know, stabilized off the back of Prophet duplicating Azaria, it's been in Seoul's hands.
That very much has been, and they have the ult advantage quite massively here with Prophet nearly to that next duplicate. Far away, trying to build up the Nano, and otherwise, they're still a ways away from the Blade. Grab lobbed in, Smurf gets right in on top of them. Krong, first to fall, Fitz finds the kill. Smurf back on his feet, looking for another target. Stabilizes, sees Unique, knows that he needs to go down. Is the tankiest one to try to contest the cart, and that will be the cleanup. Choice they want just a little bit too late
Oh, he's
to
got a
arrive.
blade!
He does
Let's
have a
go!
blade. He's looking for some kills. The map is over. Seoul Dynasty will take Circuit Royale. A great start from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. They're on that attack, but unfortunately, like you said, the momentum, it really slipped out of their fingers. That hold from Prophet, getting the duplicate onto Krong, buying so much time with Azaria, it was a bit of an ankle breaker, it felt like, there for Charge. They weren't able to recover after that.
We've seen plenty of duplicates fumble as well. When you dupe somebody, you're instantly out of the duplicate. I mean, I think that's been the average dupe, but that dupe from Prophet was goddamn. I mean, that really was the difference maker, because Smurf died 4v5, or maybe even worse, can't remember who was alive. Seoul looking like they were probably going to lose the fight if Prophet missed dupes. And crazily enough, by the way, most of the Echo players I've seen have been duplicating non-tanks. They've been duplicating Arnes and all sorts of other plays, not the tank. Prophet's like, why would I do that? Of course I'm going to take the Zarya. Does and wins.
Well, big plays from Prophet, big plays from the entirety of the Dynasty there, but Charge down but not out. Still keeping things relatively competitive, just the stars haven't aligned yet for them. Need to maintain that momentum when they have it, and then maybe they'll be able to take us into a map win. King's Row is going to be coming up next as we get ready to head to Hybrid, so we'll see if they can get it done there and start to work towards a reverse sweep. Otherwise, the Dynasty are looking to string together back-to-back sweeps. Don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in just a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back, potentially going into our final map of this series. Seoul Dynasty currently leading 2-0. They get Circuit Royale, looking very one-sided. Charge, good start on their attack, but unfortunately they lose the momentum. It all falls flat, and they cannot get to point B. Now we turn our sights over to Kings Row to see if the Charge can stabilize. They've shown moments of brilliance here, Avril. They've shown they absolutely can be competitive, but it just hasn't really made it. They haven't been able to really keep doing it throughout an entire map to be able to get a win.
It's this whiplash from the Guangzhou Charge. I think yesterday's reverse sweep is similar, right? Where Charge looked great for 2 maps, and the next 3 maps it's falling apart, and here we're seeing it within the actual maps itself, where it's specifically looking at that Circuit Royale. Yeah, Charge looked like a completely different team. It looked like Seoul and Charge just kind of swapped sides from it. We swapped the nameplates. Who's playing who here? Charge, Dynamite, destroying Seoul. And then one perfect dupe later, Seoul are back to themselves. Charge are back to their old selves as well. And we're back to where we started. So it is unfortunate to see the Charge here. Again, I don't think we really expected them to win today. Seoul is, to me, the best team. Maybe the second best team, depending on who's better between them and Hangzhou right now. Charge, they're struggling. They're making a bit of a comeback, but it's not enough to take down a juggernaut like Seoul right now. Can they make another reverse sweep? Can they make a reverse sweep happen? They got reverse swept, which is to say that they started up 2-0 and couldn't finish it up. So this time they don't even get to start up 2-0. It's that hard.
Yep, a very difficult spot to be in here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but again, if they can just keep it together for a map, they've shown that they absolutely can play at that level that is necessary to be able to deal with the Dynasty, be able to deal with Prophet and Fitz, take down Smurf in that front line. It's just they often do it, and then one little thing goes south, and it all starts to really unravel from there. Let's see, though, moving back over to one of the most played, most standard maps in competitive Overwatch history. We'll see if they can get it done on Kings Row.
Seoul Dynasty back on the Smurf, like. Winston, and the compositions are, I mean, the great thing about Smurf now, and this is what I think makes him one of the top tanks, is the flexibility coming on through. And now Seoul Dynasty are really, don't get baited by the Orisa, not happening. Seoul Dynasty are really now, I think, reaping the rewards of selecting the right solo tank, not having to rely on a second tank on the roster at all. You got your 2-time champion here. He knows what he's doing, and he can also play off tanks and the Doomfist. I mean, Smurf was on Sigma, for Christ's sakes, and doing well. It's been on the Doomfist. It's been on the Zarya.
It's in smatterings of that Sigma, but it's pretty few and far between when you do get to see that rush push coming through quickly around the corner.
There's only one map that gets played on, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, Prophet shifting over to the Genji. They were rushing into Hotel, got a sleep onto Krong, and then everybody made a swift exit. Prophet now thinking better of it. Looks like he's going to move off the Genji now over onto the Echo. Okay,
Seoul doing a lot of bit of soul searching, I think, to find that right comp. Just a few more members. Okay, now it is going to be the Winston. He was thinking about the Zarya. And they just want to play dive. They're looking at the back line of Guangzhou thinking this is pretty diveable.
They also, want to be able to get in on top of Develop if necessary. Tracer, try to go ahead and scout out the position. See the ping coming down. Smurf, though, taking a hell of a lot of damage, and he's going to be dead in transit. Great shot from Develop. Good setup there from Choice A1 to really soften up the Winston. The elimination. And Prophet going to be forced to recall, and I think he thought that Develop pulled back into the hallway. He did not. He re-peeked, and he gets that kill. Fitz now going to be taking a nap. Looks like he's safely inside the movie theater, but as I say that, Krong will get the elimination. So far, so good here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge.
And now they're pushing up as well. I mean, they're on the double decker here. They've pushed up to the theater even, and at this point, Seoul trying to break out a spawn first and foremost. Seoul need to be the team that kind of pull that trigger, but it's hard for them. Like, really, they need to dive onto Faraway, right? But he is being bodyguarded by Unique's Brig. They would also like Develop, but they have to kind of play around the hookshot timings. Smurf and Prophet as that diving duo, it has been a difference maker in the past, especially yesterday versus Fusion. We need to see that setup again now where Prophet can land on Smurf together for targets.
For now, it's going to be everybody piling in to the Graviton Surge. Choice A1 taking a nap there for just a moment, but does still get the sticky bombs through to Vindheim to find the elimination. point for now as Fitz is going on a big wrap around the back. Helix rockets, and the shot's not really connecting onto Develop. Only gets a little bit of chip damage there onto the Widowmaker. Wrap around into the bar. I mean, he is just going on a huge flank here, but he needs to find some value. You got Smurf occupying space, drawing attention at the front. Well, Fitz tries to offer up some damage from the back. Sends another Helix rocket, rotates back over towards the high ground. Does have that tack visor, and that's been enough of a pull for them to nearly get 2 ticks. The recontest will finally come in. Choice-A1 now going to be nanoed up, gets in on top of Creative, beams him down to death. For a little bit more as Mayhem just plays around the bubble, trying to stay safe. The dupe comes through. He's looking now. Shifts over to the Tracer, trying to get in on top of this enemy Lucio. Recalls, keeps the dupe alive for a little bit longer. Now has the pulse bomb, but can he get a stick here in the last few seconds? Is the question. Moves up, searching for it, lobs it in. Won't have the stick, won't get the damage, but still is going to be safe to retreat.
And where was Fitz? He actually had an insane angle. I thought Fitz was going to visor from the high ground. He must have been pushed out. No, he's actually gone all the way to the back again. Now the visor
comes in. He is still very much in. Now the visor comes in. He's low HP, won't be able to escape, but it's already done enough. The rest of the team is piled forward through the archway. As Creative is left alone to get the cap, the team kill will come through. They'll add 2.5 minutes here to the time bank, but it's still a good amount of time bought from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Grong respawns just in time, so no split spawns to be found.
That's hilarious because I was saying the whole time, like, you know, Smurf and Prophet, they need to link up together, get these dives going, and Fitz is like, I'll do it. I'm on the back line, I'll dive with you, Smurf, and he's right there. Smurf got taken down in the early stages, so give Guangzhou Charge now the ability to play a lot closer. They want that really close hold on the archway, and they have the ultimates to do so. Now they're sort of expended most of their ultimates, minus a nano coming on up. Guangzhou's time is now to slow this payload even further and get that timing down. Like you said, they did a good job of that on A, they can do that again on B.
Yep, absolutely. This is one of the most impregnable positions in Overwatch, you know, to try to break through. It's, most people would say probably, you know, what, this and then Hangar on Gibraltar can be 2 of the toughest places to try to break through. So far, though, Dynasty are shoving the charge quite far back towards point B. Wrong going down. Not a lot to stand behind. As Prophet comes up with 2, looking for a little bit more. Just chipping away, looking for some damage, looking to build up for another dupe.
I think a lot of that charge forward pressure has to come from the grab, but Krong dies at 99, so just not quite there. Nano not quite there from far away either to make that save happen. If they get the grab, they play it based off the Bionade as well. That could be a really good team fight win from Guangzhou Charge, but now they can no longer hold close. They have to try and retake and come back in with this, but Smurf's already in the back line.
That he is, playing up above. Pretty darn close now to having that primal as well. So look to displace everybody off the cart should he need to, or survive if he gets solo grabbed by Krong. He's going to drop down, he's diving into the back lines, he's looking for development, grabs the Mega Pack, receives a bubble. Be safe for now. Smurf now in a bit of an awkward spot, waits it out, goes low, pops the Primal Rage. Now looks for a little bit more, diving in, shoving everybody away. The Sleep Dart will finally connect. They get the kill, we'll have to just wait and see. They're looking for it. Yes, they will manage to finish him off, but the cart in the meantime got capped. So it's still down to shy of 3 minutes remaining for the Seoul Dynasty for the final stretch of the map. While Charge do get a little bit of a forward position established.
It's a sad Graviton Surge is what that was from Krong. Perfectly played by Smurf. The fact that he baits the grab and it's like, what are you going to do with this? I have a primal, you just simply can't kill me. They chase him down and get him, but at what cost, right? Because the point was already capped off the back of some great movement from Smurf and great initiation from Smurf onto that backline, forcing the pressure to be on towards him and allowing that free cap.
They want looking for the assassination. They're on it. Fitz can't quite make it happen, and now he is angry. Pushing back forward here.
Rally canceled.
For another target. Quite a bit of damage going through. As the kills come flying. Choice-A1 dead on the back there. Prophet finding him. His spot far away. Fitz trying to get into a position to maybe get some shots across. Takes him low. Almost gets the finish. Looks like far away will manage to stay alive.
They don't build the rallies like they used to, Achilles. It used to give you armor. Now it's just that green health. Fitz will completely tear right through it. By Unique, Charge down on their last leg, still got ultimates to play through. Soul though, similar ultimates, and I think the Sound Barrier, very good here to counter develop it. What are we going to do with these duplicates? We've already seen Prophet basically win a map off a duplicate. If he does that again, copies from Zarya, could be dynamite.
Choice-A1, beam goes out, finds Prophet, gets the elimination, no dupe to be found. More time bought. A little pull away here from some of the members on the side of the Dynasty as Fitz just continues to hold the high ground. Now he's going to be taking a nap, but Findame is here to body block. Sees the push up, gets the boom. Fitz still falling low, but still.
Great healing.
Will survive, at least for now. Good healing coming in. Prophet now goes for the duplicate. Finds Krong yet again. Now there's an extra Zarya in the fight. Nano goes out on the Fitz just to keep help keep him alive. Falls low, sound barrier, even committed here. All just to keep Private Fitz alive. So far it's working a treat. Prophet running out of time, however, doesn't quite build up for the grab. Gets it in the last few seconds of the duplicate, now loses out on it, but Choice1 is instantly broken away from his.
Seoul Dynasty still have plays to walk through. I don't know if they can cap yet because Vindame has to very quickly come back from... Well, he doesn't even really want to play the Lucio. He's got Moira and then Bap. And to really groove it with the Bap, Seoul have to wait. They can't push here, so they have to wait for Vindame. They lose all forward pressure. And we're running out of time now. Seoul's ability to cap is diminishing.
That it is. Vindame will be joining in now. Jumps up over the top, doesn't play the high ground, stays low, just starts pumping out heals. Seeing what he can get done. Smurf falling low, pops a bubble, grabs come out, trading. There's the immortality field. It keeps Smurf in the fight at least for a little bit longer. Kwong eventually does find that elimination after Develop is able to clear the immortality field. Prophet getting unique. Kwong now swapping over to the Doomfist, looking to join back in as we enter into overtime. Choice1 with the slip of HP. Fitz finally gets him in the end. He looks rockets flying from both sides. Fitz has to reposition, pulls back away, breaks line of sight for just a moment as Prophet receives the nano boost and looks for the elimination. He's got it. Kwong melted down, and now it's all on unique. Nano up the brig is here on the point, trying to play in, and oh man, what a shield bash. Takes himself back onto safe and solid ground, but still is met with death upon his return. Fitz will emote as they do manage to crash the cart here into the end of the map.
Amazing damage from Prophet. Taking down Kwong in that way, giving them a tank advantage. Smurf also comes back on the Doom. They just have to get past the Nano, right? You know, you would have loved it if the Nano went onto Kwong instead of keeping him alive longer, but I just don't think that play was linked up. Maybe Kwong died too early, Farway wasn't there, who knows, but for Charge, it looked like they could potentially hold on. Time was in their favor, respawn advantage was in their favor, but the damage wasn't there. Prophet did it all. Fitz was outputting it as well. And the Vindame Bap, I'm still 50-50 on that one, but yeah, I mean, I guess a lamp did keep Smurf alive just that much longer, didn't save his life at the end of the day. Hard to get value on a lamp these days when you have soldiers so deep in the meta that can pretty fast, pretty quickly kind of delete that immortality field, right? So yeah, it's not my favorite sort of pick from Vindame there. I think he could have come back on the Lucio, but Seoul Dynasty will get it across the line off the back of, I think, Prophet at the end of the day.
Well, they managed to make it work, but no time left in the bank. Guangzhou Charge. We'll see if they can get a finish on the map with, you know, over a minute. Deny Seoul Dynasty from getting any extra innings. Otherwise, I mean, first and foremost, you know, you got to take the step, finish the map. Worry about that, then worry about how much time is left in it. If they can get there also in OT. Both teams will operate with a minute. Develop now. Opening with the Widowmaker, sends a couple shots over towards Smurf. Looks like he's thinking about sticking with the pick for a little bit longer. But isn't moving forward, so he's just looking for any kind of target that might show their face.
He's got a decent amount of range difference coming through via Fitz on the Soldier. Smurf probably could have played the Winston here. I mean, when you see the Tracer, you're really thinking it should be probably the Tracer Winston together, but no, it was Ari instead. In some ways, it'll help Prophet, but because he has to play against Kwong, it'll still be somewhat difficult. Neither team looking towards a Reaper. I think that could be a big difference maker. But Choi really trusting in his Echo today and Develop wants to snipe.
That he does. Repositioning now, gets himself back up over here towards the theater. Still, though, Dynasty playing very well to just not give line of sight over to this Widowmaker whatsoever. We'll see here Prophet at 50%, building up towards that Pulse Bomb. Develop only at 36, and a lot of that at this point is going to be natural tick-up. Just from existing, just from being in the game all the way. I mean, he is deep in, and now he's going to be slept as he tries to go upstairs. Wow. Farway is ready for him. They get the catch, and that could be the go button here for the Charge to actually get their presence over onto the point. Start capping it up. Still going to be contested for now. Prophet taking the recall.
Charge got to go.
For the shield bash there. They're diving forward. They're looking for the Tracer. Prophet taking a smattering of damage. And, oh, man. Actually gets chunked out even lower. Stays alive for now. The beam not going to find much. Smurf gets nanoed. That pushes him back up towards full. And now the grab is available. He's going to duck and dive around the phone box. Manages to get the catch on the Kwong, and Fitz is there. Gets a couple headshots through. Zarias will be traded out. Develop finding that snipe, but Fitz gets rid of Choice1. 2-for-1 special now here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty as Fitz is starting to take it over.
Fitz will get the kills at the end of the day, but that took so long. I mean, so long for the Charge to push on through. I mean, Vindame All right, well, there's his Reddit Lucio clip. I was going to say, he's looking for that Reddit clip, you know, going straight into that theater, just diving with the backline. Who knows what he's actually doing. This time they'll actually find the kills. Prophet still has blinks, but gets destroyed by Develop. Can Charge make use of the 5v4 again? Last time they didn't even get a tick. That's so sad.
Okay, well now they've got the infrasight rolling, so they know everybody's position. Develop moves forward here in Hotel, and the Dynasty just waiting. So yeah, we've got to sack a good amount of this. So looks like 2 ticks at least going to be given up. Benheim dead yet again. That means the Dynasty win the fight, right? There's the pulse bomb. Prophet finding one. The grab goes through. Develop's got the easy headshot. Prophet trying to apply some pressure, but it comes in a little bit too late. Still gets tanked. Can't believe he actually hit that. Just wasn't a full charge shot, so can't get the elimination. Under a little bit of pressure, has to back away. Breaks line of sight from Fitz, but the cap comes through all the same. 3 minutes and 38 seconds now on the clock for the Guangzhou Charge, and they've got a good amount of ults getting ready to come up here to try to work with.
No idea how Benheim got called that second time, but I don't know. I'll assume it was for poor reasons, but you have to get the detective to come out and kind of work that one out a little bit. But Seoul, in any regard, Develop still getting more kills, even pushing Prophet away. This guy's hitting some real shots now. Can he continue to find these shots, though? It's Prophet on a fresh ult charge. Seoul Dynasty, no position here. Charge just walking forward.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going right around the back, and there's a triple ante going through. Krong slurping up the kills. 3 for him. Both supports plus the front line broken down. Fitz, he'll kill Develop back over by the cart, but it's not going to buy too much time.
Dude,
the cart is already so far beyond the archway.
This is Circuit Royale all over again. You know, Charge, they cap A after a little bit of back and forth, and now they're not quite spawn camping, but they're running into the choke point the Seoul Dynasty want to come out of. Solo pushing the payload. It literally is Circuit Royale again, but the problem is they still lost Circuit Royale because they didn't cap B. Can they get it done this time? Can they put up enough pressure? They have the ultimate. Prophet's not playing Echo. He can't dupe the Zarya again.
No, he certainly cannot. Speaking of duplicates and duplicating Zarya's, Choice-A-Wan copying Smurf, looking for some damage. So far, the bubble's coming in, deny a lot of it away, and they will manage to break him before he can try to get that grab online. Good amount of damage being pushed out by him. Far away, sitting well into the back. Living up to the name here. As he continues to take some shots. Prophet diving into the back line, trying to deal with the enemy Ana, but yeah, the sleep instantly connects in onto the Tracer, and Far away will get that kill. Smurf falling low. Was nanoed up to try to stay alive, still trying to kite back, still trying to stay in this fight. Now the sound barrier going to be used by Benheim to try to maintain this cart control. It's 1.29 meters left to go here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, and Fitz finds an opening kill. The belt going to be taken down now. The attack visor is rolling, but the members are falling down around him. He's looking for a little bit more, but he's not going to be able to get it. He alone cannot contest this cart, so it will get pushed in. And now it's 3 minutes left for the final stretch here for the Guangzhou Charge again. If they can finish with more than a minute, they will stop the Dynasty from getting a second attempt in OT.
Farway played that so well. He keeps Krong alive, puts the nano in, and then sleeps Prophet when Prophet tries to go from there. Solo kills Prophet, and by the way, I'm pretty sure Smurf wasted his grab. He did another nano grab. That could be 3 in a row now that we've seen from multiple different players, where he threw that one into the backline, but it did not connect. Prophet, on the other hand, will find that connection on that pulse bomb. And Seoul Dynasty might be looking to recover this one properly.
That's the second time he's gotten a stick there onto Choice-A-Wan. Grab going to be thrown in by Krong on his dying breath. Ends up falling over. Benheim going to be the only casualty so far for the side of the Dynasty, who now have cart control. The rest of the Charge forced back around the corner for now, so they wait for the Zarya to rejoin them.
My ultimate is almost ready.
They can breathe a sigh of relief that they get the grab out there.
Yeah, I mean, well, the grab's gone now, and I still look back at the grab from Smurf. They could have gotten a lot of value, but bygones be bygones. B is out of the hands of Seoul now. C is still very much in contention. 3 ultimates, nearly 4 in line for the Charge. Not so many for Seoul. With Prophet down, that's probably going to be Seoul in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, bubble up from Smurf as he tries to survive. The nano boost has to be used onto the Zarya. Okay. He just pushes right into Develop, manages to find the elimination, just counteracting everything the Develop was trying to get done. Rally is rolling from Unique. Gets that green health out onto the rest of the members here, the Guangzhou Charge. Smurf just waiting as the sticky bombs go off. Zone grab nearly online. Krong falling low. The right click lob in manages to get the ult online, and the rest of the team now need to make their exit. But Prophet is coming up with kills left, right, and center. Smurf will get the final one here. As Develop is going to try to exit, but he's back over onto the Widowmaker, so cannot. Now the hold is there. 1 minute and 12 seconds left for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, so they're not going to be able to deny those extra innings. Now it all comes back down to just finishing the map, having a closeout here on Kings Row, being able to actually go into overtime.
And if they do, it'll be an OT versus OT here. So both teams will get 1 minute in that time back to play through, which is likely at this stage. Smurf just puts his body on the line and survives against a full mana visor. Develop sniping on
many
this
ults
last
to work
point.
with, though.
He's taken down.
Yeah, Develop picked off the rally rolling now for Mayhem. They just take the fight straight over to the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Prophet still holding on to this pulse bomb. Chosei assassinates Creative in the back lines, but that's all he can get done. Fitz has the capitalization there at the end. Now it's 30 seconds left on the clock for the Guangzhou Charge.
Seoul look like they're going to hold because they got 4 ultimates coming online. It's another nano soon. Could be a nano vice, could be anything. Prophet has been so good on these sticks over the course of the last 2 days. Grabs there, I mean, Charge, they need a miracle. Develop needs to hit a miracle shot here to give them another play advantage.
And he needs to do it right here, right now. And there's the start. Gets Prophet. Checks the corner, and that's going to be that pulse bomb out of the fight. Fits here with attack visor, pulling back, breaking line of sight, making sure the Develop cannot do the same to him what he just did to Prophet. Prophet, however, will be respawning. Attack visor expires, doesn't find too much value there overall for the side of the Dynasty, but there's still the potential for this big bang combination if Smurf can nail a grab. Get a couple targets, maybe break those bubbles quickly. They could still shut this down, but the Guangzhou Charge are looking to push in. Chosei going to go for the dupe here onto Prophet, trying to build up the pulse bomb. Destroys the poison trap. In the meantime, grab has been used by Smurf. Don't see where it went. Already has expired. Now the answering grab comes in. They lock him in place. Develop gets a headshot. Prophet with the pulse bomb will get far away. But now Fitz going to be taken down. Develop is coming up with kills. Chosei out of the dupe. The cart advancing forward. Someone's got to contest it. It's going to be Vindheim. Prophet finds Unique. He finds Chosei. Prophet is starting to dominate right now. In the clutch moment when they need him, he's answering the call. Krong pops the bubble. Smurf is returned on the Doomfist. Krong falls, and he was the only one contesting it. It's so darn close, but in the last few seconds, Prophet just goes absolutely off, destroys the remaining members of the Charge, denies them the finish, denies them overtime, and that gets them the 3-0 victory in the series.
And like I said, you know, no longer just playoffs Prophet, regular season Prophet now dominates as well. No more supports for the Guangzhou Charge. Krong trying to keep it alive, Develop with the hero plays. I mean, look, I said Charge had no shot unless a miracle happened. It probably had to come through from the Develop headshots, and he got them. He got multiple of them, actually. And it looked possible. It turned from not quite possible or extremely unlikely into actually this could be real. This could actually be Guangzhou Charge making a solid push for the final cap, pushing us into a time bank. And we'll see what happens from there. When your supports are gone, and by the way, you can't just rely on Develop to continue hitting those shots. To even hit the shots that he did so far was pretty darn good. If he continued hitting shots, I guess he'd just be the best Widowmaker in the world. So a little bit too hard for Krong to maintain control there. The rest of Dynasty, they have respawn advantages. Prophet is just a god on that last point, and Seoul will get the sweep.
Just, you know, they put the signal up in the sky, he answers. And he absolutely delivers. Prophet looking incredible. Though, despite his heroics there at the very end of the map, he is not a player of the match. There was somebody else who, of course, caught our eye a little bit earlier on, and that is Creative, who was just absolutely wonderful to watch on our second map of Circuit Royale. I mean, the whole way through, nailing sleep darts when he's on the Ana. He goes over to the Zenyatta on Circuit Royale for the longest stretch of time there on the attack, and the man was finding so much impact.
Yeah, like I said, he actually had an equal amount of final blows as both Prophet and Fitz, your 2 DPS players, and one of the best 2 DPS players combined at one point. Just, I mean, again, whatever massage technique you're doing, keep doing it. It's working. It's really making Creative just an insane player. Pocket healing, dynamite stuff, Seoul Dynasty in general. Have to say, to me, they're just looking like such a solid team, and so many good sleep darts. Just massive value. I think. I mean, he's
locked into a graph in that moment. He's stuck in a graph with like 4 other people, and he just 3 other people, and he just manages to get that sleep dart. He identifies like, oh yeah, he's over there. Boom, puts Chosei on the floor.
Yeah,
beautiful stuff.
And that, by the way, is huge because I was going to comment in that moment. Usually, when you get like a 3-4 man grab, there's not a lot of AOE damage except the sticky bombs. The sticky bombs is the real, I think. That's the real tool you have to put into the big grab to get those kills. And Creative, I didn't even notice Creative slipped him. I just saw that in the replay when he pointed out, but he, again, somehow finds the exact person he needs to sleep every single time. It's insane how he does this.
It was actually a little bit too late, because thinking back, I believe that Vindheim did die to sticky bombs post-sleep, so I think he actually managed to throw them first, but it's still just
did he?
incredible.
Well,
incredible target
you know what
selection
that
from Creative. A great reaction all the
Fitz,
same, so not to devalue it.
I saw Fitz diving into the clown car of that grab and just putting in that healing pad. Like, I'll help out, guys. We're in a grab. Like, we drop out the soldier healing pad. It'll help. It'll do something.
Man, but well, Dynasty, they do it again. They get another 3-0 sweep, very firmly asserting themselves and placing themselves at the top of the standings here in the APAC region. And right now, it looks like there are very few teams who can really contest against them. I mean, you talk about, okay, Hangzhou Spark were able to get the best of them in the first series, you know, that they both played in this season, but that was also a very off-form looking Seoul Dynasty. If they clashed again today, who knows what would happen? I think it would still be damn close, but you might give the edge to the Dynasty because they look clean, they look clutch when they need their players to step up in these dire moments when they're about to not even lose a map, have to play overtime. They manage to make it happen. They get the clutches through. Gorgeous stuff from them, but we'll probably talk a little bit more about this in just a few minutes when myself and Avril return, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Alrighty, welcome back, guys. Myself and Avril is here to chat about the last match that we got to witness. Seoul Dynasty taking it 3-0. I think this is, for a lot of people, myself included, I think a little bit of an expected result, Avril. Just given the way that Dynasty has looked, given the way that, Charge have had some snafus in their play. But I think that we should still give Charge some credit. There's clear signs of hope here. I think it's very similar to the Valiant, where they are able to show that they can be competitive during these series. They just haven't been able to really come together well enough yet to get multiple wins.
I think the thing about the Valiant is that they've probably had closer games overall because they've been at match point more often. Charge yesterday kind of gave that hope versus the Shanghai Dragons. Today, less so. There was maybe some hope to take it into the time bank of King's Row, but even then, hard to say that they would win it. That would have probably have given fans that much more, I don't know, I guess hope might still just be the right word here. Just some relief to actually get to that time bank, and missing out on that does quite feel bad. Some other hope was kind of gained on Circuit Royale, though. I mean, we have to go back to the fact that this push on Circuit Royale, and that B push, including also the King's Road B push, were probably some of the highest moments for the Charge today. Some of the best moments where they looked like they were definitely, excuse the pun, but in charge, and they looked like they were in command of the game. But beyond that, I mean, Seoul were firmly behind the driver's wheel the entire way through.
Yeah, I mean, you see that highlight there, Prophet just being incredibly clutch, and I'm sure we'll probably get his POV as well of the ending moments here on King's Row, but he was just absolutely unchained, as he has been in these last several matches. We have been seeing this return to form for Prophet, where he's playing like he's in the playoffs already. It's only here at the start of the season, the tournament on the horizon. I mean, with him playing like this, hitting this level of stride, and with the team that he's got around him, this is such a terrifying form for Seoul to be in. If you're one of the teams that is potentially going to have to, continue playing against them, if you want to be that one that's in, holding your head high at the end of the kickoff clash, you've got to get through these guys. And I think that's a pretty scary feat for everybody. Here's his POV.
Well,
dash into the back, the stick, and just starts shredding.
Receives a nano, goes for the final support play. It's exactly what you need, right? Because no support's no win. And for a team like Seoul as well, it's not even just the profits to it, because like we saw in Circuit Royale, creative can be a heavy factor as well. And we depending on when the next patch drops, Achilles, when the Zen buff patch comes, we might get into a Zen meta. You want to have a flex DPS play that's going to be able to pop off like Creative just did on the weaker version of Zen, right? Vindame is being active at the kill feed. Smurf is Smurf. So we're in a situation where, okay, sure, they did lose versus Hangzhou in the opening matchup, but like you said, it seemed like Seoul was still trying to figure things out. They weren't quite landing on comfortable compositions yet. You got Smurf playing like 3 to 4 different tanks in the middle of a single map. Here, he's very firmly on, I'm going to be Winston, I'm going to be Zarya. Maybe a smattering of other things depending on what the maps are. Like, I'll play a little bit of Sigma on Circuit Royale because that is the one map that you can play Sigma, and they'll do it with a full poke composition. But we're basically just handing up play of the matches to every single individual on this team at the moment, because everyone's been at the level where they can be deserving of play of the match. All 5 of them solid.
Yeah, just kind of trading that off, and like you said, with that on the horizon, the Zenyatta buffs, that is very, very terrifying, extra terrifying for everybody to have to deal with creative. I mean, no Jonek, no problem. Seems like Seoul Dynasty perfectly sorted with him, just piloting that pick in the few rare instances that we have seen it. It has had an immense amount of impact. But enough about that matchup, guys. There's one final series for you to enjoy this evening here in APAC. That's going to be the Shanghai Dragons going up against the LA Valiant. And of course, they need their proper initiations. They need to cast a Valiant game. So we're going to hand it over to Lemon Kiwi as well as Leg Day to take you guys through that series. It's coming up in just a bit.
Here, I'll try unmuting this time. There we go. Okay, hi everybody. Hi, hello again. I said hi the first time. Shanghai Dragons versus the LA Valiant, our final match of the day. It's going to be a good one. Shanghai Dragons just coming off a win against the Charge yesterday. And Valiant, they ain't got a win yet.
Yeah, Valiant don't have a win yet, Lemon, but it's weird to say this is an impressive beginning to the season for them. And that's in the context of the Valiant only existed hypothetically last season because they only showed up in a couple of the matches that they were scheduled to play. But it seems like this time around, Valiant are actually a threat that has to be considered. There are no freebie matches here in APAC, and the Valiant, behind Dia, they have been able to put a significant wrench in the plans of multiple top-tier teams here in APAC, and Shanghai Dragons are, of course, our reigning champions, and currently with a -1 map differential at 2-1, because both of their wins, Lemon, have been in 5-map series. It has been a rough beginning for our crown wearers.
It's very important for the Shanghai Dragons, now that they're in a qualifying spot for the Kickoff Clash, to remain in that spot, which means clean series, clean wins, and no more messing about, as the British say. So here's your starting roster. What's interesting about the Shanghai Dragons is their substitutions, both on the tank role and DPS. Mainly we're looking, at least what I'm looking at, is Who Are You and Flutta. They sub in and out. Now I'm kind of noticing a trend where Who Are You comes in to be their Genji specialist. Not that Flutta can't play it, but Who Are You is like the Genji guy. He's the Shinobi Hokage, you know? And Flutta comes in when they maybe want a better Tracer. Again, not that Who Are You can't play the Tracer, but it's not what he's known for.
Yeah, Who Are You is particularly adept at the Genji vanilla gameplay as well, without requiring a blade, which allows for poke phase to be particularly more deadly, especially in tandem with Fate as well, on those dives of the right clicks. What they're going up against, though, is another DPS maestro on the LA Valiant. We have ourselves the Lord and Master and former player for the Shanghai Dragons as well, Mr. Dia. And Dia was part of the tragic Shanghai roster that ended up going 0-40, but to a large degree, the 0-40 Shanghai Dragons roster sort of became the bedrock of their fan base, just everyone wishing that Shanghai would be able to get a win. And I don't know if Dia was actually present for the first win of Shanghai Dragons on the field, but was on the bench for 2019 with Shanghai Dragons. And after then, Dia's road through Overwatch has been a little bit here and there. Had some great success back in Contenders with Team CC, I believe, over in Chinese Contenders. Last year was a little bit more quiet. And then this year came in and seems to have not skipped a beat. This guy's mechanics are slick, Lemon. And if Shanghai did not give Dia the proper respect, he will tear through them.
Well, at least he's respected amongst his 4 other DPS teammates. LA Valiant have one of the largest DPS rosters, hoping to keep themselves meta-proof. Now we've seen gameplay from Dia, Becky, and EasyHan, while Innovation and Hacker have not had any playtime yet. But as APAC have concentrated all their matches over the last 2 weeks, it's probably going to be a long-term plan for the LA Valiant in terms of, you know, what they're going to look like in a few months from now. Are they going to get better? I think a lot of people had low expectations for them, but they've surprised a lot of us, taking a lot of the top teams like Dynasty and the Spark to a Game 5. But now that we go to Oasis, I gotta transcend this to my next point of LA Valiant have a very low win rate on Control, and I would attribute that to be the main reason why they really can't start a series or close out a series very well.
Big difference here in terms of theme, Lemon, is going to be the composition, of course. Los Angeles Valiant only with 1 tank on the roster is Sarsin. Most notably, an off-tank player coming out with Vazaya, and Shanghai Dragons here. The continuum of play for them to win is going to be all about baiting out early cooldowns. Fate's already in danger, but Becky, look at that.
That is sick. We got trades back and forth. I seem to be having tech issues, so why don't you go take this away like that?
Yeah, we just got Sarsin hanging out here. Becky actually falling down super early there. I don't think they managed to get the Wraith form out at the proper time, Lemon. And that actually ended up with them falling. Either that or they used it for locomotion and didn't properly ascertain the amount of cooldown time that it had left, and Vesvar was caught out without the timing. Shanghai Dragons losing out on a 3 versus 5, having got early picks on Lingsa and Becky, and they've picked off Becky again. This cannot become a overall trait of this series, Lemon.
I agree, as I would love to see gameplay, but everything you're saying is sounding very correct, so why don't you keep going?
Yeah, you know what? That's a great idea. We've got Fate diving in right here. Dia actually taken apart by Lip as well. The target focus from Shanghai Dragons, super solid right now. Moving as a unit with the help of Lijiang, that is going to give over the cap, which allows for 12% already. But Los Angeles Valiant have been able to deny a little bit of this percentage. And now Sarsen moving in. It's going to be rather difficult to try and outpoke Lip here, who has been able to do more damage than Dia. But Becky, once again, we've got to see if it's going to be an early pick onto this Reaper again. Seems like at the moment they have at least isolated Fate. A well-placed sleep from Coldest takes them on down. And Lip has wrapped around the back, trying to even this one up. Who are you? Give him a nano. The right clicks on to Sarsen. And that was easy shots to the head. Becky, even though they weren't the first one to die this time, it will be the last. And it's at the hands of Lijiang. And now who are you? Ready. With a blade. However, this can easily be answered. Coldest can put the nano onto whoever the primary target is, unless it is, of course, himself. And Sarsen can bubble whoever Who Are You goes after, and it will take 2 slashes to break that bubble without the nano, which was previously given over to that Genji. Sarsen getting aggressive, 3 people in the grab. It's a huge amount of squishies. However, the biotic field healing might be enough to keep people sustained. Who Are You has brought out the blade, but he's simply swinging at nothing like a kid who's had too many sweets before an anime convention. I'm afraid, son, I'm going to have to ask you to put that away. And that's going to be Shanghai Dragons losing control of a point once more. Coldest now. They're going to be the upcoming playmaker, Lemon. A nano boost in the back pocket, and multiple choices as to who to give it to. Sarsen potentially with high energy. Maybe the Visor instead, or potentially even Becky with that Death Blossom. It depends on what resources are available for Shanghai Dragons to try and deal with these, and already the sound barrier is good to go. For now, Los Angeles Valiant back themselves into a corner, no longer have the offensive power of that biotic grenade. And here comes Lip moving. Oh, hello there, welcome back.
Hello. Well, someone's trying to promote it to my computer. Well, I'm just going to keep casting. So, Valiant, I've lost Dia. A big win condition having that tactical visor, but I'm looking at Lip. He's dominating this high ground. Becky's on the low, trying to dominate over on the hallway side, but the Valiant have really lost too much at this point, so the Shanghai Dragons will be able to recoup, recap, and gain back the lead.
I think Valiant, though, they do still have a couple of tools to try and make a retake happen. The speed boost combined with a sound barrier here to try and get Dia into a nasty position with this visor could be the biggest play that needs to be made, and you can see that Fate at the moment is doing some early scouting, trying to get cleave onto multiple members of LA Valiant, maybe force out an early bubble, as that would give a lot more ability for Who Are You to make a move inwards. Nano might have to be given over here, but instead it's going to be placed onto Who Are You in the midst of the enemy team, antied.
Oh, well, Who Are You's at least staying alive. You spot the Wraith from Becky, and Valiant pushed up against the corner. Shanghai wanting to apply the pressure. You see Fate leading that charge, 99 to the Dragons, hoping to end this quickly. The Valiant are down 2. Dia still hasn't used the visor. We're waiting until Overwatch 3 at this point. And no supports means no chance for the Valiant, as Who Are You will cut the door down to anyone who wants to step by, and that'll be the first round for the Dragons.
When I was a young boy, my father gave me these tactical goggles, and they shall carry on through our family for generations, Lemon Kiwi. This visor is an heirloom. Dia, not sure what was going on there, but that's okay. Economically minded, he's got a saver's mindset, a frugal boy. Of course, Dia is one of the veterans of Overwatch, has been playing amongst the competitive sphere for, I believe, about 6 years now, almost as long as Overwatch has been out. I think I remember in the Overwatch Pacific series, back in the deep lore of Overwatch Esports. Congratulations if you're watching and you remember what that is. You remember the weird Jameson and Hex casts at like midnight or worse over in Los Angeles. Shanghai Dragons now coming out once again with Who Are You, now on the Tracer. This is not his most known hero, Lemon, and Fleta far more known for the Tracer.
Oh! Wait, oh, okay, now Lynx is dead. I was like, ain't no way that skater boy is making his way back, but interesting to see Sashin on the Diva too. This here in particular, better in close range, has shorter cooldown when it comes to mobility compared to the Winston. That's kind of the justification. The Matrix is good damage mitigation versus, any other hero as well. So, but the only issue is that if you just focus down the Diva, she will get overwhelmed, and I think that's what happened to the Valiant at that moment.
Yeah, the thing is, D.Va's headshot hitbox is so large as well, Lemon, that Lip can do so much damage at range to a D.Va. Even if she can disengage, it allows for those visors to be built up so early and so easily that people like Becky and Lengsa have to worry about being randomly given a visor against them when they're at their most evasive. For now, though, Becky avoiding damage, trying to find their way in onto Izzyaki. This would be a key pick.
Well, Becky's like, well, no one's on this high ground, but look at all these people over on the highway. I wish I could just not be 90 pounds to be able to shove them in front of one of those cars, but Becky is being annoying. Lip getting really low. And Izzyaki down, the Dragons limited on heals. Lijiang trying to get those trades, even push people into the highway. Becky whiffs on the pulse bomb. Lijiang just too quick with it. As Valiant have lost their Ana player, at this point Izzyaki is back, and Lijiang has probably gotten the most frags on the Dragons.
Dude, Lijiang Strike, and now we just turned around and said, did you just try to stick me? Stick me? The Lijiang, reigning Lucio champion? Nah. Get out of here, Becky. You aren't ready for this kind of action just yet. Shanghai Dragons now can try and defend. They have the initiative here, Lemon, and I'd expect to see who you use this pulse bomb first.
Lijiang ready for the barrier 2. You see Izzyaki under fire. He's scared of what Becky will do, but somehow Izzyaki lives with 1 HP, and the problem reach from Fate is what saved him, slapping Becky out of existence. And so far, Dragons have a flawless round.
Spawned all touches, Giga Chad moment from the Shanghai Dragons. 4 ultimates, Lemon. This is going to be so difficult to break for the Los Angeles Valiant. Remember, if Sasa wants to use for self-destruct, they leave Los Angeles Valiant without a tank while that's being channeled, because only a baby D.Va will be present where the D.Va mech once was.
Fate just living in the spawn room doors. Coldest, what are you doing? Go back home! At least you have the peel from Lengsa. Sasha not even allowed to get back in the mech. 99% to 0. Valiant just having issues getting back to the objective. Becky not able to stall for more than just a few seconds, as the barrier left over from Lijiang will be the final nail in the coffin, as the Shanghai Dragons take a very convincing map 1.
And Shanghai Dragons are giving me a bit of relief here, Lemon, but it seems since yesterday, they've been a lot more aggressive when it comes to controlling these fights and figuring out where the engagements want to happen. To really illustrate this, I'd like to point back to when we were following the Becky POV as he was hunting around the back for Izzyaki. The fact is, Izzyaki ends up just rotating forward because Shanghai Dragons, they kind of caught those blinks from Becky, and they realized that this Tracer requires some setup time. So if we make a dive happen against a team that is down on a DPS and they don't have the ability to carve through the Winston because the Tracer isn't there, we can get an early pick, generate that advantage. Becky will be arriving to a fight that's already so hard to win, and we can simply win off the back of controlling the engagement ourselves. Shanghai Dragons, Lemon, appear to be patching up the boat that was only just vaguely seaworthy beforehand. We'll see if it remains so after this break.
I can only put out one fire at a time. And Valiant, you're on your own. We've already said in the pre-show, the win rate for the LA Valiant on control maps is historically just so low. So no surprises there, but they start to turn it around on payload maps, so there's some hopium for our next map on Route 66.
Well, Lemon, to a degree, it's your fault for spitting fire in the booth too often.
Sorry.
As we head over to Route 66, it's going to be, I imagine, more Fate on the Winston. We have seen a load of teams move over to Winston on Route 66. In fact, enough teams believe that Winston is mandatory here that we've seen London Spitfire over in North America abandon their Crusader ways to bring out the Ape Scientist. However, of course, for the LA Valiant, they are stuck with their only option. Lemon Sarshin is doing an admirable job on the Zarya, but in certain cases, the Zarya just is not well suited often to maps where high grounds are going to be super important. You see Midtown there for hybrid. That fills me with woe and worry. Yesterday, we saw Guangzhou Charge really struggle against Shanghai Dragons on Midtown. In fact, that was where Guangzhou Charge's 2-0 lead fell apart because they could not break the dual high ground hold on second using a non-Winston comp. It's simply too difficult to do, and Los Angeles Valiant might end up falling into that same trap, Lemon.
Speaking of the Guangzhou Charge, they got full held by the Valiant. That is the truth. I am not capping. Los Angeles Valiant full held the Guangzhou Charge on Route 66. Now, sporting the Zarya, which is all Sashin really comes into play, is a sprinkle of Diva, which doesn't work, and a sprinkle of Doomfist, which doesn't work. But what does work for them is the Zarya. Now, the DPS, it depends on defense or offense, but speaking of offense, they ran with Becky, Genji, and Dia Reaper. So if they can kind of coordinate that, that would be great to see, but it will be Dragons on the attack, double sniper whipping out, the Valiant sporting Becky on the Echo, which has been the recipe for success on their defense.
And the question here, how does Becky help against Fate when Fate tries to make a couple of dives here? Are they going to be committing their focusing beam to trying to burn down that Winston? And if that's going to be the case, do you want to expend it on the Winston shield as well to try and make that break even faster? Of course, when it's under 50% HP, that beam will tear through the Winston shield. Fate goes up towards the top, just trying to cover the engagement of Who Are You for the moment. Oh no!
Sometimes a wall just gets in the way from the juicy mega pack you needed to stay alive against Who Are You. And look, everyone's missing it. Just such a dodgy looking health pack. So Valiant are left alone on the high ground as the Dragons wait for Who Are You to return.
Ah, Valiant. Giving the cruelest of gifts there to Who Are You, hope. As they wait for Who Are You to return, Becky will also be able to come back to a fray, and Fate is making a couple of scouts here to allow for Who Are You to have good information as they come in for the vanilla dive. Dia, keep in mind, still has a sporadic field, which means that he's going to be fairly difficult to dive.
Dia's playing in so deep right now, so Dragons just focusing on the objective. They could rotate right side if Dia seems to be an issue, but Dragons more focused on holding on to space, so they get the card deep enough. They go on top of Big Girls. They try and stay in line of sight of Iziaki, who's close to Nano. Fate gets close enough to just zone off Dia, not necessarily fully commit to a kill, but Lexa's rotated forward instead of backwards where the rest of his team were, and he gets picked off. 2 fall for the defense, and now 3 as the Dragons surely will cap A.
Or simply a comms disruption there, Lemon.
Lemma?
Nangsa went the wrong way, and it just meant that Coldest was cut off. You saw exactly where Fate dropped that shield. It meant that there was no healing available from Coldest. Coldest can break through that shield by themselves, especially with the weak darts that come out of the rifle. It'll take you almost a full clip of Anna's rifle to burn through that bubble by themselves. And so Los Angeles Valiant lose control of the first point of Route 66, and it's a good time for Shanghai Dragons as well. They still have 4 minutes and 15 seconds to continue moving forward. And look at this. Lip is in a great position here to use a nano visor, but I imagine Shanghai Dragons might want to bring out the nano blade first, given that there's not really much that can answer it.
Just wondering who's going to take the initiative first. The Dragons have every ult you can think of. Fate not getting the immediate nano on the engage, must have been no one home at that cave, and Becky is somehow assassinated. Who Are You? Not able to dash out of the heat of trouble. So with that number advantage, you see Valiant getting a lot more confident. The Dragons tucking their tail between their legs and leaving, and as Fade brings out the fist, he says, I will carry this team to victory. It's more Goomba stomping around, having a good old time defying gravity. He gets slept. Now the Valiant ults come out, the grab, the rally, and the tack visor, and that was enough to take a defensive fight win.
Mamma mia, Lemon. Mamma mia, Shanghai Dragons use so much here. The Nano Visor, and as well as that, the Primal Rage was used from Fate. And this means Fate now is going to have to be a lot more careful how they make these dives. Sure, there's still a blade available from Who Are You, but without the Nano, it's super easy for Who Are You to die. He's not going to be getting bubbles. What's Lip doing? Shanghai Dragons, they pounded through on first, but they have just completely stopped playing the game right now.
I think Valiant are just legally required to play Becky on Echo every single time. That's all I want.
The Becco, I believe.
The Becco? Oh, I like that. Valiant, I mean, have gotten First Blood a couple of fights in a row now off of Becky, and he doesn't even have a Mercy Pocket. He's truly goated with the sauce. As Fate, he likes to go in solo. He's got a lot of health. He's got a bubble. And then as soon as that pops, he kind of chills out. While the Dragons maybe need to back him up. Now it's up to the Blade of Who Are You to pop up. Maybe wanting to wait for the Nano. Lijiang, though, is going to use the barrier early as Who Are You unleashes a Blade. Goes right after Coldest. And Coldest, his last goodbye was giving a Nano to Dia. But we're really not seeing a huge splash from the defense. By the way, Who Are You can climb. So Becky might have forgotten about that. Not a Winston main, I guess. But the Valiant are still able to hold this.
I believe in the Becco, but not the Beccape, I'll tell you that much. The Winston lacking a little bit. Couldn't quite get the Hanbin snipes, but I'll tell you what, I was praising Dia's mechanics, and I'll tell you what, this guy did not miss a beat in their time away from Overwatch, as short as it was. His mechanics, when it comes to the tracking, are looking sublime. And Shanghai Dragons, they've already lost 50% of their time bank here, Leben. There is the capacity now to do more damage, have more initiation potential, likely by putting the Vanilla Nano onto Who Are You and allowing him to move in with Fate, who wants to go in even deeper than usual to get multiple cleaves and build up towards that Primal for more disruption of the LA Valiant backline.
Just want to see Dragons take some initiative. I feel like they have these huge ult advantages, and it's not just an immediate fight win. Fate will have the Primal. He can play aggressive now. You have no excuse to be scared. Now we Nano Who Are You. He dives into the back line. The Valiant are falling apart. And Dragons finally collapse onto a target and win a fight.
I honestly feel like the Nano there was not necessary, Lemon. Sasin was slept already. I think that Becky had been taken out, who's been one of the biggest problems for Valiant so far. I think that could have been better used in Who Are You during this next fight, and now there are less things that need to be dealt with by Los Angeles Valiant on their recontest, but they are going to potentially have to go through multiple doorways, because Fate can lock down this singular doorway so easily with the Primal Rage, and stop contesting if Valiant wait too long.
The overhealth starts from the rally. They're going to need it because Lip has the visor. And really, who's going to be able to contest him? Becky? He's going to get slapped midair by Fate, who just squashes everyone who comes out of that cave side and continues to wreak havoc. Valiant only have lengths to heals, and Dragons, well, they've lost Lip. I still don't know how that happened, but Dragons are still in a fine position to keep this going. The bubbles between Sashin and Dia are working well, but not well enough when you're 2v5. So the Dragons will be capping B.
Alright, but now, Lemon, Dragons are basically only playing with the regulation time of 1.5 minutes because a huge amount of the excess time they generated on first was lost on a kind of dumped ult bank on second in unideal circumstances. And now Valiant are finally going to be able to potentially bring together an ultimate combo. We have not seen Nano Visors from Coldest and Dia throughout most of this series. In fact, Dia held on to one of their visors on Oasis for so long that it became a family heirloom. Sasin now moving up, trying to force the shield here out of Fate to allow for Dia to freely use this. And you can see the shield's now been used. This is Dia's go time.
Uh-oh, he is powered up and ready to go. And that is Dragons ready to leave. Sashin, at least for the sustain, has found Who Are You, who was hiding and not fully disengaging, thinking Valiant weren't going to be aggressive. So you trade this 1-to-1, but Dragons don't really have the DPS to keep this going. We have a Boostio, and if you're going to Boostio anyone in the league, I would give it 110% to Lijiang. But now we have a Lucio v Lucio. Avril was not kidding when he said this has been a clown fiesta today. I believe it. 25 seconds for the Dragons, they're resetting.
Dude, this is certainly a game of Overwatch what's happening right here. The copy on the Lucio. Dia still has the visor. This is okay. Maybe you can use it to try and suppress Who Are You as he makes the dive with the blade. No, a blade in this case is going to out DPS for Soldier at close range, but ideally here Dia is trying to use this when Who Are You is attacking someone like Coldest to force out the reflect and make them easy to kill in the aftermath.
There's the dive from Fate, taking up more space. Sashin will get bullied by the rest of the Dragons. The barrier from Lee Jae-gong will assure of that as Who Are You hopes to pop off with the blade. Has already found Dia. The visor getting no value for the defense. As the Dragons are in overtime, they can't afford to lose anyone, and I don't think they can. It's only Becky on the card, who's somehow assassinated Izuyaki. Now this could spell trouble if the respawns of Valiant get back soon enough.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a mad dash towards the cart here. Does Calder swap over to Moira? No, in fact, Izuyaki the same thing as well. It is going to be presence on the cart. Dia returns, but has used a Wraith Walk here. Lemonson now is going to be incredibly vulnerable as Langs has moved in with the rally, giving everyone the overhealth.
That's a big resource advantage for the defense as Izuyaki is just still getting back and not in the fight yet. And finally has LOS on the team, but the Dragons needed the healing seconds ago. As overtime wick burns away, the Valiant have prevented Dragons from capturing the map.
And that pick on Izuyaki from Becky was the most important thing there, Lemon. I don't know how Becky stayed alive in the back for so long. I know that at some point they must have been noted because I think they killed Lip midway through the visor. The fights did begin to blur together, maybe. Becky simply was not accounted for. Could have got a bunch of stickies and then a focusing beam to take down Izuyaki, and you've got to think about how long it takes the Ana to get back into a position where they can heal. I was postulating that maybe Izuyaki might swap over to a Moira, but to be honest, it might actually be faster to get into a fighting position as an Ana because of how long the sightline is on Route 66 third, whereas with Moira, sure, you can get there physically faster than a Ana can, but you also have to be much, much closer to actually give your heals over. Shanghai Dragons kind of fumble towards the end. It is still a respectable distance for Route 66, but Los Angeles Valiant, this has been shown to be one of their better maps, especially before against the Guangzhou Charge before. Maybe this is where they can go 1-1.
Lip and Izuyaki just nodding to themselves like, we must kill Becky. He is clearly the problem. Becky does go hard. I mean, he really did. Now, we were hyping up Dia, you know, his huge name value for the Valiant going up against his former team, but it was Becky on the Echo that turned everything around. His assassination on Izuyaki was the whole reason that Valiant had such a health advantage, of course, when Langston came back with the rally. So, but not having Becky now on the Echo is kind of predicted. They do prefer running Genji on the attack, Echo more on the defense when he could just distance themselves further away. Now the Dragons will be coming out with a Genji and Soldier themselves, and Dia swaps to the Reaper, hoping to TP and maybe go up against Izuyaki with the bubble of Sashin.
This is the kind of swap I wanted from Guangzhou Charge yesterday, to have the Reaper so that challenging high ground is not impossible. However, Los Angeles Valiant have actually used up both their bubbles rather early here, and this means Dia can be forced out of this position super easily.
Yeah, Dragons may be getting a little bit eager. They saw Becky pretty low health near the mini pack and just wanted to push forward to see if they can claim that kill. Dia has also just used Wraith, so they're going to take a second to chill. You really want to have that cooldown if you want to engage at all, which I'm not seeing any full commits. He did TP to the front of the sign instead of near the back, and that kind of tells me he's not trying to sneak around, just get a few shots in, disengage. You don't want to make any mistakes. The Valiant healing back up, getting real close to the Nano, and now you're asking, what is the charge of Sashin? Do you give it to Becky? Do you wait for the Nano Blade? The Dragons are thinking what they could do themselves, and it's up to Lip to get the visor in time, but Becky receives the Nano, about to whip out the blade, and so it does. Slashes through two, Izuyaki and Lip fall, and the Valiant cap A with tons of time.
Whoa, Lemon, that was a beautiful play there from Becky, getting the right click to get that last little bit of juice, the last bit of percentage to whip the blade out, and then finding two members of Shanghai Dragons so close to each other. In the end, though, that all came down actually to a mistake from Fate, one of the most veteran members on the Shanghai Dragons, overcommitting without the information and using their shield as well in a position where there wasn't really going to be a huge amount of fire on him, so it was waited by the Shanghai Dragons for that to fall, and now Fate's diving in deep again. This might be punished once more.
I think you got he's making space also for the Nano Visor. Oh, there's a sleep onto Becky. I wonder if Dragons got that call. You see Who Are You kind of hanging around as they hope to trap the Valiant, but as soon as Valiant expose themselves, just get ready for Lip to to tack visor, but he wants the Valiant to be out in the open and not in a spot where they can easily hide and cover. He wants to get as much value as possible. As Fate could even commit the Primal Rage to get them out of there, but I guess they think that Fate needs to sustain with the Nano. Will go inside the bar, goes right after Coldest. The Blade and the Primal Rage. The Valiant don't stand a chance.
Yeah, the Valiant don't stand a chance, Lemon, but I think they're pretty stoked on this fight, to be honest. They came into this with 5 minutes. Shanghai Dragons have just used 3 of their major playmaking ultimates. And Los Angeles Valiant, yes, they burned themselves a rally here, but not much more than that. Now they can try and make a Nano Death Blossom work with the bubbles from Sarsin as well. Maybe you can even bring in Becky alongside the teleport to try and deflect Fadea during that ultimate and avoid incoming damage. Shanghai Dragons may have overplayed their hand, but Lijiang still has the sound barrier.
See if he'll want to even use the Death Blossom. It puts you in such a vulnerable position because he can't use the rage, but it doesn't matter, especially if Lijiang gives you a big ol' hug. So, not sure about that dive. Really wanted to just boop Dia off, but it was too little and too late. Becky with the 2 finishing blows means Valiant will get halfway to B. But will they be able to hold the cave? You see already Sashin setting himself up into the top right with Becky.
Check out Lengza swapping over now to the Lucio as well. This might make Fate's dives a little bit more effective, as Lengza might not be able to control them as well, even with the boops coming in. But that's a lovely grab.
That's a big grab too, and it just results in a team fight win after that. Lijiang tried to use the barrier, but there was just so many people from the Valiant ready. Just great cohesion off that ultimate, and then they're getting free card push throughout this time, and they get to maybe stall out Lip and Izayaki. We'll have to see if they're going to be a big enough threat for the Dragons to turn it around, and no, a disconnect between Lip and Izayaki. And it swipes from Becky to end that so quickly. Valiant have had a much easier time pushing both A and B compared to the Dragons.
Dude, who's this guy? Becky's fine, man. Becky is looking good on the Genji, and we were all about the Becco, but the Benji. The Benji is also pretty boggers, Lemon. Shanghai Dragons now. They have to defend 72 meters of third point for 3.5 minutes. And this first fight, oh no, they just want Lip. We'll kill this guy and we'll move on. Becky decides this guy dies.
Oh, Becky, you so fine. You blow my mind every time. On the Echo, the Genji, who is this guy? So, Fate, still in the Primal, got slept. It's fine. He kind of is using that to hop back away as Lijiang is trying not to feed. The Nano goes to Who Are You as a distraction. The barrier from Langset counters. And the Dragons are still in a 4v5 deficit, so they have to back away before they get staggered.
Shanghai reeling, and they're panicking as well. Dia almost has the Death Blossom. That can be bubbled, but there won't be any Nano for it. Who are you on the other side? Desperately looking for the Blade. It will be going on to these more squishy targets like Coldest and Lengsa, but Coldest can shut this all down with a simple sleep, or Lengsa with a boot.
Oh, you can try and boop the Who Are You, but you still go 1-1, and the Valiant don't have Coldest, so that could be a fine enough fight win for the Dragons, who have respawn advantage, and they still have Izayaki. You can see that Valiant just are really hesitating on how much they want to commit to this fight without the full heals, especially with Lengsa without a barrier, as the Dragons could take the initiative if they want to, now that they know this information.
Dia TP's out because they know that they're in one-fight territory now. With 2 minutes left, Sarsin almost has the grab. If Sarsin can keep this energy as well, currently at 85, they're sure to be the recipient of a nano boost and can just burn through anyone on Shanghai Dragons. And there's going to be so little to answer it, Lemon. Sarsin in a commanding position. There's the grab.
Can you answer this? They try with the bubble and they kill Lijiang before he unleashes the barrier. 5 versus 3. Coldest is back. The Nano to Becky to keep him alive, to sustain him against Who Are You. That gets slapped away. 1:32 left. The box of victory in sight. The Dragons took a dominant control win, but the Valiant are just so much better on payload maps. Lijiang with the barrier only hits him and Fate, who hope to stall. The respawn advantage is really kicking in as Who Are You, I think, got nanoed for a second, but he doesn't have the blade. It's actually Becky who's screaming at the top of his lungs. Kill Fate. Kill Izayaki. He's body blocking him from spawn. He's truly goated. Dragons are just falling apart. They've claimed 1 or 2 kills, so the Valiant have to finish this off quickly, and Becky will assure of that. The box of victory is there, and the Valiant will take a map.
Becky is goaded with the Sake, man. What? how cojones of him to go in on Izayaki, a world champion Ana with less than 69 HP. Unbelievable, but Becky still goes for that. Body blocks him from spawn, gets the reflect and the damage, gets rid of the Ana. A majority of the healing and a slow respawn from the Shanghai Dragons. And Lemon, one of the things that worried me most coming into this particular matchup was whether LA Valiant would be able to deal with the high ground without having a Winston player on their team, to have to rely on that Xayah, because this is where we saw Shanghai Dragons dominate Guangzhou yesterday. But the fact that they're making the double dives work with the Reaper TP and the Genji alongside them fills me with hope that this is going to be a long series, but that's not going to be any consolation to Shanghai Dragons fans. There's a lot to think about, guys, during this break.
It's raining chocolate, hallelujah. LA Valiant have taken the map, a map from the Shanghai Dragons. But we did tease you about it. we did say that, you know, they full held the Guangzhou Charge, so they were looking really strong on Route 66. But check this out, their MVP, Abeki, is gone. He's back on the bench. But someone making their debut, this is going to be interesting. Innovation will be having his first game with the Valiant.
Yeah, Team CC lads are in. Dia and Innovation together once more. And Innovation is a notably solid Tracer player. Has played some Mei before as well, but that was more to do with the demands of previous metas. And I wonder if we are going to be seeing a Tracer Soldier approach here from the side of the LA Valiant, or if Innovation might decide to pick up the Reaper, or potentially with a second Soldier player, allowing Dia to grab the Reaper. But either way, Lemon, I am somewhat trepidatious and nervous about the substitution when we pointed out previously that Shanghai Dragons are super strong on Midtown, especially when it comes to these high ground holds. Yesterday, Shanghai Dragons were reeling. They were getting slapped about by the Guangzhou Charge, going down 2-0, and Midtown was our third map. But this is where Shanghai turned it around, utilizing dual and opposite high grounds to make sure that moving into their territory was supremely difficult for Guangzhou Charge's Xayah compositions led by Krong. And I thought that maybe Valiant could deal with that by bringing out the combination of Reaper Genji dive. No longer will that be on the cards.
Is this Cap? Is this
your card? I mean, Innovation has played some Mei before, but I thought it was more to do with the constraints of the meta. They aren't the worst Mei in the world, but I wonder if this Mei is... I mean, it doesn't really make a huge amount of sense. Like, so many of Shanghai Dragons can just get away from the Mei wall so easily. Like, Genji can climb over it, Fate can jump over it. The best case here is maybe you can catch Izayaki. Oh, look at this, so early.
Oh, it's an early hole. The first wall comes up. Of course, who are you just going to climb over it, Forehead? And a great boot from Lijiang distances the Dragons from the Valiant. No one dies from this. A quick ice block from Innovation 2 could be a moment to engage from the Dragons. A defensive wall comes up to stop the incoming fight from the Dragons, who get around it. Now you have Dia playing pretty aggressively. He's received the bubbly, now rates in. That's the moment for Fate to apply pressure. Who are you jumps above, and Lip finishes off a single kill. But as the Valiant clump up, it's the AoE damage of the Mei that proves to be so difficult for the Dragons, along with the inherent slow that Mei has. So I guess this works, question mark?
Messing with the pace, and interesting that we're going to see an attempt to hold under the train here, because it means that escaping from the wall is going to be so much harder, because the wall will be able to touch the faux ceiling that the overpass of a train creates and make a more solid seal that can't as easily be navigated around by the more vertically inclined members of the Shanghai Dragons.
Well, you bring in Innovation to do what? To innovate. Now they've even picked off Who Are You, who is rotating in. To be fair, Fate is in, so Who Are You's like, well, I'm gonna follow Father Duck to the objective. That's where I'm supposed to go, right? So Fate, I mean, dives in and isn't doing anything. I say do anything, he's not even a distraction. So unfortunate for Who Are You in that case.
Coldest was slept though, and easily executed. That now means that Los Angeles Valiant have to play with minimal healing. Dia's spotted without the Wraith form here as well, so they're public enemy number one of a big target that needs to be dealt with. This allows Shanghai Dragons to now move along Lemon and get on top of the point. Coldest will return though with a nano in hand, and that means that there can be a recontest from Valiant.
Oh, the Wraith has been used from Dia, and he's so far from the team! Everyone is on the other side! Now you have Ice Block from Innovation. Does he want to commit the Blizzard? Everyone is surrounding him. Decides not to. Probably was going to get his ult canceled at this moment, so you're exactly right. That sleep on the Coldest was a nail in the coffin for the Valiant.
And there was another one at the end as well. Coldest got slept again the second they returned. Izayaki was like, no, I'm the Alpha Anna here. Don't you be getting any ideas. You want a map? That's it. Don't get too big for your boot. Shanghai Dragons now moving on to second with a very respectable time bank, but Los Angeles Valiant, it has not been a very heavy investment for them thus far. Going to be 5 ultimates ready to go. They can't afford to overinvest here though, Lemon. I'd like to see at maximum 3 ultimates used to try and secure a defensive position from which to operate for the next couple of minutes.
So there's going to be free cart push from the Dragons because the Valiant want to try and close the distance, to close the gap and really not take any poke. So that's why they were sneaking around that hallway. But as soon as they peekaboo, Dragons were nowhere near. So they're trying to engage off of the Blizzard and catch the Dragons off guard before they can escape out of the Blizzard ultimate. Now Diaz using Death Blossom has snuck up to Lip in a dark alley. He really is one with the shadows. Now a 5 versus 4. You can see the Valiant want to get aggressive and play together. Either the grab to trap them or the Blizzard to slow. The grab has thrown the Blizzard on top. And the barrier from Lijiang is completely negated as the Dragons will fall and the Valiant will move forward.
They are literally trolls under the bridge right now on the Los Angeles Valiant. We had some ratty plays like this over on Dorado for a long time where teams of like Reinhardt and May would just stick around in the house right next to where the payload initially spawns and contests from in there. And that's exactly what Los Angeles Valiant are doing again. They're just ratting up, being trolly individuals.
Now Lip has to be careful if he's going to isolate himself because Dia has been hunting him down, but this Primal Rage is doing a lot of work, and Coldest thinks it's winnable. He nanos Dia, and that sure is going to be a tank buster, but he says, put down this wall, my man. You're subbed in not to sabotage us, and who are you, Blades? And he gets nanoed and slaughters the Valiant, and the Dragons are meters from capping B.
And that was a great play from Shanghai Dragons to use Fate's Primal Rage there to continuously knock back the Valiant, make sure they had to expend their resource in order to keep contesting that cart. Dia doesn't even get the chance to move in. Unbelievable.
Oh, that bubble from Fate, too, right at the choke, just makes it so anyone from the Valiant who wanted to engage wasn't going to get any shielding from Coldest, and with the few inches remaining on that push, the Valiant just let it go. And now they're trying not to get staggered. They do a good job of doing so. Sashin also wants to not go back to the spawn room doors to give the healing to Coldest as the Dragons take space.
Yeah, getting ever closer towards that nano boost is going to be so important here, given that Coldest has a scant little bit of extra nano charge compared to Izayaki. But if Lip can continue up on this high ground that you can see on your screen right now, there'll be very little that can really challenge him during the usage of a tactical visor.
Just the nope wall in front of Lip, like he doesn't have unbranded sneakers to get around it. And the Dragons get first blood after first blood, and Coldest gets bubbled. A good job from Sashin, but Valiant are getting surrounded. They're trapped in a death pit. Innovation is now staggering himself too, and the Dragons at this pace are going to have a huge time bank.
And Los Angeles Valiant here are playing in small rooms because that's where they believe they have the close range advantage of both the May and the Reaper. But Shanghai Dragons, they're playing so well around the resources of Fate's Winston Shield that they aren't too nervous about moving on in and keeping Huayu healed through enough damage to start getting those dash resets and tearing through Valiant, who now have so many ultimates and they might have to cash in more than they'd like to try and finish it here, Lemon.
Great initiative from Fate. The Primal Rage is just such a disruption. Then the backline almost forcing a C9. 1 meter from it. Diaz in the backline. He has Death Blossom. Lipid Izayaki around the corner. He's trying to play safe. The Blizzard found no one. They're going to pick on Who Are You, and that might be enough to deter the Dragons unless they think the ult economy is worth investing in a 4v5, and they're hesitating on that.
At this point, you might see Dragons trying to tempt out a couple more ultimates just to lay the groundwork for Huayu's Blaze. At this point, I'd love to see Huayu do a Naked Blade and then it be followed up by Lip with Attack Visor, since there's very little cover available in this final contesting area if Lip can get into a position where Dia currently sits.
The Blade, the barrier, is it enough? The Nano could be the final straw as Lip is also advisory with the Death Blossom into the grab has been too much! And now the Dragons are sent away. They still have time, but they used every ultimate they had, and they only needed a meter, but they fail.
Izayaki needs to survive here. Sasin isn't going to allow it. Coldest round the back, who got the sleep on Izayaki in the midst of all of this. You'll remember what happened on first. It was sleep after sleep. It was nap time for Coldest. And now finally revenge has been wrought upon the Lord of the Honors. Lip has swapped over now to the Widowmaker, thinking that, hey, I can outsnipe Dia, I can outsnipe Innovation, and I can try and be the clutch factor for my team as time begins to dwindle away. The inexorable march of those seconds has come down to only 36, Lemon. What once was a meaty and reassuring time bank now is starting to raise the heart rates of the Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, how chill are you feeling with Lip on the Widow? This is just the inherent presence of the Widow is going to force Valiant to play further near their spawn room doors to get out of line of sight, giving just automatic free space to the Dragons. But is it going to result in picks? As soon as Valiant engage, Lip will find themselves running and not wanting to look and lock eyes with anyone on the Valiant. As Sashin close to the grab. This is what won them the previous fight. Seconds remain for the Dragons as Fate will dive in deeper. He has the Primal Rage. Helps almost Dia get back into the spawn room doors. Good juggling. Dia escapes. The Dragons only have one kill. It's on the Sashin. You deny the grab for now. Dia, he storms through. He's been nanoed, but he's been squashed. Picked by the backline Widow. And the Dragons only have 20.29 meters to go, and the Valiant are still contesting somehow, but the Dragons will still complete.
Lijiang making sure no one forgets that he is the mad lad Lucio. It's feast or famine, and at the moment, our boy's looking pretty porky. He's been feasting on Valiant corpses. And now that is a full completion for Shanghai Dragons, but not with any time remaining, Lemon. And on a hybrid map, that is important. It means that if Los Angeles Valiant can get a full cap here on Midtown with more than a minute on the clock, Shanghai Dragons will not get a second attempt. However, a full cap easier, said Van Daan, as this map feels pretty defensible on all of its points.
Still a good capture from the Dragons, similar to how it went against the Guangzhou. They capped in almost overtime, maybe a second or two. Dragons are very strong on this map. But it was an interesting approach from the Valiant. You know, Innovation's debut is on the May. Who could have guessed that? But as soon as they're clumped up, that's where someone like Who Are You can get dash reset upon dash reset, and why Dragons were more likely to invest nano into Who Are You. Now, Lip has been getting found by Dia, who's been hunting him down on the Reaper. So as long as Dragons just adjust that a little bit, or just be wary of that, they'll look even better as they go.
I wonder if Innovation was brought into play this May the entire way through. Because I do wonder if the May is going to be of more limited usefulness on the attack. Because Shanghai Dragons won't try and commit themselves to these areas where disengagements are harder as far as I'd be concerned, especially when they see the May here. Fate is instantly going to realize that, hey, I need to be in areas where I can jump out and where I can't be isolated by this wall.
I'm also wondering how hard of a time Dia is going to have just closing the gap, because that's where Reaper falls short, is how close range he is. So Dia and friends just speeding into the back line, trying to avoid the sleep, and just does it with his own 2 feet. And you got a one-on-one that kills Izayaki, and no one from the Dragons came back for their boy. So the Valiant are just going to go take the point, I guess. Meanwhile, Lip is playing offense on the wrong map. What? I don't know. Check his computer
Dragons,
right now.
Come get your mans. Come get your mans. What is going on? Where's Lijiang for Izayaki? How did Innovation manage to find themselves a 1 versus 1? And how have they managed to now outdoor both of these DPS with the right clicks? I questioned the value of the May, but you know what? The May is pretty good for 1 versus 1s. If Izayaki for 15 sustained seconds is going to be sieged by a May and no one from Dragons cares to help, that is super weird.
Dragons are going to have to counter dive if Valiant are just going to be taking all this free space. The fact they were just allowed to walk for free to the point is mind-blowing to me. Also, Innovation is a bit of a sniper. He's hit 2 headshots in that last fight, one on Izayaki and one on Who Are You. Really good at the heroes, so Valiant now just getting free cart push. Fate trying to contest it just a little bit without getting too close to the sun there with Dia. Dia's been forced to use Wraith, and he has to disappear into the shadows. Fate has used that moment to go and dive into the backline, place the bubble in between Coldest and Dia, which eliminates both of them. So pretty good engage off the Dragons.
Just a peep over the top of the wall there from Lijiang and Who Are You. And now the question remains for Los Angeles Valiant. Now you're going to get stuck in the mud. How are you going to break the hold from Shanghai Dragons? We're likely to see once again the 3-2 split with Fate and Who Are You on the close high ground and the other 3 members of Shanghai elsewhere, and that's exactly what once again is being brought out. This is what stymied Guangzhou for over 4 minutes as far as I remember, Lemon, and you can't exactly yeet yourself a blizzard over in there. That would be easily deflected by Who Are You.
Blade, the Nano, who are you? Doing it again as soon as the Valiant are club, who are you? Makes the call and he executes. Now Dragons are doing a good job of adapting through the clump, right? It's either about counter diving if you see Dia use Wraith and split himself from the team, which he did in the previous fight, to if you have Nano Blade, then just go for it, Forehead. So it's working out for the Dragons.
Sarsen keeps the energy. That's what's most important. I want to see Dia having a bubble TP up onto Fate here. Just force out that Winston. Don't allow them to have easy and free access to your backline. But on the other hand, Los Angeles Valiant, they do not know about Lip in the back here. A visor from behind, maybe. No visor required. I'll use for Vanilla Rain, baby.
It's just that they thinking maybe Valiant are disengaging. So not feeling too confident on that, especially not having the finishing power of having the Nano on top as Fate dives towards the top left. And you see Innovation is calling out Lip's positioning, but everyone's in the top left throwing out the grabs, so the group of the Valiant go and deal with all the members trapped in the grab as Lijiang can escape, so the Valiant will move forward.
Shanghai Dragons there, they seem to be in two minds as to whether or not they wanted to chase the disengagement from Valiant, and I think that was a well-timed disengagement from Valiant to really just force Shanghai Dragons out of their comfortable spaces.
Blizzard in the back left to try and kill Lijiang. He uses barrier, thank God it didn't get cancelled, but it's not going to result in the fight win. Fate and Lip fall at that exact second, so the counter engage just isn't working out for the Dragons, and the Valiant are about to capture B, and there's nothing that the Dragons can do about it.
Excellent boot there as well from Langsa. Los Angeles Valiant actually managed to pick up such a good support line for this team. Like, I wasn't expecting for them to be able to grab both Coldest and Langsa, but those are two huge pickups from the Chinese scene. Two of the best supports you could have hoped for from China. Shanghai Dragons certainly have found that out the hard way in this case, as Dia now has access to the Death Blossom. There's a nano boost behind it as well as Sarsen's bubbles. Those need to be broken down quickly, but Lijiang, he has to be in boopable range when that bubble breaks in order to force away the Death Blossom. Here, Shanghai, they need to play split or they will be broken.
Yeah, Langston must be trying to help out, just boot Fate from the high ground, as you mentioned, but Fate is still up there being annoying, and Valiant aren't feeling too comfortable. I wonder if Dia is going to have to go help out with that, and he does go after Fate, about to burst his bubble, and his brains on the floor, but he escapes. Innovation gets the final laugh, and now Valiant can get a good momentum push the Death Blossom to try and negate Who Are You, forces out the deflect, and that is big to cancel out two ultimates of the Dragons. They invested the Nano and the Blade. The Valiant lose Coldest though, so it's not a great scenario for them.
It's a trade, a nano ult for a nano ult, Lemon. And Dia will be able to disengage. However, Fate back on top means that control of the engagements is once again all towards the Winston. Who Are You has decided they're going to go for one of the harder characters to hit, the Echo. Playing after their brother in Christ of Flatter and their MVP performance. Are you proud now, brother?
You're really testing out Innovation's aim, because yeah, like you said, Dia just doesn't have the range against Who Are You. Who Are You can disengage very easily, the focusing beam. As soon as Valiant get low, they're really good at getting them low, but just not finishing them off, and the Sound Barrier starts from Valiant. Sasha is sleeping, he is woke. The Blizzard is thrown, trying to go after these supports. Lijiang is found, and Izayaki isn't going to live much longer, as Who Are You and Lip and Faye were working on a counter dive to try and trade backlines, but didn't result into much besides just losing Coldest. So Valiant, if they finish this off quickly, they might not even miss Coldest at all. Lijiang tries to touch the card. Who Are You has to do it. The grab is thrown to stop the Dragons from contesting. This is a pretty solid timing from the Valiant. They just have to deal with Who Are You, who keeps touching this card. Now Fate advances on the Zarya. He's used all his bubbles, and now he's gone, and the Valiant have a better time bank.
Not just a better time bank, Lemon, over a minute. And that means that Shanghai do not get to go again. The swap over to the Echo ended up being fruitless. It simply meant that there were far fewer other things that needed to be considered. The lock-on to Lijiang and Izayaki was easy to do for the Los Angeles Valiant when they were some of the only targets that could actually be reached by the DPS. And at the moment, sure, yes, you can try and counter-rotate that Reaper using the speed from the Lucio. But Los Angeles Valiant decided, yes, the Lucio versus Lucio is a little bit too complicated to make the Reaper work after the teleport initially, because they can disengage. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring a little bit more of a secret cold source into this. We're going to bring the Cryo Beam from the Mei. 50% speed reduction instantly, Lemon. And that means that Dia can get on top of them again and again and again as Reaper and be in that optimal engagement range for huge amounts of damage. Shanghai Dragons now, they're playing for the draw.
I'm just loving this Ice Ice Baby comp from the Valiant. Just innovation speeding around, beaming down the supports. You love to see it. And who are you? I think the Echo had a lot of potential, just always going after Sashin, but just every time he got low enough and the focusing beam came out, there was bubbles, there was ice blocks, and who are you came out dry. So the Valiant have a minute 15 to see what they can do towards the objective, and it's the same composition again.
Alright, maybe a move through the train here, just avoiding incoming poke. This is going to heavily disrupt the poke phase of Lip. Although it does mean that it is going to be unperturbed for the moment. Fate's going to have to disengage, and the wall is already bisecting the Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, I was hoping to kind of calculate where Fate was jumping and keep them inside of the Valiant as Fate is in the back line. And Dia redirects his attention towards Fate. The wall to stop the supports from escaping into the building. That's actually so big for it from Innovation. But Dia got too aggressive, too eager for these kills, but it doesn't really matter. The Valiant, the job is done. With a minute 15, they will get the 33% and now lead the series against the Dragons 2-1.
Okay, Lemon, 2-1 has been a fairly common scoreline for the Los Angeles Valiant, though. Both of their previous games have gone to 5 maps. The question is, when having to go to push and control, can Los Angeles Valiant, on these more momentum-based game modes, really bring home a series? And can they do it against the reigning champions? What a reversal of fortune that would be for this franchise that last year barely even existed. They were barely a blip on the Richter scale. They were inconsequential. They were a nothing burger. And now they're up in terms of maps against the reigning champions. For Los Angeles Valiant, this is the time where their wings are out, they are beating, and they'll be flying towards victory after this break.
The Valiant are on series point against the Dragons, but it wouldn't be a Dragons series or a Valiant series if we weren't going to go to Game 5 somehow. We've been to a billion of them in APAC, and it's been a few in a row for the Dragons. So they're currently deciding which substitutions they want to be bringing in, but our map is decided. We're going to New Queen Street.
Wouldn't be a leg day Lemon cast either, Lemon, if it didn't
very
somehow
true.
inexplicably go to 5 maps. Currently some substitutions being teased and thought through by the Shanghai Dragons, who might be a little bit reeling right now. Hey, that was their comfort zone map. That was the map where they stopped the bleeding against the Guangzhou Charge. This is the safe space, and it's been profaned by the cringe of May and Reaper. And at the moment, Shanghai Dragons are having to take stock of how to try and reconcile that. It is Void and Fleta who are coming in now, Lemon, but thus far, in this season, Void's map win rate has not been the best. However, we can ascertain this coming in, that they have seen Innovation and Sarsen remaining in, thinking, this might be more May Reaper. And we don't want to play Winston into that, which is correct. You do not want to play Winston into that. Better to swap over to Void and maybe have access to that Zarya.
Yeah, I mean, the last time Valiant were on New Queen Street, this was one of the only maps that EasyHunt played where he wasn't on Widow. He actually came in to play Reaper. But you know how that was a bad idea? Because they got smashed by the Seoul Dynasty, 124 meters to 42, almost a full cap. So maybe you don't bring EasyHunt back in, but you remain with Innovation, who was clearly just this light bulb aha moment for the Valiant of, wow, the Dragons don't know how to deal with this May Reaper rush, and maybe the Dragons are taking a few extra minutes to think about who needs to step up. Who needs to put the cape on and save the Dragons from an impending doom? Now I'm seeing Void make an appearance in the lobby, so at least some Zarya v Zarya could be expected.
Yeah, some Zarya versus Zarya, but the thing is, Shanghai Dragons might now be in a spiral where they're trying to adapt to the stimuli that have been forwarded here by the Los Angeles Valiant. And the thing is, the Valiant, they know these comps a lot better, Lemon. Coach No Hill, he's been up on the mountaintops, in his little Zen palace, meditating. 20 hours being awake at a time, just thinking about compositions, and finally, a little spark in his mind. It came to an Innovation's pretty good at May, and we've seen Backbone play it over on London Spitfire in North America. Maybe we could do that. But
don't take notes
maybe,
from that.
maybe we use the Zarya instead to have a little bit more staying power with the bubbles, so we can't be surrounded like you can be with the Reinhardt, where we can attack in any direction that we want to. The power of the no-hill mind thus far has eluded categorization by a scientist. And Shanghai Dragons, they have to try and figure out the answer much quicker than No Hill had to come up with this plan.
Yeah.
Still just getting those subs into the lobby here, but if I'm Valiant, I'm feeling pretty good about Shanghai Dragons somewhat moving off game to try and deal with them.
I think if you're Shanghai, you're feeling pretty good too. You ended the series against the Spark on New Queen Street, 100-55, playing Lip and Fleta. So Fleta has finally turned on his computer and joined the lobby. And during that series, it was Zarya, Reaper, Soldier, Lucio, Ana. So we could even be seeing mirror compositions. It depends if Innovation's going to go back to the May or not. Now, if you're going to be on that May train, I don't mind it on New Queen Street. There's a lot of narrow chokes on New Queen Street, especially on that neutral main road. The only issue is when you get to those outside corners. Now that is some wide business, where the Maywell's not so great.
Got some width, got some chonkers of streets here in Toronto. Innovation, though, interesting, not a May one trick. Very good tracer in the back pocket as well, and used to playing with Dia as a DPS pairing. And that might work out nicely for the Los Angeles Valiant. Of course, this is not the comp. If this is the comp, then No Hill is even more powerful than I thought. But on the other side, let's talk about Void coming in with the Zarya. This is going to give a lot more room for some Reaper engagements, forcing Los Angeles Valiant to have to deal with the bubbles here. It means that Coldest is going to be able to extract less free value than previously, because Coldest has been able to only worry thus far about Winston bubbles when it comes to blocking sleeps and blocking nades. Now Void can cleanse and Void can potentially block sleeps as well with bubbles. Important, crucial moments like on teleports.
I do like Dragon's comp a little bit more on this starting fight because Lip has the range, but Valiant are not going to let them even take advantage of that range. They're just going to push right into them. The speed from Lengsa is just overwhelming them. They've slept Lijiang, and they go after the backline instead. Lijiang, of course, will skate out of that pain, and Fleta has somehow dealt the same card back. A 3K just off primary fire alone, so the Dragons somehow survived that insane push by the Valiant.
Well, somehow during all of that, Los Angeles Valiant, they simply left Coldest behind. I think Coldest might have been out of range of Lengsa as the speed boost was activated to chase after Shanghai Dragons, and it meant that Lip could easily find a 1v1 against Nana, who'd used their abilities earlier to try and set up the fight, allowing for an easy removal of a majority of the healing Los Angeles Valiant were counting on to be able to invade into that territory. And so, Timothy Smythe the First, also known as TS1, does push forward for Shanghai Dragons barricade just a little bit.
I like Lip's positioning because he has access to the flank, and this is usually where just the defending or the other team would want to set up at. A lot of teams like to clump up around Timothy when you only need one person to push the robot. It goes the same speed no matter what, and as Valiant just front load the bot, they overwhelm Lijiang, and kind of the range from Lip isn't enough to put a significant dent into the Valiant, who now have walled off Void, and Dia's on the job. They're trying to escape, and they just can't, as Fleta's like, that sounds like a you problem.
Oh, Void with a hard W over the wall. Not sure if I'm a huge fan of that one. However, Lengsa, I think they actually fell off the mat, but got credit for Lijiang getting the melee environmental kill somehow. So, cool. Just an Alpha Lucio moment. However, Los Angeles Valiant, they are about to overtake in terms of barricade distance. And now it's Shanghai Dragons. They caught the ball in their court to return the serve and find themselves away. And Void's actually been isolated. Got walled as they tried to move through. A huge amount of bubbles will have been expended there, Lemon, for survival. Look at Lip in the back, though. Almost with a visor.
Valiant are like, all right, come here, bro. We got a blizzard with your name on it. And Innovation will drop. It didn't drop. It's not canceled, right? It might have gotten canceled. It doesn't matter because Fleta is meta. That's all I care about. Death Blossom is huge. Valiant, you ults wasted.
Fleta's meta, and yes, that is a threater that has been given over by the Shanghai Dragons. Now, they have themselves a pair of Graviton Surges between these two teams, but answering it is going to be much easier for Lengsa. 3% away from that sound barrier was Lijiang. They have to make some aggressive pokes here to try and get the last few percentage points towards that ultimate. And look at that. Void, you die now.
Love that early grab from Sashin, and that's what my issue was with both teams back on Route 66, was if you have ults, take the initiative. Don't wait for the other team to get set up and to get the jump on you. Speaking of that, Fleta's going on top of the tunnel, so the Valiant already aware of that, counter-rotating away. Dia using the Wraith, and he does use it earlier than I thought, maybe being very wary of headshots from across the way, and now the Valiant have snuck into the backline. Lip has been walled off, but he sure do be running fast. He'll even grab the health pack if he needs, and the Valiant are going to have a hard time catching up.
Lip do be running. Fleta gets for sound barrier here, and that's so important. Void holds people in place with the Graviton Surge, but the wall blocks everybody up from following it up. And now from the back, it's for Visor.
Oh, the Visor, pretty sick. It just killed in Coldest. You get a gold star from me. Thumbs up, fight win. And they literally wall themselves off from the objective. Somehow someone is still contesting, though, from the Valiant without Sashin. It's just time to die, boys. Let's go back to the respawn room, shall we? And the Dragons with that fight win. They'll get Timothy back to the barricade, and they'll start working on if they can take this lead back.
Credit to Valiant, though. They forced out so many resources there from Shanghai by blocking off the potential answer to the grab, or the follow-up to the grab, using that wall. And now they have their own nano boost good to go to answer Izzyaki, and there is going to be very shortly use of the Blizzard. Look at that, the interception just before them, and it's Clutch.
Oh, Innovation hiding. Someone got nanoed. It's Fleta. He's going against Dia, who also got nanoed, but Fleta wins, and he can't be stopped. He's going after the tanks. He's going after the kids and wife, and he's taking the paychecks too. Now the Dragons have taken a lead.
An MVP Reaper moment right there, Lemon. And now Fleta can cuddle up in these little dark alcoves where you know the goth is at his most cozy. and prepare to bring out the Death Blossom. Dia's already been spotted here. Lip going to be able to disengage, and if Dia chases in onto this, there's going to be very little to stop Void from marauding forward and raiding through the lines of the LA Valiant.
Ooh, Death Blossom. Innovation's like, I'm gonna ice block it, it's up to you, boys, and gets turned up fairly quickly. Innovation throws a Blizzard just to zone and maybe split off the Dragons. No one's really frozen from that. The counter engage, Void throws the grab. The Valiant are left without Dia, and they didn't really counter it, as Lip is just gonna deal easily with this May, and Sashin will be next. Hopefully he has a bubble, he does, but this is the time to engage. Dragons, they use the visor. Valiant, they try to hide on the high ground. The grab is from Sashin to anyone from the Dragons that get close, and with the respawn advantage of the Valiant, they have a chance to stop this progress, but at 86 meters, this just seems unstoppable from the Dragons.
That is unbelievable, unkillable, immortal. The ruin that walks forth, Lemon. The destroyer whose name you dare not speak. Los Angeles Valiant certainly are living in fear of the former MVP right now, with over triple digits on the meterage from Shanghai. Now they simply can play defensively for the rest of this round and keep Los Angeles Valiant pinned into their spawn.
It's a minute 35 that the Valiant have to somehow match 105 meters. The Dragons don't even have to keep going. They can just keep Valiant trapped. They don't need any more progress. As Coldest is gone, the Valiant are left barely without any heals. And at this point, we're going into full capture territory. The Dragons almost matching their comp and besting them at it. And this, like I said, wouldn't be a Dragons Valiant series if we weren't going into Game 5.
Oh, Lemon. Owl always gets maximum value out of us per series. No easy ones for us. No 3 mappers. Flutter's getting out of there as they're almost chased out, but look at the meterage difference. Only a meter on the clock right now. Lengsa engages with a sound barrier.
Well-timed barrier just to save Innovation, but he just doesn't really have eyes at the back of his head, just does not care about this Reaper. Lip doesn't have no regard to anyone's safety with this visor. Flutta, I mean, he's making a montage of Death Blossoms on this map, and this is a very rare occurrence to have a full capture on New Queen Street. A Blizzard is thrown from Innovation, but it's cold enough, and the Valiant are nowhere to be found. We are going to Game 5!
Timothy finally gets to finish his workout, Lemon, and Shanghai Dragons in our break figured out how they were going to beat the May. They simply brought in the MVP. The secret weapon was taken out of the cryogenic chamber. Are you ready to reap? They asked. And Fleta simply said, oh yes I am. And reap he did. Fleta with an unbelievable performance for his first appearance in the series. Makes you wonder why the MVP is riding the bench at the moment, but hey, sometimes you just got to conserve the batteries of your ultimate weapons until they are most needed. And this was when Shanghai Dragons needed it most. In the desperate rush for the kickoff Clash Lemon, Shanghai Dragons are looking for a victory, and they might find one after this break.
Game 5, baby, between the Shanghai Dragons and the LA Valiant. What did we say, Dragons? You're in a kickoff clash qualifying spot. And what did we say? You had one thing to do, and it was don't choke. Step 1. 2, win a series. And 3, win it cleanly. And against Valiant, the last place team, you couldn't do one of those. At least not yet. Winning is still possible.
The 0-3 team, Lemon. The bottom of the table. Los Angeles Valiant have brought Shanghai to 5. And that means that if Shanghai win this 5th and final map, for every single one of the wins that they've been able to slog their way to has only been through 5 maps, and that means that with 3 wins and 1 loss, they'll have a map differential of 0. They're currently sitting on -1. So Shanghai Dragons, their path to the kickoff clash is very much imperiled right now. I need to see all the T's crossed, all the I's dotted, and no spaghetti dropped.
And for the Valiant, I'm sorry, the hopium is not strong. The control map percentage, the win rates on these are astronomically down bad and not in a good way. The only control map they won was Lijiang Tower against the Spark. That was a map 1. They've lost every single other control map. Now the Dragons, they still have Void in the lineup. Ilios is a flatter map, so I'll allow the Zarya. And Lip, Fleta, Dia, Becky. Becky is back in. Expect some good old Genji echo from him, depending on what he does after the Sim TP.
Here we are the well, though. Will Lijiang get a little bit frisky? We know that he is the crazy frog lad man, and may well be looking for a couple of these boops, especially on people like Sarsin, who could be instantly eviscerated and have no way to save themselves if they get booped into that pit. Lengsa actually has swapped over onto the Brigitte now. This is going to make it interesting to go up against Fleta. Maybe you could knock him back when he engages, but this also means you can't really control the speed of engagements as well as Lucio can.
I kind of hate it because you usually only play the Brigitte against Dive, and I don't know if they stop, and Void doesn't play Winston too often anyway. And you need the Sound Bearer from Lucio to maybe live through a Death Blossom, a grab, you name it. So this is just not working out for the Valiant, and they're even getting booped off the map. So good and swift fight win for the Dragons, and they've already captured the point.
And look at how Lijiang also managed to help out Fleta in that initial duel against Becky as well. Like, the maneuverability of Lucio is so great for allowing like these impromptu 2v1s on scouted characters. Shanghai Dragons are going to get the first cap here, and Lengsa is sticking to the Brigitte. We'll see if it does work out in the late game, and Sarsin has been able to save quite a bit of energy here, but watch for Lijiang. If Sarsin goes too far forward, Lijiang is looking for some well dwellers.
Oh, Fleta's also on the flank, trying to close the gap between him and Dia. Becky is making my heart flutter by trying to jump into the well. Sashin is powered up, ready to go. He's even gotten the nano from Coldis. This is really more of a zoning tool. I'm not seeing a lot of killing, as Void is going to do his best impression of the Sashin with the nano high charge, but doing the same thing of, you know, very little killing, as Sashin just has more energy, is just larger and more in charge, as the Valiant might have flubbed the first fight, but they sure are trying to make up for it.
I think Sarsin did a good job there as well of blocking incoming heals to Void when he was grabbed using the personal bubble, because of course that bubble will absorb incoming Ana shots and turn them into energy as well. Becky encouraged to go forward for but a moment longer, but knowing that with Dia anti they can't stay in, Los Angeles Valiant will cede away some territory as they continue their poke. And now Sarsin will be the big strong doorman, the scary one that Shanghai have to try and force their way through in order to access this point.
I'd be scared to play anywhere near a well with Lijiang. Look how speedy he is. Look how annoying he is. Stop trying to duel a Genji! I mean, Becky is pretty good, and somehow he's scared of a Lucio. Now Valiant a little bit split, now trying to dodge the visor from Lip. Void throws the grab into the hiding spot of the Valiant and claims 3 of them. So, good fight win for the Dragons, and a flip back over to them.
And look at the ults here from the LA Valiant. They didn't get to use anything there, Lemon, and this is what Valucia really brings to the table from Lijiang. Lijiang just controls the pace of the fight so well that Shanghai could simply run up and use a Graviton before Los Angeles had the option to react, because they can't get their DPS into the correct positions without some severe setup time moving at regular molasses slow speed, while Shanghai Dragons can counter-rotate that so easily using the Lucio, and I think this is going to end up just being a compositional difference from the main support.
Oh, Fleta, as soon as Valiant went main, but Fleta's been discovered, was hoping to sneak behind them with the Death Blossom and a bubble from Void. He's still gonna go for just that. The bubble's been bursted. He still gets a kill on the Lengsa, cancels the rally, and Becky will have to go in with just the Nano. And the barrier from Lijiang keeps Dragons alive throughout this Blade, but it's enough. I mean, the Blade's enough to zone them off as Dragons take a right side angle. They're a little bit split, and Becky couldn't execute. He gets executed himself, but Dia somehow blew himself up. You have a 4v4. But it's the grab advantage from the Valiant without DPS that doesn't seem, by the way, to have enough damage. I wonder why. 99% to the Dragons. They don't have Izayaki. That doesn't seem to be a problem.
And the second that Lengsa popped the rally there, were just instantly popped by Fleta. I think they went for a left click fully to the face into a Death Blossom. And honestly, I am bewildered as to the choice of why they went for the Brigitte here. Like, surely you're not expecting to go up against a Winston when you know that Void is in? If Void is in, given what Shanghai Dragons just played, surely they're going to be on either the D.Va or the Zarya. And in both of those cases, there is limited usefulness for that Brigitte. You weren't even playing a character like an Echo or a Tracer who demands the attention of things like repair packs. And so Lengsa now is going to shuttle on back over to Valucio. Hopefully this is for a full rollout rather than just a speed boost in spawn.
And you saw the evidence of the barrier diff when the Dragons were able to counter the Blade that came out from the Valley because of that sound barrier. And like, so you could think of it as a budget Lucio with the Brigitte to at least have a shield against the Reaper and having a flail, some kind of displacement tool. But now back to what is actually going to work, the Lucio. Now what's interesting is the amount of eggs we're investing in the Fleta basket with the Mercy pocket to his side, hoping to get some early executes. D is isolated and Echo is best against those individual targets. Becky is in the back line by himself. He'll have access to the Mega, so Fleta's not too worried. He's more worried about just keeping control of the middle of the map. Now the point is unlocked. Valiant are capping. Fleta's not too concerned with trying to stop that from happening. Will get resurrected back in. The hit scan of D is quite a threat. The Valiant can take shelter inside of the point, and they haven't even captured, so the Dragons lost nothing out of this.
And Lib did a great job there, actually taking the engagement onto Dia in a 1 versus 1 to distract Dia during Lijiang's most vulnerable moment during the res while looking for Fleta. And Fleta of Corsia coming out on the Echo from the dollar store Lucio that links at. Why are you playing the Brigitte again? Interesting. Okay, back to the dollar store Lucio, going up against the Versace Farah that is the Echo. And Los Angeles Valiant. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of this one, Lemon.
Void's on the D.Va, which I hate, but it's one of the closer range maps of Ilios. That's a dislike from me, bruh. But at least when it comes to holding the space on the point, it's going to be great for the micro missiles. You're also going to make Sashin second guess everything he does, including the grab with the Matrix availability. But the issue is with the ult charge nerf in Overwatch 2, it's a lot harder for Baby D.Va to get back into the mech. So you see Void is just going to remove himself, and the Valiant are back in the driver's seat.
At least Valiant aren't missing out in terms of the speed because Lijiang's playing on the Mercy instead, so the Resurrection's in play and the Valkyrie might be important as well, but Dia can easily counter the Valkyrie if it's high up in the air using that tactical visor, meaning Lijiang has to be a lot more judicious with the angles they want to play and maybe go for some less high reward beam splits off of players who are easier to access from cover available from Dia. The Nano, ready to go, but do you give it over to Becky or to Dia?
Oh, Fleta got Nano to save her from the visor of Dia, and it's still not enough damage, and almost getting Lijiang, but amazing Mercy movement prevents him from dying, going into cover in time. Just these visors ain't getting nothing done, but that's okay. 4v4. Valiant hoping to just keep the space here on the objective. Coldest does throw the buy onto Void, who cleanses that right quick as the Valiant now starting to use their ultimates. Not Becky's though, he's currently dead. Grey Bubble on the coldest to preserve his life as Void comes out with nothing, and Valiant win another fight.
Dude, Coldest has donned his Cloak of Invisibility. He's got active camo or something. Just staying alive on the point for that long next to Void when they had charge. Void was just so invested in the duel against Sarsin that the person who was pocketing Sarsin was of no concern. And that means Coldest could just fire away easily, survive for that long, find the sleeps when they were most necessary, as well as the antis as well. And now all of Los Angeles Valiant have returned, and they are looking for a final fight to put this one to bed. The Nano Blade is nearly good to go. Coldest just needs to heal up a little bit more.
Oh, but guess who's gonna get the blade first? Actually, technically Becky, but Fleta is doing his damn best. 97%, he's got the supports in sight. It's time for this Brigitte to shine. Shield Bash Flail, I'm begging you! Okay, well at least Fleta's out of his Echo form. He escapes back, and then the backline is Dio, finishes him off. Meanwhile, the point has been flipped for the Dragons. The Valiant want it back, and they'll do everything and use Blood and Tears to do so. The Nano Blade from Becky surely is enough, and the Dragons will reset. The Valiant about to claim this back. Overtime will start. Is there anyone close? It's only Fleta, and I think they just let this one go. We're going to round 3.
I think I just heard a heavy yeet on a Graviton Surge. We're not exactly sure where it landed, but Los Angeles Valiant here, they've managed to outmaneuver the Fleta Echo, the MVP skin that was given 1-1. Shanghai Dragons fans are quaking in their little booties right now. Surely, Lemon, the reigning champions of Overwatch League will not drop 3-2 against a team that didn't get a series last year. A single series. I think they got 4 maps in all. They've done half as many map wins in this match as they got in the entirety of 2021. Shanghai Dragons will return to the tried and true, and Los Angeles Valiant, they once again decide that Brig is best.
Yeah, this is the slam the panic button and go Brig. And look at this eager push from the Dragons, already pushing up the left side. And I like that they take that position in case Dia were to be hovering on the Widow, which he has played on this map and this round before. But it's the Soldier. You're not going to risk a Widow, not on round 3, not on the game 5, not when your kickoff clash qualifier position is at stake. Point unlocked. Lip above, suppressing fire into Dia, who will get the first blood. Fleta has gotten Bubble. Out to use Wraith here to maybe disengage. No, he's just sticking through it. See, the lengths of barrier is kind of weakened, and Fleta's more about capturing the point, which the Dragons are successful at doing so. You see Lijiang trying to boot people off the map as Fleta has been slept at his destination, but he hasn't gone down yet. He races back towards Void, who gives him the bubble. Void takes the attention, and the Valiant are low, and they fall like dominoes.
Becky simply hasn't been able to extract any value here. The same with Dia. Look at the difference, Lemon, in the ultimate charge between Lip and Dia. Just continuously assaulted by Void. Dia has had no space to operate. Whereas Lip being able to be sped along wherever they would wish. Lijiang keeping people at range through the continuous boops. It means that there's no accosting. Space is free, baby. Shanghai Dragons now set up on the high ground. Sieging this as Valiant looks near impossible, but what a pick from Dia.
Oh man, and there's a Becky Nano, and he goes and takes care of Izayaki. The grab is thrown from Void to try and get some trades, and the Valiant supports are gone. Void got nanoed, and this is just for the sustain. Run with the charge that you have left. Come on, bruh. But it's 65% for the Dragons. I mean, they did a ton of work at the start of this round. The Valiant, they're the ones who have weight on their shoulders.
Void has turned up, and Void has... Whoa, oh no! The miss on the grab! No way! Void has avoided it! The one avoid that was most valuable. Sarsin with the grab. Flub! This is tragedy!
Sasha through the snow on a 1-tank 8-man team. It's You can't be costing the team like that.
Yikes.
Dragons 10 seconds away from a Game 5 win. Flutta in the corner. Valiant, you have the ults. The overhealth from the rally starts. Becky with the blade. Is it Yaki is the one to touch? You can't afford that. Well, at least he's alive. That's all that matters. Valiant failed to really kill much. They've only taken care of Flutta. They focus on taking care of the point too. They've warded away the Dragons, who go and regroup with Flutta. And Valiant have to do a 0 to 100 comeback to make this winnable.
Has to be the reverse sweep here inside the control map itself. Sarsin at a disadvantage when it comes to these frontline battles because Fletta does so much more damage than Becky does, and Becky can't even deflect the beam from Void. Moving up to cover flanks. Could it be a bait here? It is indeed a bait, Lemon.
Oh, the bubble's got in his way, though. The bubble's got in his way. The visor got nothing. And Fletta stuck into the back, and the supports are dead from the Valiant. The Dragons take back the point. The overtime will start. And it's only a Genji, a Becky, and you're not doing so fine. There's nothing fine about choking the millionth Game 5 in a row. The Dragons will take the series.
It's a series that we've seen again and again, Lemon. Los Angeles Valiant are certainly not in control. Lijiang and Void, champions of Overwatch, keeping their cool from the bait and the switch. The bubble came out. Void said, call an ambulance, but not for us. A turnaround off the back of some well-considered retreats, disengagements, and of course, knowing when best to just back off. Allow these guys to invest their ultimates in a moment of panic and then bounce back with even more strength. Lemon, I don't think that the brig was a great idea. I know he'll saw it in a dream, but I think it might have been a nightmare.
What's your source on this brig? I made it up. I don't know.
I made it up.
And I don't know where Lynx's comfortability is. I understand that the shield maybe is an extra layer of protection. If the Reaper, like, this is me scrounging for something positive to say, but it's at least the shield can temporarily block that Reaper damage. Probably only takes 2 to 3 shots to burst that thing, though, and the rally not as effective, just a budget sound barrier and not working out at the end. But Fletta is just better. So, congrats to the Dragons. You made me sweat through that, but the fans are real happy they got their drops. And hey, there's also our player of the match. It is Meta, and it is Fletta, who stood for the Dragons and came in and turned things around.
Only in for 2 maps, Lemon, but that was more than enough to show that he was the difference maker. The Reaper has become one of the defining DPS of Overwatch 2 thus far in our competitive thoroughfare. And it feels like Fletta is one of the best that is available. A great understanding of when to use the cooldowns, when to press the advantage, and when to demand for resources from Void. The synergy is strong, and I'd like to see Shanghai Dragons, if they are finding these issues with dives again, bringing in Fletta a little bit sooner, and just moving over towards this more Dallas-esque combination of the Zarya and Reaper.
That was a crazy series. You know what I want, Leg Day? I want Shanghai to win a game and not in Game 5. Or win a series not going to Game 5. Is that possible, please?
I
anyway.
want Valiant to win a series in Game 5 as well, because at least Shanghai have been winning the Game 5, so it's easier to cope. When you're losing all the Game 5s instead, it is a touch more difficult. But Lemon, we all want things here and there. We all want stuff to do with Game 5s, whether it's wins, losses, or not going to them at all. But for those of you who want more Overwatch League action, there is plenty that's going to be going on this weekend. North America is going to be spinning up in just a few hours. And of course, we will have more from APAC coming over the weekend, because we've got 4 days in a row. We've got to figure out who's going to kick off Clash, and it's going to be an absolute gauntlet to get it done. Thank you so much for watching from Lemon and I. Good night.
Bye.